Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 edition of the Rock the Summit here, presented by PCA Potomac. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, right by my side. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing very, very well. It is a beautiful day here. Beautiful day here over at Summit Point Raceway, 10-turn, 2-mile Summit Point Raceway. And Brian, as we're going to be getting underway with an entire day's worth of racing, heading out on track right now in a procession is what is known as a missing man formation. And we've got heading on track. Unfortunately, we learned last night that one of our own, Bruce Marshall, who is a flagger here, not only for PCA Potomac, but for a lot of racing organizations that make their home here at Summit Point Raceway. Unfortunately, he passed away last night. And so right now, our first group, our vintage race group that is out on track, they are in what is known as a missing man formation, where our pole sitter drops back and leaves the spot open for Bruce. And it is how racers honor their own here when we are at the track. And so this very first lap, you'll notice our pace car with the entire field, and alongside the track, you see the flags there right underneath our camera. Over at turn 3, you'll see around the course the volunteers trackside honoring their lost and missing man as well here as they make their way around. So let's take a moment of silence now for our beloved Bruce Marshall. May his memory always be a blessing. And as the field now comes out of turn 10, out of the final corner, here we will find our pole sitter. I believe it is Jeremy Weisinger today in his Porsche 964, moving back up into the pole position. Actually, I believe it's actually Justin Jacobs in the red number 52. Yeah. Porsche 914. He will move back up into pole position, Brian, as our racers now prepare for their full pace lap. Let's run down the starting order, and we'll talk a little bit more about what we have in store for our viewers at home on YouTube and here at the track here today. Starting in 20th position, driving the number 118 Porsche 911, the blue 911 in the VO Plus class, Sandy Van Leen. Jim Scott going to be starting 19th position. He's in the VGTO class, also in a 1973 Porsche 911. That's the number 85 car. Starting in 18th position, driving the number 09 1988 vintage Porsche 911 in the VO class, Scott Bresnahan with Alan Friedman, also in VO, driving a 1973 Porsche 911 RSR. The number 123 car starts 17th. Chip Reichert, scheduled to start 16th today in the VU class. He's driving a 1967 Porsche 911S, the 92 car, starting 16th. Nando Silva Pinto is driving his 1995 vintage Porsche 993 911, the 958 car. That's a lot of nines there. He starts 15th. Todd Simpson's in the 806 car. He's in the VO class. He's driving a 1971 Porsche 911T. David Dean in the number 153 machine. He's in a 1969 Porsche 911. He starts 13th. John Perry starting 14th today, also in the VO class. He's driving a Porsche 914-6, a six-cylinder machine, and that is a 1972 vintage. Bob Mulligan is starting 11th in the number 115 Porsche 964. Don Dreyer is going to be starting 10th. He's in the VU class. He's in a 1970 Porsche 911T. Nader Fartui starting 9th. He's in the number 661 Porsche 914. Anthony Pagonis starting 8th in the 159 Porsche 911. Jeffrey Nieblum starting 7th. He's in the VO class in a Carrera RS, a 1969 vintage. Jose Roque in his VGTO Porsche 911, the 776 car, starts 6th. Paul Amico starts 5th today. He's in the number 12 Porsche 911 in the VO class in your top 2 rows. Jared Jacobs starting 4th today in the number 53 Porsche 911 SC. Colin Doherty starting 3rd in the number 192 GT3 machine. And your front row, Justin Jacobs in the VGTO Porsche 914. And Brian Weathered in the VGTX Porsche 914-6 as they make the run down to turn 1, Brian.
I tell you what, Greg, yesterday we saw Brian Weathered, Justin Jacobs. They went nose to tail pretty much early on. Weathered got out to a big lead, but then Jacobs was able to run him down and make it pretty close. But I tell you what, we watched Justin Jacobs go out this morning. I think maybe he was just trying to get some tires built in, get a little bit of heat in that car. But I tell you what, he has dropped all the way back to 3rd right now as they come up out of turn 2 and head up into turn 3, almost down the chute. So that car may not be on full song like it was yesterday.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, we saw their practice session a little bit earlier this morning, Brian, and we thought maybe he was trying to put some heat in the tires. You'll notice he's off pace now on the outside coming into turn 5. Looks very similar to what we saw during this morn's practice or warm-up session.
Yeah,
appears to be having some issues with that car today.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very, very off pace during that warm up session. So yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on him. He's gonna come around, fall back. So again, that battle we talked about yesterday. I tell you what, another good battle we saw yesterday as our drivers are now coming up out of turn 8, heading up underneath that bridge of turn 9, was the Nader Fatui, Dean Dwyer, and David Dean.
That was such a great race
battled
yesterday.
all race long until David Dean unfortunately had that spin down in turn 6, I believe it was. Yeah. Ended up ruining his day to catch that. So we'll have to see right now as they cross the start-finish line. Give the early lead in that battle there to Dean Dwyer. Fatui sitting there in 9th, and then David Dean a little bit further back behind the 09 and the Scott Brejnahan after that first lap.
Yeah, indeed. And so, of course, this is a 30-minute sprint race, Brian. This is, and you see it right on our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen, for our vintage group. This is their 2nd sprint race of the weekend. Our other 3 sprint groups have yet to race. They're going to be coming up next. We're going to have sprint races all morning, all afternoon. We'll have each of our 4 groups this morning before lunch, and there is now a local caution at turn 5. And Brian, I believe that is for the Jacobs machine, as I believe he's pulled off track, and you see him there in the grass on the side of the road there before turn number, before we call it 6B,
right.
by the
6A,
turn
6B,
7,
yep.
Turn 7 flag stand. So that's why we've got the local caution over at turn number 5.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Justin Jacobs. That machine, like I said, ended up not being able to make this entire lap. So,
all right, and Brian, of course, we'd like to thank the great folks from Porsche North America, Porsche Cars North America. They've been funding the Club Racing News and the Workers' Choice Award, considered to be the most prestigious award given at any Porsche Club race. So thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
I'll tell you what, Greg, let's start back up here at the front here, Spencer, as we start to climb up out of turn 3 right now and head down the chute. That is with Brian Weathered, again, your winner yesterday overall and your winner in VGTX. He's got a little bit of a battle now going on with Colin Doherty. They came down out of turn 2 last time, or came up out of turn 2, went down into 3, trying to come up over that hill, and Doherty was right on the back bumper. But now it looks like Weathered is going to open that up a little bit. Again, you got that standing yellow down in turn 5. We're going to try to get that car removed of the Justin Jacobs. We're going to do that little hot pull as the race is going on, not to lose any time there. But you can see where Brian Weathered now is opened up probably about a 20-car length lead over Colin Doherty in that 192.
Yeah, and Brian, as we talk about some of the different classes here, of course, as you mentioned, Brian Weathered in that VGTX class in his Porsche 914-6. VGTX is for cars with high wings, which that car certainly has, with aero appendages on the body, and for machines that are 3.6 liters and above. And you'll notice our ticker, it will rotate through and show what the different classes are, Brian, and they are color-coded to the different classes. We also have the VGTO class. That is for very similar machines with high wings, aero body from 3.2 liters up to 3.6. We then also have VGTU for below 3.2 liters. And then the VO Plus is for cars over 3.2 liters without the high wings. Then VO for 2.4 liter to 3.2. We then have VU for the 6-cylinder cars, 2.4 liters and above. And if you see V4O or V4U, those are for the 4-cylinder Porsches, either over 2 liters or below 2 liters.
Yeah. Again, you saw there going up over the hill out of turn 3, headed down the thing. We've got that same group, Greg, that has been, back and forth pretty much all weekend long so far, even in this second sprint race. 911 of Dean Dwyer, Nader Fatui in that 661. Now throw in Anthony Pagonis. He joined the club there with those guys in that 159 along with Bresnahan. David Dean falling a little bit further back there. You just saw him go out of the camera shot. Then you've got the 14 John Perry just now coming out of there. Those guys have been, I hope they're paddock next to together because they have been together the whole entire weekend.
Yeah, and so Pagonis, who was not part of this battle yesterday, he is in I call it the Gulf liveried 911 we see here as he's just now coming out of turn 10, and he's opened up a bit of a gap now to that silver Porsche 914 of Nader Fatui. Dean Dwyer in the green 911. He's actually now worked his way out of that group just a little bit. He's opened up a bit of a gap as they come out of turn 10, and now we see them down into turn 1. Actually, it looks like both Dwyer and also Pagonis started to separate themselves out from that pack just behind.
Well, we saw that yesterday with the Fatui machine. He ended up dropping back a little bit, then picked up some speed towards the end of the session. And again, when he got down to that 10-minute mark, ended up being where, he picked up speed. That car got a little bit faster as they went along.
All right, Brian, and of course, Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years, and Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 24. Pirelli, power is nothing without control.
Yeah, Brian Weatherett now, as we talked about earlier on, he has really opened up this gap. But like I said, Greg, I want to continue to follow that battle that we've been talking about really for the last couple of days here. And that is, the Dwyer, Pagonis, Fatui, Bresnahan, and then Dean battle. I tell you what, Anthony Pagonis now, he's leading that group that we've been talking about.
He got around Dwyer that last time around.
He did. And so, as we talked about, Fatui is starting to drop back a little bit from that. When they get down in that braking zone of 1, again, he can drive that car just a little bit deeper with that 914. So as the race goes on, we're going to see whether or not he's going to be able to duplicate what he did yesterday and bring himself back up into that battle as the race goes on.
And Brian should mention that we've got somebody in the chat, oddly enough, from J. Scott Racing, that is saying, let's go, number 85, J. Scott Racing. There you go, Jim Scott in the number 85 white Porsche 911. That's a 1973 vintage. He is leading the VGTO class, currently running 3rd overall.
He does know it is illegal to be on the chat and in the car at the same time.
Yeah, I was going to say, talk about self-promotion. Hopefully he's not the one here as we think he's running down the front straight, heading down into turn 1 now.
I was going to say, just as he went by, I looked out the window just to see he wasn't typing as he was driving down driving down there. So
it's all Siri, it's all voice, it's all
voice
exactly.
Voice activated.
Exactly.
He doesn't really have a rear view camera. He has a screen so he can watch the stream as we're doing it.
Hey, should mention that Sandy Van Leen in the, I'd call it like baby blue Porsche, the number 118, 1973 vintage Porsche 911. He had some very early problems during yesterday's race, Brian. Had some throttle cable issues that forced him to pull off, I think, on lap number 2.
Yeah.
And he's got that car back out there running very strong. He started at the back of the pack today. He is now up into 14th position. And in the VO Plus class, he is currently your leader over Bob Mulligan and Jeremy Wensinger.
Yeah, spent about 25 minutes down at the flag stand in turn 7 yesterday. So good to see Sandy getting that car up and get it running, get that throttle cable fixed.
And there he is. We see him going through turn 3 right now. So a good run for him so far.
tell you what, Greg. We talked about just talking about Jim Scott in that 73 911 that he's driving there in that number 85 machine. Tell you what, he's actually gaining on Colin Doherty in that 192. They just went down into turn 1, coming through, getting ready to come out of turn 2 now. You can see right here on your screen, there goes Colin Doherty. But I tell you what, Jim Scott closing that gap. That's now only a 2.5 second gap, as before, the lap before, it was about 4 seconds. So,
yeah, I was going to say, Jim Scott, he made up about 2 seconds. About 2 seconds that last time around. And of course, these two cars not in the same class, different displacements, but we'll continue to track that as our overall leader, Brian Weather, just reset fast lap. Brian, but let's jump back to that battle we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I tell you what, we talked about with that Pagonis, Fatui, Dwyer, and Bresnahan. Now throw David Dean in there again. We talked about it. Also throw John Perry in that 14 machine. He's only a couple car lengths back. But I tell you what, Fatui gets around all of those. Got back in front of Pagonis, as we talked about. Fatui, that car seems to pick up speed as the race goes on. It's like he knows exactly how much time he has left, and he knows when to push that car.
All right, so Brian, trailing this group, we see him coming down through the chute right now, that green and white Porsche 914. That is the machine of John Perry, the number 14 machine. He's in the VO class. He's in the same class as Bresnahan, Dean, and Perry. Last time by, made up about 25 hundredths of a second, about a quarter of a second, on the 4 cars directly ahead of him. So we may see what is a 3-car battle in class, and it appears that he's a little bit off the pace in the bottom half of the course, down through the carousel, but he certainly makes it up on the top portion of the course as we watch them all coming through the final corner onto this very long front straight here at Summit Point.
Last time by, you had Fatui and you had the 911 there of Dean Dwyer. They were side by side going down there. So that pocket opens up where he was able to get it. Now that they got a little bit of single file there from Dwyer all the way back between Bresnahan and Dean, he's fallen a little bit back. But like you said, has a little bit of difficulty getting a good run, getting that lift, that run off of the corner in certain situations, just not able to keep up with the pace as those 4 start to pull away a little bit more. But, you talked about John Perry. He's got to worry about Sandy Van Leen there. Now that throttle cable's fixed, Greg, he's right on the back bumper.
Yeah, so Van Leen, again, he's still sitting in 14th position, but, we talked about how John Perry's closing up to the VO cars directly ahead of him. Van Leen is actually running a second and a half faster than those 5 cars that are just ahead of him on track.
Right.
And we see there are Perry and Van Leen now nose to tail, and you can see how much ground Van Leen made up in the carousel there in turn 6A and 6B. And we'll have to watch there because that blue Porsche is tracking so much more quickly than the 5 cars directly ahead. That may impact that race just ahead as he closes in and maybe dispatches with the Porsche 914 of John Perry.
Well, now as you get coming by the start-finish line now you've got, it looks like Scott Bresnahan. He looks like he wants to make a move on on Dean Dwyer in that 911 machine. So again, that's going to open up that air pocket, and now you can see here on turn 1. So it is Sandy Van Leen's going to get around John Perry. Again, that's 13th overall. In the VO and the VO Plus class. So we'll see whether or not Sandy Van Leen's going to be able to catch up to that other group just in front, Greg, just as you were just talking about.
All right, are you about to hit the track without insurance coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com.
These guys got it, I hope, because they're getting ready to start doing some battles,
That's
some heavy
right.
battle. They come down through turn 5 right now. Again, still nose to tail, nobody really making a move, but, we talked about with Pagonis, Fatui, and Dwyer, Bresnahan, and even David Dean, they tend to get a good run off of turn 10. Whoever gets the push, that's going to end up making that pass.
So, Brian, in the YouTube chat, we've got Alex Farragut, who I think we're going to see on track in just a little bit. Yeah. And Alex just says, partay, with multiple Ys. Welcome, Alex. All right, and just as we were talking, Brian, coming down the pit lane now, is that the Van Leen machine?
No. That's not the Van Leen. Van Leen just now going across the start
That is
line
Jeffrey
right
Nieblum in the number 249 VO class Porsche 911, the 1969 Carrera RS, and it looks like his day is now done as he's bringing that car back to the paddock.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you get that car fixed. They do have one more race.
Yeah, one more race today.
Later on this afternoon.
Exactly.
So.
And so, yes, we're going to see our vintage racers one more time this afternoon. Brian Lewis, I'm seeing, I think, double as they go through turn 3.
I think that's Bresnahan and Dean right there kind of battling. I think they got in front of that Dreyer and Fatui battle on. So we'll see. There they go right there. Actually, Fatui's pulled away.
Right. I was going to say, I think they're a little bit behind.
Yeah.
Behind them there. And indeed, the two red 911s, Scott Bresnahan, the leader of those two cars, in the 09 machine, and then David Dean. Very, very different decades. We've got Bresnahan in a 1988 vintage. We have then David Dean in a 1969 vintage as our overall leader. Brian Weathered. We haven't talked about him much. He's in that yellow and black Porsche 914-6. He's starting to lap through a good portion of the field here as we see him coming up on the green-white Porsche 914 of John Perry.
Tell you what, you had Sandy Van Leen, and I believe that's Dean Dreyer. They were kind of side by side coming through turn 10 as our overall leader started to catch him. He, like you said, he's now going by Perry. He's now going by Dreyer. He's going to catch up to Sandy Van Leen, and he's going to catch up to David Dean. He's going to make that pass down in turn 1 right there. So he's going to pull away from that. But what that's going to do, Greg, that's going to bring that group together because they had to get out of the gas just a little bit sooner than they wanted to.
Yeah, indeed. And we just saw Van Leen sneak underneath them as they came through turn 1. So he ended up making up 2 positions just by trying to follow our leader, Weathered, through the field there. All right, so quickly here is the official window tint and ceramic coating partner of PCA Club Racing. Expel is ready to protect you on and off the track. To find an installer or to learn more about Expel window tint and ceramic coating, go to expel.com.
Brian Weathered and our that overall leader having a little bit of problem getting in front of, I believe that's David Dean and Scott Bresnahan right there. Got stuck in between them. There you go. There's Dean behind him. He got through. Now he's going to get by Bresnahan as they come up out of turn 9. So he's going to start to do it. But what that's done in the battle is, where they're really having to get out of the gas, that's kind of opened up the battle we saw earlier on. Bresnahan and Dean still nose to tail a little bit. Then you've got Sandy Van Leen coming through here. Then throw in the Dean Dreyer and then John Perry. A little bit further ahead, Greg, and I know we talked about him early on, but Anthony Pagonis, he's kind of stretched that where he was in that battle. He's kind of gotten away from those other drivers and starting to basically kind of ride on his own right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult to make his way through traffic, but now he's got a little bit of open track, and we see there Weathered, our overall leader in the number 69 yellow and black Porsche 914-6, as he is just now, again, he's lapping through the majority of the field, just got around Nader Fartui's silver Porsche 914 as they came out of turn 3, and he leads that field down through the chute, the fastest corner here at Summit Point, and into turn 5. Big brake lock up there from Van Leen as he goes down into turn 5, Brian.
Yeah. Trying to drive it a little bit deeper going down in there. And again, as we get to, almost the 11.5-minute mark here, this fuel starts to burn off these tire, again, and I'm not sure what the tire degradation is on these type of cars, but I tell you what, you've got to think that it's starting to go away. These guys are pushing every single ounce of energy they can to get the most out of these cars, knowing they got to come back later this afternoon. So you got to be able to take care of that equipment overall, knowing you've got one more race today. But again, the fuel's starting to burn off.
Attention in the paddock. This is the first call to the grid for our green group racers. Please start heading to the grid for your sprint race. Green group racers, you're scheduled to be on track in 15 minutes. Also, quick note to everybody that the Michael Levitas Challenge is in play. For those of you here at the track, that 5 people have donated $5,000 to our charitable partner this week in the Aaron Levitas Foundation. Michael is looking for 4 more people to accept his challenge. We're currently standing at over $37,000, almost 50% of our goal raised already this weekend.
Yeah, great deal for the Levitas Foundation. Tell you what, Greg, we're going to pick up, and Spencer picked it right up on the camera where you're sitting here pointing when you were reading that off there. We talked about this Jim Scott, Colin Doherty. I tell you what, I don't think Jim Scott's typing on his keyboard in that car anymore.
Certainly not
because
now.
He has definitely got his hands full trying to get around Colin Doherty. And again, not for a battle in class, but for a battle on the racetrack and to be second overall. But I tell you what, it has been one heck of a battle the last lap and a half with Jim Scott really, really pushing that vehicle and that 84 911, pushing it to all it's worth to try to catch up to Doherty. They go around one of the slower cars there. I believe that's not a Brezhnehan car. I think he's well in front of that. Actually, that may be because, we got one car on pit road. That may be either Brezhnehan or Dean. They were painted similar, same liveries, but I believe that is actually going to be that is Scott Brezhnehan. Because he has not crossed the start-finish line yet. So Brezhnehan on pit road, ending this race early.
Yeah, that is unfortunate as the number 09 car makes the right-hand turn and now heads back into the paddock. And that Porsche 911 1988 vintage, hopefully we'll see it back out a little bit later today. Brian, real quick, the Richard Kessler was founded in 1984. It's the visionary hospitality brand that owns, develops, and manages specialty hotels, restaurants, and retail, and treats guests to the bohemian lifestyle and unique experiences with a twist. Check out our spectacular locations by visiting www.kessler, Kessler, collection.com.
Tell you what, Greg, I'm going to drop back just a little bit further back, and that's the coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. There you see it right there on your screen. That's the 806 of Todd Simpson in that 71 911T. He's battling with that 958 of Nato Silva Pinto. Tell you what, Pinto's been really getting off the front half of this course much better right now than Todd Simpson in that car. He's gained probably 5-6 car lengths within the last couple of turns. He's about a second ahead in terms of pace that last lap over Simpson in that 806. So again, Pinto trying to catch that Todd Simpson in that 806 machine.
Yeah, indeed. And so Nando Silva Pinto currently running third in the VO class. We've got Sandy Van Leen. We've got Bob Mulligan up ahead on track, but still a very good run for the number 958 machine.
Yeah. Again, here they come. They're coming off of turn 10 right now. And you can see here, there's where Todd Simpson, and again, I think another driver that probably hurt us because all of a sudden he just opened it up and started pulling away a little bit further. That's that announcer's curse. He just went his fastest lap of the race, his personal best on lap 15. So again, I think that maybe his crew's down there radioing him saying, hey, they're talking about you. Let's pick up the pace a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you, somebody, and maybe he did go back to texting and driving at the same time over at turn 5, Brian. That is Jim Scott, driver of the white number 85, 1973 vintage Porsche 911. He's just now continued. He ran deep down into turn 5. Ran off track, as you saw. It took a little while to collect himself and collect the car. That local caution has now been withdrawn over at turn 5.
Yeah, so again, that battle that he had there with Doherty a couple laps ago is going by the wayside now. Doherty just now coming up through turn 3 and headed up over down the hill there. So, again, still keeping an eye on this battle because here comes your overall leader. That's Brian Weatherhead. That's behind that Nando Silva Pinto battle and that Todd Simpson. So again, we'll see whether or not Pinto's going to be able to gain some gap there as he's going to let our Brian Weatherhead go around him.
Yeah, we'll see as they come underneath the bridge here and head into turn 10. We see Weatherhead trying to go very deep, trying to get underneath that machine, really impacting both of their exit speeds through the corner as they went to the apex side by side on what is the second fastest corner of the track, but leading on to, well, technically the second longest straightaway here. We consider that whole bottom half of the course down through the carousel to be a straightaway as well, Brian.
Yeah.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for our green group racers. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Green group racers, this is your second call to the grid.
As we check back in on this Nader Fatui, David Dean, Sandy Van Leen battle, along with John Perry. He's right there,
Perry's right
just
there.
now going through your screen. I tell you what, it's kind of materialized. It's kind of stayed the same, pretty much, all the way through. As our second place, Colin Doherty, just went by them probably about a turn and a half ago. That's kind of materialized. But David Dean gets a little bit deeper in turn 5, and we'll take a look at this here on the camera as they go over the hill, down the chute, what we call, which is really turn 4. Gets a little bit deeper there, gets right on that rumble strip there, and he's able to catch Nader Fatui, but he just can't get the drive off of the corner. And so what ends up happening, that allows Fatui to pull ahead right there. But what that does is when he doesn't have that drive off right now as we're getting to the end of this race, that allows Sandy Van Leen to get right back on his back bumper, but then he's able to pull away when we get really to the second, really the fastest part of this racetrack, Greg. And that's, Greg, we just now have Sandy Van Leen just now coming out of turn number 8, going up the hill under the bridge, has pulled off drivers right, and it looks like he's going to pit, so something happened to that machine as well.
Well, and we'll see here if it possibly was
Maybe
that
the
throttle cable again, because he appears to be
on pit road.
He's on the pit road, but doesn't have a lot of motivation there. It looks like he may just be coasting in, Brian. So I think he may have a redo of exactly what happened to him yesterday.
Yep.
Brian, a household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning performance and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxies RA1 to the 2-groove Proxies RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race the SP1 class or Spec Boxster. And to learn more about the full line of Toyo Tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Tell you what, Greg, we're going to continue to pick up right now. This is the closest battle on the racetrack right now overall, and that is with Nader Fatui and David Dean. Last time by, coming up over the hill out of turn 3. David Dean, again, able to close up that gap, but then Fatui is able to pull away just a little bit. So that really right now is the closest battle other than what we were talking about earlier on, and that is with Todd Simpson and Nando Silva Pinto. Is they're coming across the start-finish line now, and I tell you what, Pinto's got a really good run out of turn 10, Greg. He's going to move all the way over to driver's right. Not sure he's going to be able to make that stick as they go down into 1. We're going to keep an eye on this. Look for an over-under here.
And as they go into the corner, it looks like he's not going to try the over-under, Brian. He's just going to try and drive around the outside. And, and we talked about this a little bit during their race yesterday. There is a lot of grip on the outside of turn 1 right now. Let's see if he can make that pass finally stick going into 3.
He does not, because I do not see Nando Silva Pinto come out of turn 2.
Yeah, matter of fact, we've got a local caution now down at turn 1. Yeah, and it sounds like one of the cars actually pulled off and went off going into turn 2.
Yeah,
which is sitting right behind our ticker.
Yeah,
and it is, and we just got word it is the 9. I believe they said the 953.
Now it is actually Nando Silva Pinto. It's 958.
958.
He was the last one that did not come out of that turn when you had him and Todd Simpson. So again, we've put another curse on the driver. So get some word on that, as he should, looks like to be able to pull him out eventually.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for our green race group drivers. Please head to the grid. Your race scheduled to start in just a few moments. Green group racers, this is your final call to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, you talked about, we had that incident there, or that spin earlier on with Jim Scott. I tell you what, he's gotten around Jared Jacobs. We haven't talked about him very much this race. Jared Jacobs had moved all the way up into 3rd overall when Jim Scott had that spin. Now that's a battle on the racetrack. There you go. That is now Jared Jacobs getting back around Jim Scott. Jim Scott had gotten around him the last time by, but then this lap there, it looks like Jacobs getting by. Scott's got a little bit more of the straight line power
Indeed,
there.
And we're seeing that now as they come down the front straight, and Scott moves to the inside. He's going to try to overtake the yellow 1980 Porsche 911 of Jacobs here as they come down in the 1, and he does get, actually, it doesn't look like he gets the
he
pass
doesn't make
done.
That pass.
No, it looks like Jacobs opened things up quite a bit going down in the one. So Jacobs currently your leader in the VO class. Scott still your leader in VGTO. And Brian, I believe we are now working our last lap.
Yeah. We're going to get that one to go now that Brian Weathered is now coming through turns 1 and turn 2. So, again, that is we are working our last lap here of this race. So we'll see with some of those battles we talked about early on with Jim Scott, Jared Jacobs, along with the Nader Fatui and David Dean machine as they're going around the Todd Simpson machine there now. So, again, we'll see whether or not David Dean's able to close that gap, knowing we got one lap to go.
And we see our leader now coming through turn 5, and as he has done essentially for the entire race, Brian, all by himself. Now, yesterday, we saw where Justin Jacobs, again, gave him a lot of pressure at the very end of the race, and Jacobs actually set the fastest lap of yesterday's race. But obviously here, Justin Jacobs, having not gone out for this race today, and not taking the green flag really is allowed Brian Weathered to just take command of this session.
Yeah. So here he comes out of turn 10, weaving side to side.
Almost weaving off track, Brian.
He's cleaning off his tires as he comes through. He doesn't want to pick anything up on his cool down. I hate to tell him, but he's got another 9 turns to go here.
Yes.
He's going to pick up some stuff. So
well, I was going to say, maybe it's like Formula One. You want to make weight, so you go and actually try to pick up you try to pick up as much flag as possible. Yeah, exactly. All right, as we've got our racers coming across the line here, we'll start running down the finishing order for you. Actually, Brian, before we do that, let's look at that battle coming out of turn 10 that we've been watching here for so long today. We've got the silver 911 of Nader Fatui, David Dean, John Perry, very close behind Dean Drewer as well.
Yeah.
As they come across the line, Fatui finishing 8th overall, Dean 9th, Perry 10th, and Dean Drewer finishing in 11th. And as the rest of our racers come across the line, quickly, Brian, let me run down the finishing order here. We'll break it down by class, where Brian Weathered, your overall winner, wins VGTX, with Anthony Pagonis finishing in 2nd. In the VO Plus class, Bob Mulligan will take the win over Nando Silva Pinto and Sandy Van Leen, who we know retired a few laps early. In VGTO, just now crossing the straight, we had Jim Scott take the win over Jose Roque. And those are the 2 racers that took the green flag today. In VU, Nader Fatui in his Porsche 914 takes the win. Dean Drewer finishing 2nd in his 1970 Porsche 911T. In VO, Jared Jacobs takes the win over Paul Amico. David Dean finishing 3rd, just off the podium. John Perry and Colin Doherty, our sole racer in GT3. All right, we're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, we're going to have our green group racers heading out on track. Stay with us, everybody. We'll see you in just a few moments.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event. Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday volunteer dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater & Dean plc is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, EuroPros Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, EuroPros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, EuroPros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is the 2024 Rock the Summit presented by PCA Potomac with technical assistance provided by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, at least for this broadcast, providing technical assistance. We want to thank them. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and Brian heading out. Well, that's Michael Levitas again. We'll get that right eventually. I'm not Michael Levitas, but heading out on track right now is our green group, Brian, made up of Spec Boxster, SP2, SP3. Let's run down the starting order. 33 cars setting time, starting 33rd in the number 271 SP3, Porsche 944, Patty Moscone. Ian Bryant starting 32nd in the number 414, Porsche 944, Gary Stanberry in the number 66, Porsche 924S, starting 31st. I'll tell you what, I think we're going to get it right this time. Hey, there we are. All right, now you know who we are. David Mann starting 30th in the number 72, Porsche 944. Michi Song is starting 29th in his Spec Boxster. That's the number 99 car. Martin Harrison starting 28th. He's in the number 31. SP3 Porsche 951. John Beadler starting 27th. He's in the number 171 SP2 Porsche 944. Mark Francis, OG Racing's own Mark Francis, running in Spec Boxster. He starts 26th in the number 91 machine. Sadir Colora will start 25th in the number 216 Spec Boxster. Frank Osborne is in the ME1 class. He's also in a Boxster, a 2004 Boxster. He starts 24th. Daniel Judge starting 23rd. He's in the number 707 Spec Boxster with Jeff Mueller starting 22nd in the number 124 Spec Boxster. Chris Fay is going to be starting 21st. He's in the number 353 2002 Porsche Boxster. Sam Halabi will start 20th in the number 145 Spec Boxster. Alex Farragut will start 19th today in the number 229 SP2 Porsche 944. Kurt Glader will start 18th in the number 02 Spec Boxster with Chip Henderson starting 17th. Chip's in the number 341 SP3 Porsche 951. Peter Kaufman's going to be starting 16th today in the number 671 Spec Boxster with Ryan Farragut starting the 15th in the number 291 Spec Boxster. Lawson Wilder will start 14th. Lawson's in the number 161, the 116 Spec Boxster with Dan Rubel starting 13th, also in a Spec Boxster. That's the 771 car. Kevin Aberrant will start 12th in number 409 Spec Boxster, with Jared Rodaver starting 11th in the 0 Spec Boxster. William Calcagno will start 10th in the number 56 Spec Boxster, with Jordan Applebaum also in a Spec Boxster starting 9th in the 107 car. Then we've got Tamer Albaga starting 8th. He's in the number 165 Spec Boxster. Alex Awe will start 7th in the number 79 Spec Boxster. Running in the SP3 class in a 1989 951, Steve Wilson. He's in the number 215 car, starting 6th. Hunt McMahon will start 5th. He's in the 611 Spec Boxster. Don Matron will start 4th in the 951 SP3 Porsche 944, with Robbie Wilson starting 3rd in the 029 Spec Boxster. And your front row, Mark Calzetta starting 2nd in the 155 SP3 Porsche 968, and Ken Agina in the number 5 SP3 Porsche 944 S2. Brian, as the green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point.
Tell you what, our first two cars are going to go still side by side, but I tell you what, the man on the move, the driver on the move is going to be Ryan Farragut. He passed 3 cars, Greg, before he even got to the start-finish line as they head down into turn 1. Everybody looks like they're going to make it through. It does look like it is going to be Ken Agina in that number 5 machine. He's going to pull out in front. Actually, I take that back. Coming out of turn 2, it is going to be Mark Calzetta in that 155. He's actually going to take the early lead over Ken in that number 5 machine as they head up over the hill and down the chute into turn 4.
All right, and as they come down the hill hard on the braking here you go. We've got the 944 sitting right up at the front of the field. Gina and Calzaretta there. And look how tight that is here, Brian. Usually a little bit of brake lock up there at the back of the field from that yellow Porsche 944. I believe that was Patty Moscone, and she gets that car still under very good control there coming down the hill. A lot of times when you're under braking going in the 5, Brian, that inside rear wheel, it actually bounces along the pavement there. Not a lot of weight there, so not a big deal when we see that brake lock up.
A little bit of dust there on the left side of that track as well. So I think it's a little combination of both. But you're right. It starts to bounce a little bit. Next thing you know, you get some smoke coming up there. That's our leaders, and our whole entire group basically goes by the start-finish line. Like I said, I'll tell you what, Greg, Ryan Farragut in that 291, he has really moved him all the way up into 10th overall. But what a heck of a start he got. As I said, by the time he got to the start-finish line on that very opening lap, he ended up passing 3, almost 4 cars by the time he got down into turn 1.
Yeah, Brian, another driver that had a heck of a start, Miji Song out of McLean, Virginia. He received the Workers' Choice Award both at Brainerd previously and here at Summit Point, and he made up, I think, 5 positions there just on the very first lap. He's sitting 24th overall in the Spec Boxster class, and currently I believe he's sitting 16th in Spec Boxster right now, but still very quick, so very good start for him.
Looks like we had Christopher Fay in that 353 in that silver Boxster. He ended up spinning going down into turn 1 and coming out of turn 2, but he has continued again, so went 4 off there.
Yeah, and the 353 car, as you said, Tamara Albaga. Hard to miss that car, Brian. Bright pink. And looks, it's got, we're talking about
gray.
No, you're talking about the gray one. Okay,
yeah.
I thought we were talking about Albaga in the 353, but still very
pinkish.
Yeah, with dragon seat at the front. There he is, actually on the front straight. Thank you. Thank you there,
Spencer.
Yeah, Spencer. Great pickup there. As they make their way down the track. And Brian wanted to mention is we have Mark Francis from OG Racing out on track running in Spec Boxster today. OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998, and they're headquartered right nearby in Sterling, Virginia, staffed by PCA members and club racers. OG is also the proud sponsor of our Rookie Racer Award. Give them a call or visit them at ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Pretty much everybody getting single file. This group really hasn't had a race until right now, Greg.
This is their first
as opposed to our silver, the first group that went out, they raced last night, early evening, around that 4:30-ish time frame. This group just now getting up. They've had 2 practice sessions yesterday, along with a qualifying session. So while they've been on track for 3 times yesterday, they haven't had a race up until today. So.
Yeah, and I'm amazed, Brian, that we've got such a great spec Boxster field right now that is still so tight that I think the biggest gap I'm seeing right now in spec Boxster is about 2 seconds, and that's all the way back for 11th position right now. We have 19 drivers that took the green today in spec Boxster, and crossing the line currently with the lead in the class, Robbie Wilson in his blue 1997 machine. Alex Awe second, Hunt McMahon currently running in third, and Elbaga in that bright pink machine currently running third, probably running fourth in class with Kevin Aber in fifth, and they're all within just a couple car lengths of one another. Matter of fact, we'll probably want to try and pick up the multicolored Boxster of Alex Awe and the silver, green, and black machine of Hunt McMahon. That is the battle right now for third position as they just came through turn 3. They should be heading down the chute now. There they are. That is the battle right now for second in spec Boxster as they come hard under braking down into turn number 5. And again, that's Alex Awe in the number 79 in that silver and black machine with Hunt McMahon directly behind.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, this is a group here that there's so many different classes and there's just battles everywhere on the racetrack. I was watching as you were talking about that and paying attention to that when I was looking in here at the 671 of Peter Kaufman and that 107 of Jordan Applebaum. We've heard some things about Jordan Applebaum. We'll get to that here momentarily, but they were side by side coming out of turn 2 and headed up over the turn 3. I tell you what, they basically had to get out of the gas, both of them, because there wasn't enough room to get through there with both of them. So they ended up having to kind of get out of it a little bit and kind of work themselves together to go single file. They're just now coming across the start-finish line now. But just in front of them, you've got Stephen Wilson in that 215 machine, Ryan Farragut and Lawson Wilder in that 116 machine. So, again, pretty good battle right there going on as they're going to have to get into that battle as well.
So up at the very front of the field, Brian, we see that Mark Calzaretta, who is in his 1995 Porsche 968. He's currently your overall leader, and he's got Kenagina second. That is the battle for the lead. Both drivers, as we can see here, and actually the top 3, you'll notice on our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen, they've got the yellow numbers there. That signifies that they are part of the SP3 class. That is for 4-cylinder front engine Porsches, like your 944s, like your 968s, and the very close race. Excuse me there.
Got you all choked up there.
It is. Calzaretta and Agena only a couple car lengths apart, actually, as they're coming down the front straight now. And Agena just resets fast lap, ran about a 10th faster than Calzaretta ahead as they barrel down into turn 1.
Yeah. Gina, I tell you what, starting to make up some ground here. Again, that was the car that I talked about really coming out of turn 2. Had a good run, but then it was Calzetta that ended up pulling away in that SP3 in that 95 968 machine and has really held strong. But just as you mentioned, Greg, Kenagina in that number 5 machine starting to close that gap. Going to be a pretty good battle, I think, here towards the end of this race.
Brian, Apex Performance Premier Racing Outfitters provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. As a member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment that they sell, enabling them to provide unbiased technical assistance for their products. They invite you to visit their showroom in Murrells Inlet, South Carolina, or shop online at apexperformance.net. And mention that you're a PCA Club Racer and receive a discount on your next purchase.
Greg, we did have one car that ended up going 4 off there in turn 1. We'll wait to get that number here. They got calls getting ready to come through right now. Looks like that is the 63 that have gone.
That's
4
Mark
off.
Walters in his SP1
Yep.
Porsche 944, 1987 vintage, the black, red, and yellow machine. And it sounds like he has gotten back underway after that little bit of a challenge there down at turn 1.
He goes up right over the hill. Spencer picked him up going right up over the hill out of turn 3 down the chute. There he goes right there. So, again, Greg, we were talking about Jordan Applebaum there with Peter Kaufman a little bit. That car was formerly owned by Matt Marks.
Yes.
A longtime friend here of Potomac and talented club racer. Lost his battle, unfortunately, with colon cancer on September 11th.
So just earlier this week.
Yeah, so just this last week. So again, Jordan Applebaum driving that 944, that spec Boxster.
So a good run for Applebaum so far. Applebaum currently running 10th in what we said is basically he's running mid-pack
right
now
exactly,
in SPB in Spec Boxster, having a very good run so far.
Yeah. A lot of good battles all the way across the board. Again, everybody trying to get single file again, with just under 15 and a half minutes left to go. This is where it's go time, right? We got to start looking at times. These guys, these drivers know what their cars can and can't do. And again, they haven't raced all weekend up until right now. So.
Right, and also, Brian, we should mention that although this race was originally scheduled for 30 minutes because of the tire wall repair that we had after our previous group, this race as well as our next two races are going to be 25 minutes in length. And with that, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Blue Group Racers. Blue Group Racers, please start heading to the grid. This is your first call. Your race is next. Blue Group Racers to the grid, please.
Good battle going down into turn one right here. You've got that's the 291, Ryan Farragut, and the 116, Lawson Wilder. They were going to go side by side there, and then you got to throw in the William Calageno in that number 56 machine. They are continuing to battle basically tooth and nail all the way through this. And then a little bit further back, that's where we have the Peter Kaufman and the Jordan Applebaum in that 107. As they come up out of two, you're going to see right here, they're going to go side by side going up over the hill. Applebaum had to get out of the gas hard as Peter Kaufman was just not going to allow that position to be overtaken.
Hey, Brian, real quick, I want to apologize quickly. We had S. Heron in the YouTube chat let me know that Me-G is a female, and again, I apologize there. We get biographical information for most of our racers. The one thing that we don't ask is what their gender is. So again, we want to thank you for letting us know there. That's Me-G Song, driver of the number 199 Porsche Boxster.
Got a lot of Team Farragut fans in the chat as well.
Yes. So maybe it wasn't Alex that was in the chat. Maybe it was one of the minions there typing for Alex earlier.
Yeah, right.
And good run for father and daughter out on track right now. But, Brian, I want to pick up. We've got this great fight now. They just came across the line. You mentioned Jordan Applebaum earlier. Peter Kaufman, as they crossed the start-finish line, they were actually had some overlap, and they're heading down through turn one right now. Great fight between those two. And we've got Dan Rubel and Jared Rodaver not that far behind. That's the battle for 9th, 10th, and 11th in Spec Boxster right now. But as we can see, these Boxsters coming through turn three, how tight the fight is here early on. Actually, not so early on, about midway through this this wonderful fight.
Yeah, Ryan Farragut leading that group right there. I tell you what, he's had his hands full there with Lawson Wilder pretty much for the last 5 minutes of this race. They've been kind of going at it as well. It looks like Farragut's able to get out of turn 10, head down start-finish line, and down into turn one a lot better. But Lawson Wilder's able to get really the back half of this section coming through there. So pretty much even group there. Got a couple other battles going on where we're almost too wide, and that is actually our overall leaders now of Mark Calazetta and Ken Agina. I knew I was going to get his name right. They're kind of coming on the back half of this battle, Greg, and they're having to move around left and right on the side of the track.
And actually we see them now as they come down into turn 5. There's the light blue and orange machine of our leader there, Calzaretta, and then Agina directly behind in the blue and white Porsche 944. And they're literally weaving in and out of traffic, coming down through the chute through the fastest turn on course, and they've dispatched with 5 or so cars. As we see them come into turn 8 now, they're going to be leading. They're going to be the 4th car and 5th car in line. And look at Agina trying to come right underneath Calzaretta as they go up the hill. And as they come out of turn 10, they are still side by side, Brian, but I think we might have a new leader.
Yeah, I think we do. I think Kenagina is going to get around Mark Calzetta in that 155 machine. Again, going through traffic. It's like Friday afternoon on a 95. I tell you what, he made the move coming out of turn 8, saw the lane right there open up, got to the right side and was able to make that pass coming up at a turn 10.
You know, this is and we've got a driver that, and I think that was actually Calzaretta, took to the dirt going through turn number 1. Brian popped over the apex curbing there, and I think he may lose another position on track. You know, but this is he actually did manage to hold off the car behind. But this is one of the challenges of multi-class racing, Brian. You know, you have to be able to pick your battles, and you can't always pick the traffic that's going to be coming up ahead of you. You just have to find a way to deal with it. And at least on that last lap, Kenagina did a much better job of it than Calzaretta.
Tell you what, Greg, we talked about Jordan Applebaum there earlier on, really pushing the limits of that boxer. He went and got his left rear tire coming off of turn 10, hit that little dip right there in the right before the grass and the end of that gravel, and almost shot him sideways, but able to keep that under control as he's starting to reel in the number 56 machine right there.
You know, and at some point, Brian, we're probably going to want to take a look at that battle. We looked at him a little earlier, the battle for second in Spec Boxster between Alex Awe and Hunt McMahon, running 5th and 6th overall. And there they are side by side, Brian, going through turn 3.
Yeah, a little bit further down. That's actually Lawless Wilder and Ryan Farragut that were side by side trying to catch that Stephen Wilson in that 215. I'll tell you what, Greg, neither one of them want to give an inch here, knowing that they still have, another race later this afternoon.
That's right. And you know, going down through the chute there, that's a 115-mile-an-hour corner for these drivers here as they are still side by side coming out through 6A and 6B through the carousel. We'll try and pop in. And a matter of fact, I think they're coming across the line now. Alex Awe in that black and silver Spec Boxster, Hunt McMahon in the silver, green, and black now as they make their way down towards turn number 1. Again, that is the battle for second in Spec Boxster. And we see there as Alex Awe is able to put a lapped car between he and Hunt McMahon, opening up probably the biggest advantage he's had over the third place runner in class all morning.
Yeah, Alex Awe getting ready to come up on that 63 machine and Mark Walters there. They head up over the hill down to turn 3 and head down the chute. So
attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for our Blue Group racers. You're going to be on track in just a few moments for your first sprint race of the weekend. Blue Group racers, please head to the grid. This is your second call.
again, Kenagina, the new leader here, picking up over Mark Calzaretta in that 155 machine. So, again, we're going to have to see whether or not he's going to be able to hold off to it.
All right, Brian, as you can see there, we've got a local caution over turn 6B, turn 7. That is the 951 machine of Don Matron Jr. Driving his SP3 Porsche 944. He is driver's left, and I think just past our camera, as a matter of fact, and looks like he may be there for the remainder of this session. And just a reminder to everybody here at Summit Point Raceway, we do have a new food option for you, and that is Taco Mixto. And they are, I believe, located now right over by the bathrooms, right across from the grid here at Summit Point. You can't miss them. Big black food truck. And if you're walking along the main road here, you will be able to see them. Again, want to thank the great folks from Taco Mixto. Brian and I have had their food at a previous event here at Summit Point. Great food. So you got some additional food options besides what we have here at Shea Summit.
Yeah. Tell you what, I'm going to pick up that battle. Again, back here with the Lawson Wilder machine and Ryan Farragut. I tell you what, Lawson Wilder's opened it up just a little bit. Last 2 laps ago, you could actually, count them as one car. That would have been they could have been the 407 car because they were so close together going through turn 3 and down the chute through turn 4 and 5. You could have counted them as one car.
All right, so we've got our emergency services teams now responding to try and move that vehicle out of the way. And you'll notice here that If we could take a look here, Spencer, if we can track coming down through the chute real quick, you'll see the emergency services team going and responding. The racers, they can pass that vehicle if they wish, and it looks like we might actually have two vehicles, Brian, off on driver's left, possibly.
Yeah, it looks like we got one.
We know the 951 car is down there, but it looks like there's a second car as well.
Yeah.
So when the emergency services teams, when they respond, the racers can still pass that vehicle, but certainly down at this section of the track where it's very twisty, they have to be very careful about it. Our flaggers, giving them the flag conditions, they will display a white flag. Doesn't mean it's the last lap, but it means there's a slower moving vehicle out on track. And you can see there now over at turn 7, we've got the two different flags being displayed, both yellow and white.
Yep. Again, letting the drivers know that there is something going on right there and to be cautious, and especially that white. Now, that white could be for an emergency vehicle. It actually could be for a slower car trying to get offline and trying to get out of the way as well if they have some type of mechanical issue. So a little bit of both happening right there. And as a driver, it makes it a little bit tough because you're trying to continue to race the car that you're racing against and the other drivers, but you've got to be cognizant of what's going on. So sometimes that becomes where you've got to either try to make that pass or not.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for our Blue Group racers. You're going to be on track in a few moments. Blue Group racers, this is your final call to the grid. And so, Brian, we saw that pass early on where Ken Agina took the overall lead. Agina is the 2023 SP3 national champion. And that was a national champion's move that we saw working his way through traffic. He's also got track records at Mid-Ohio Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, or Mosport, as well as having won the Workers' Choice Award 9 times. So we'll continue to track him as, we've only got now probably about 2.5 laps remaining for these racers.
Yeah, getting some calls across the radio here as we continue on. Again, trying to really get this race pretty much done. You can see a lot of the traffic there coming down. You've got that yellow, and you've got drivers attempting to make those passes. You've got to make sure that you get back in line.
Yeah, I mean, so the yellow flag zone starts where that flagger is, Brian, and what you're seeing is a lot of drivers trying to get the pass done before they enter the yellow flag zone, the no passing zone. It requires a lot of discretion, though. Most of them, right now, they know where the incident is. But coming into turn 5, I mean, that's a blind left-hand corner. And now that they can't pass through a good portion of the carousel, they're left to their own devices here as they come out of turn 10 and onto the front straight here as these racers are trying to pick up positions here now with only a little bit less than 3 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, tell you what, a lot of stuff going on down there. There's a lot of boxers down there.
That's right.
trying to box their way through every single one of those drivers there. As well, we got one car that went just a little bit further off. Get two wheels on the right side of that turn. Trying to make it happen.
So we mentioned that we thought there were two different cars that were down in the bottom half of the course, Brian. It looks like the 951 of Don Matron is back out on course, albeit 3 laps down.
Looks like Gary Stanby in the 66. I was able to check one of our cameras there before. It looks like they have pulled that car off over into Baker. So that is the 66, the black 88 924S. He has been pulled out of there. So again,
it looks like the other car may still. Actually, the 951 machine may still be over there.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, we've got had a couple cars over there. Like I said, I was able to look at one of our cameras when our emergency workers there. They had the tow strap on that Gary Stanberry machine, pulling him off.
All right, Brian, let's look at this fight as they're coming out of turn 10. and onto the front straight, and I believe
That's Ryan Farragut.
that's one of the two.
291.
That's dad.
That's the father.
The father, Ryan, in the 291 machine,
Yep.
and he's got Lawson Wilder directly behind, as well as William Calcagno there as well, and Jordan Applebaum, I think.
Yep.
There are like 6 cars, all in Spec Boxster there, all fighting for position. Farragut running right now 6th in class. So we're looking at, I think we're looking at like 6th through 12th position.
Yeah.
All fighting it out now for to try and get around Farragut. As I believe the next time our leaders, Kenagina and Calzaretta come onto the front straight, they're going to see that big index finger in the air from Mark Rougeau, our starter, letting them know that they've got 1 lap remaining.
Yeah. And they're in some heavy battles as well, not only between the both of them, because that's kind of spread out a little bit. That's more of a battle as they are in some traffic from behind. So again, when you get a lot of racing going on here and you get them trying to make some moves, you end up with you get that one to go and somebody in front or somebody behind is not really sure.
All right, our leaders now, Gina and Calzaretta, they're in this big pack, Brian, coming down into turn 1 right now. And there we see the white Boxster, and then we see the Gulf liveried Boxster. Gina in the white and black, Calzaretta in that Gulf liveried one. As they head down into turn 1, they are now working their final lap as they cross the line, about 1.2 seconds separating them here as they go through turns 1 and 2. And once again, in the throes of a lot of out-of-class traffic that they have to work through.
They're coming up on that Ryan Farragut and that Lawson Wilder battle that's going on. Again, they're going side by side up out of turn 3 right there on your screen. And then a little bit further back, there's Kenagina. There is Mark Calarizetta. I'll get that right.
Calzaretta, there we go.
By the time we get to Sunday, I'm going to get it right.
That's right. And as they fight through that traffic, Brian, that has brought, although there are 2 Boxsters between our Porsche 944s, that has brought Gina and Calzaretta much, much closer here as they work the last lap. You see the flaggers over at the turn 7 flag stand with that blue and yellow flag to let the racers know that they've got faster traffic behind them. But Calzaretta was able to make up about 8 car lengths just due to the traffic and how congested it got at turn 3, Brian, as they now come through turn 8 and start the way up the hill. And Calzaretta, he got caught up in traffic once again, coming through turn 8. And I think we're going to see Gina here as he comes through turn 10 for the final time, comes onto the front straight. We see him poke to the inside in that white and black Porsche 944. He's going to take the win in SP3. Calzaretta will finish 2nd. Robbie Wilson, we're going to see him, I think, come across the line here. Robbie Wilson, who is a full lap down from the 2 SP3 cars, comes across the line. He's going to take the win in Spec Boxster, with Alex Awe finishing in 2nd. Hunt McMahon finishing 3rd in Spec Boxster. That's going to be your podium there, with Tamara Albaga finishing just off the podium. As the rest of our racers start to filter through, we're going to run down the classes here, as I think we actually still have the ME1 class of Boxsters. We should see them come across the line in just a moment.
We got a whole big gaggle of them coming through turn 6 right now, getting ready to head up through there. Again, a lot of that is going to be for position as they come up through there. So
yeah, and I think that's Mark Francis, Jeffrey Mueller. We saw Miji Song's pink Boxster with the dragon's teeth on the front. They're coming through turn 10 right now and onto the front straight. And actually, I believe it's Francis Mueller, Song, Sudhir Kalra as well, as they all fan out coming across the line. Let's go. And we'll try and make, as our last racers come across the finish line, Brian, let's make some sense of it. In SP3, as we mentioned, Gina and Calzaretta take 1st and 2nd. Steve Wilson will finish 3rd. In SP2, Alex Farragut will take the win. Congratulations to her in her Porsche 944. John Beadler will finish in 2nd. David Mann will finish 3rd, with Ian Bryant just off the podium. In the ME1 class, Christopher Fahey will take the win with Frank Osborne 2nd. Mark Walters was our sole racer in SP1 today. Congratulations to Mark. And then finally in that huge spec Boxster field, Brian, Robbie Wilson taking the win, and pretty commanding win today. We focused a lot on Alex Saw and Hunt McMahon because, frankly, Wilson, margin of victory over the rest of the spec Boxster field, 17 seconds. Alex Saw finishes second. McMahon finishes in third. Tamer Albaga will finish just off the podium in fourth, with Kevin Aberrant fifth, Lawson Wilder sixth, Ryan Farragut seventh, Calcagno eighth, Applebaum ninth, and Dan Rubel finishing in 10th. All right, what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. We've got 2 more races here today, or not here today, but here this morning.
Before
Real
lunch.
quick. Yeah, before lunch. And of course, want to remind everybody here at Summit Point that we do have drive-arounds, charity laps in support of the Aaron Levitas Foundation. If you plan or want to take part in that, please stop by the Aaron Levitas Foundation tent across from HQ. Let them know. They'll give you all the information about how to take part in that. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater and Dean PLC is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater and Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Welcome back to Summit Point, everybody. We are here for the 2024 Rock the Summit. I am Greg Ginsberg. He is Brian Donati. We've got Spencer Gaynor here. Don't want to forget Spencer. He is giving us all the great views of today's action here from Summit Point Raceway as we have our next group, Brian, heading out on track. This is our blue group. It is comprised of I believe we take a look, the I and H classes, SPC, as well as 911 Cup, also H and J as well, and I'm sure I'll remember a couple of other classes as we go on. Let me run down the starting order. We had 21 drivers set qualifying times. Starting 21st in the number 08 911 Cup, Porsche 911 Carrera, the Nate Dos Santos. We may even see him twice on the time screen there because
been on there quite a bit.
Because it's Dos. Anthony Thomas is driving in his SP3 Exhibition machine. That's a 1986 Porsche 951. He starts 20th. Starting 19th in the number 894 911 Cup car, Lenny Stahn. Then we've got David Nissenbaum David is driving the number 411 car. He's in the F class in his 2000 Porsche Boxster S, starting 18th. Jordan Simon starting 17th. He's also running a 2004 Boxster S, and he's driving the 54 machine. Lee Lasberg will start 16th. Lee's in the number 201 Porsche 911 Cup car with Dwayne Moses starting 15th. Dwayne's also in the same class. He's in the number 64 machine. He's driving a 1982 911 SC. Stephen Corrali starting 14th in the number 55 Cayman. That is in the J class, while Michael Vitz starts 13th. Michael's in the number 458 SPC Cayman. Then we got Michael Gershon starting 12th. Michael's in the number 179 F class Porsche 964. Oh, I'm sorry. Gershon's in a 2001 Boxster S. My apologies. Terrence Judge starting 11th, and he's in the H class, driving the number 59 Porsche 964 C2. Yugen Basha in a 911 Cup car, driving starting 10th. That's the number 23. Mark Salvador starting 9th. Mark's in the number 667 H class Boxster S, with Michael Conant starting 8th in the number 901 H class Porsche 996. Then we've got Sam Mamano starting 7th. Sam's running in the I class. He's in the number 4 Porsche Cayman S, with Jason Nickick starting 6th. He's in the number 27 911 Cup car. That's the 1984 machine. Donna Enger will start 5th. He's in the number 50 911 Cup class, with Eric Yortsoy starting 4th in the number 321 SPC Cayman S. Then we got Patrick James starting 3rd, driving the number 41 SPC Cayman S. And your front row today, Ryan Magrib starting 2nd. He's in the number 77 H-Class Porsche 997. And your front row, or your pole sitter today, driving in the I-Class Porsche 997, Franklin Prey. He's in the number 777 machine.
They come out of turn 10 right now, Greg. We'll be looking for that green flag. So this group here, I tell you what, they're nicely, tightly bunched right now, coming down through the camera right there. And there you see it. We are under green right now, Greg.
We see him picking up the pace there on the front straight, Brian, as they start to make their way down into turn 1, and it's Prey and Nissenbaum actually on the front row there, with Magrib and James directly behind as they start to make the run down into 1, and jumping out to an early lead. That is Franklin Prey in the I-Class Porsche 997, the 777 car, jumping out to an early lead. Directly behind, we've got Nissenbaum and Magrib. Patrick James in the green 41 machine.
Yeah.
Great jump for Patrick as he pulls alongside Nissenbaum, the number 6, as they go through turn 3.
I tell you what, Prey got a great jump, went driver's right all the way, or driver's left, all the way going through turns 1 and 2, ended up sitting there opening up over David Nissenbaum, and then Patrick James really took off there going through. So we're gonna have to see how that holds up. It looks like right now, coming through turn 6 right now, Prey's opening up a pretty good sizable lead there, Spencer. So we're going to have to see whether or not he's going to be able to hold it. I think these other two are going to reel them in as they come up through turn 8.
Yeah, we're obviously going to have to see how that plays out for him. He's already putting out a couple car lengths ahead of him as we see them coming out of turn 10, finishing lap number 1 of this 30-lap race. Obviously, we don't count by laps, we count by time.
Yeah, 25 minutes is what we're going to go here.
So. But obviously, as the cars begin to kind of separate out, we start to see groups form, as typically happens here at Summit Point. It's always nice to see those drafts really begin to get wider and wider, because when you're up there in your front by yourself, you're making your own draft, but then the cars behind you, they have buddies, they have friends. The draft winds up becoming much wider for them and the cars behind them, so it's all a matter of who really gets there first in the end. But then again, that's racing, right, Brian?
I'll tell you what, again, I'll take a little bit further back here. We'll take the number 59 machine here. That's going to be Terrence Judge and the 64 of Dwayne Moses. I'll tell you what, they were there. We've got one car that's come off. Looks like it's going to be our number 55 machine. That's going to be Stephen Carley. Looks like he's going to cut through the turn there, take the cutoff there. Looks like he's got some smoke on the right rear of that car. He's going to be in the middle there. You can see a little bit up there, but it looks like the rest of our group is going to go through. So, again, got a little bit of a standing yellow, and it looks like we had some contact there, Greg.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting collision on the radio. We definitely saw a lot of smoke, so there might be some engine troubles. We hope hopefully that's not, because I'm sure that's a race that has another race he'd like to go to, but
actually, that's going to be Michael Gershon, and I think, Greg, we're going to go to a
Full
double
course
yellow
caution.
right here.
That's what we're seeing.
So there was some contact there. The car is sitting over there. Everything seems to be okay, but again, bring this pack back together and let's see what we got.
Yeah, so we have the car off at turn 1, and there we go. That's the number 55 machine off, and then we also have another car.
That's the 179. That's Michael Gershon. So
yeah. So the two cars off, and with that number 55 machine just off the pavement at turn 1, in order to be able to retrieve that car, they want to bring the field under control and go to the full course caution. So Brian, as we have our safety car deploying to pick up the field, let's talk quickly. Demon Speed Motorsports offering a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background of Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce, like good aero wings with racing tire warmers, now part of the Demon Speed family. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at demonspeedmotorsports.com.
There you go. Their pace car is going to wait for the safety vehicle, actually. He's going to wait for the field. The field's going to come around, and then they'll pick them up there, going around. Still going to remove that car out of turn 1. So looks like I was able to see Michael Gershon. He was able to pull away from over here in turn 3.
Yeah.
So where he was sitting over here, he was able to get that car refired and move
Well,
back in. So,
Brian, he may be having some issues with the car.
well, he's got a lot of bodywork damage rubbing on that tire.
On
So
that
he's going to
left rear
drive that
tire.
all the way around. He's going to drive it into pit road there and then get his team to take a look at that. That is just, that is some damage there and a lot of tire smoke rubbing on what's left of that side.
All right, and it sounds like, Brian, as they took the flat toe to try and get the number 55 machine on track, there are some mechanical issues there as well. They were not able to pull it out. They're going to have to deploy a flatbed truck to remove it. So we're going to have a few more laps under caution here. Certainly, as we just saw the Nissenbaum machine there try to make it up and through. And we should see it hopefully making it onto the pit road there. It just made it onto the pit road as well. So again, we are under full course caution now with what, Brian, I think two full laps in the books. Of course, one of them under caution at this point. So as we go and reset the field, and Spencer, we could throw the ticker back on screen, I think, here as we run it down. Running at the front in the I class, and that is going to be Franklin Prey. With Sam Amano running in second. In J, it's Stephen Corrali. He's our only racer in that class. And in the H class, it's Ryan Magrub in the number 77 Porsche 977. He is your leader. Mark Salvador second. Michael Konitz running in third with Terrence Judge in fourth. If we move over to the F class, it's David Nissenbaum, technically your leader, although we've then got Jordan Simon second. David Nissenbaum is now, we're getting word he's taking that car back to the paddock. So the 06 Cars Day, as we imagined, is done. Michael Gershon in the 179 machine having issues. Looks like his day is probably coming to an early end. In the 911 Cup class, and I've got our timing jumping around here just a little bit. I think we've got Jason Nickett, your leader, with Don Ehringer second, Dwayne Moses third, with Lee Lasberg fourth. And in SPC, it's Eric Yortsoy, with Patrick James second, Michael Vietz running in third.
Yeah, right before we went to that double yellow, Spencer and I were looking at this Terrence Judge and Dwayne Moses battle, Greg, right there at the end. I tell you what, they came off of turn 10, and it's like both of them wanted that same position on the racetrack, and they thought better of it right there, and they got back in line and then just rode around, and then that's when the double yellow had come out for this full course caution. So we'll get going here, hopefully momentarily, get that car picked up down there, and we can get back to some green flag action. I tell you what, Eric Yortsoy, pretty good start there as well on the start. Again, another driver looked like he shot out of the cannon there on the start when that green flag flew. Talked about Eric Yortsoy. I tell you what, that car there, Greg, that he's driving, that car's nickname is called Redo, and the reason why
Redo?
that car's Redo, and the reason why it's called a Redo is because he had a big crash at VIR in 2022 in his prior SPC chassis, so he got another one, rebuilt another one, and that's why this car is called Redo.
I've been there. Although something tells me that the Honda CRXs I've raced for years probably a little bit less expensive to replace than a Boxster. At least back then, I could pick one up for $2,000.
Right.
That was many eons ago. You can't find a Honda CRX now for probably less than $10,000.
Yeah.
But again, we've got the field under full course caution. Spencer, if we can look down at turn 1, you'll see there, and we'll pull the ticker away. You can see they're getting the 55 machine loaded up as the field is starting to come down there into turn 1. Again, this is a timed race. This is a 25-minute timed race, and we are already now just about 9 minutes in. You see there the driver with his helmet out of the car, looking over the looking that thing over. He's going to get a nice ride back to the paddock. So let's do this, Brian. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next race group, which should be our final race group, I think, before lunch. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for our red group racers. Please start heading to the grid. Red group racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. And want to remind everybody here at Summit Point Raceway that we've got a great addition here for lunch. It's Taco Mixto. They are directly across from the classrooms, directly across from the grid shack, and go and take part in their wonderful Mexican food there. Taco Mixto here today at Summit Point Raceway. Also, as we are getting closer to lunch, remember everybody, if you plan and want to take your car out on track as part of the charity laps, make sure to head over to the Aaron Levitas Foundation tent directly across from HQ, and they will help you. They'll let you know exactly what you need to do to take part in that session today, as we're going to have a little bit of an extended lunch to facilitate that, about an hour and a half for lunch, and hoping to double the intake here this weekend for the Aaron Levitas Foundation. Last time we checked, about $37,000 raised. Yeah. We're hoping to double that here this weekend.
Yeah, tell you what, fantastic. Tell you what, we were talking about Terrence Judge right beforehand. I found a nice little tidbit that he sent to us. He's like, how he got started in racing. His father was a car guy. They took his mother on a date to Watkins Glen. And so from there, it's history. And
the fact that he was born after she was taken there for the date. Yeah, definitely. That is a racing family for you right there. Yeah. Absolutely.
So he doesn't think, not sure he'd ever imagine his sons, being his father, would have his sons be racing there at Watkins Glen. So good little story there for Terrence.
Yeah, and so. We'll have to see here. We talk about the Gershon machine being picked up over at turn 1. Gershon says he has.
He drove it back to the paddock.
Oh, he did.
He was the one who drove it back.
He was able to get it back. Oh, that's right. So Gershon here has a home right near Lime Rock Park. So it's almost like when we talk about the people that live right outside the gates here at Summit Point. He did skip barber schools at Lime Rock and eventually joined the Lime Rock Drivers Club, which is where he started racing. He started off driving Spec Miata in SCCA, and he does everything. He does AER, American Endurance Racing, as well as Champ Car. And finally, he said he had friends encourage him to try PCA, and he has not looked back since. And this is his 6th year of racing across all of those different organizations.
Yeah, the 55 down there, that's Stephen Caroli.
That's right.
He started out with HPDE, progressed racing with Bob Mulligan, as is mentioned.
Oh.
So came up, and that car started as a street car, added the safety equipment, and then you know what happens after that. When you start adding safety equipment to a regular daily driver, it becomes a race car.
That's
out of Lynch Station, Virginia. So.
All right, so again, we are still under caution here. And as you see there up at the top of your screen, as the clock continues to tick down, we are now just right at halfway point, Brian, as we've got 12 and a half minutes elapsed, 12 and a half to go here in this 25-minute race. Now, this is the first of 2 races today for this group. So hopefully we'll see after lunch where they're going to have the opportunity to go and maybe get a full race under green here at Summit Point.
We were talking about that battle. Dwayne Moses again. You know, he's had some pretty good accomplishments. His first one is he's lost count, but he's raced over 200 weekends, and that's a conservative estimate. So that's a lot of racing, a lot there. With over 500 race starts in PCA, SCCA, NASA, AER, and WRL. He raced mostly Porsches, but also Audi, BMWs, and Aston Martin. His biggest accomplishment, he finished second in his first 24-hour race ever held at Sebring.
All right, Brian, pace car, safety car on the pit lane, and we are back to racing with about 11 and a half minutes remaining. And look at the jump that Franklin Prey got in that black number 777 machine on the rest of the field. He anticipated it. He knew, but now the rest of the field as they come down into turn one side by side. And once again, trying to get a good jump. Patrick James, that green Porsche Cayman, the number 41 machine. He tries to come under Eric Yortsoy going into turn number one, trying to take advantage of somebody who perhaps didn't see what was coming. And a little bit further back, great battle as well.
I'm not sure there's any advantage right there, as you've got Eric Yortsoy and Patrick James. They're going to go side by side up over the hill out of turn three. Again, they're still side by side during heading down into turn four, into turn five, Greg. That's not a motion or a move you make.
That's right. And right back behind him, Jason Nikic and Don Anger. And I'll get that pronounced correctly. Ehinger. Both of them, your leaders in the 911 Cup class, driving those 964 machines, a 1984 machine, that's the blue one, a 1987 machine, the white one, the 27 and the 50 car. Yeah. They're running 5th and 6th overall leaders in that class as they come up the hill now.
Yeah. Yeah, you talked about it, Franklin Prey, in that number 777 in that 2010 997. I tell you what, again, that single file restart. As soon as that safety car hit that pit road, as soon as he came off of turn 10, he got on that throttle pretty hard and pretty quickly. He was able to pull away.
Yeah, and so Prey was former national champion in the GTB1 class. And also won in the Stock I class last year. So this is somebody who I obviously racecraft and race acumen not foreign to him in this machine. He said he got in the racing, basically talked into it by a driver's ed instructor. That's how I got in the racing. My good friend Dave Parker basically said, you ought to start racing. And so there you go. As I did it. This car that he is racing, that black 777 machine, Brian, he built it himself from a street car and has been racing it now for 3 years.
Again, you take these cars, you put some safety equipment in it, even if it's just to do a little, HPDE to get you through. Next thing you know, you've got the whole thing, and now you're out here racing in PCA races. And so that's fantastic. I'm loving this. Again, our first time here, I got to tell you, I'm loving walking around the paddock and seeing every one of these vehicles, these race cars.
All right, and Brian, I've now received the pronunciation for our 7th position, our leader in 911 Cup. I've got it from, I assume, his wife, Lauren Anger. Has told us it is Anger, or it might be Anger, but I'm going with angry. It is Don Anger, and they might be angry as I butchered their name 25 times here.
Well, he just set his personal best.
So he's
here.
driving in anger.
So he's driving in anger. So maybe that is the right way. So
excellent. He again is leading the 911 Cup class. And he has now really separated himself. Lee Lasberg running 2nd in the class. Lenny Stan running 3rd. And they are Dwayne Moses is running 2nd in class. And Moses has Lasberg and Stan directly behind him. That's a great fight coming up now for 2nd in 911 Cup. Moses in the orange Porsche 911. 1982 machine. So let's stay right here because we see him in the group coming through turn 6B.
Yeah, that's Jason Nikic in that 27, along with Sam Amano and Donald Anger. I tell you what, they got through turn 3 last time. Anger had to really get on the brakes hard as Mamano just didn't get through the turn.
And we talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Brian, it's one of those things where it's very difficult. It's a very heavily cambered turn, but there's a big tendency to turn in early there, which leads drivers to let out of the throttle mid-corner, which really creates issues for them as they try to make their way down to the chute. As we watch these racers now coming down as they go 2 wide and then 3 wide, coming under braking, going into turn 1, Brian, and going very deep on the brakes. There is that orange. The orange Boxster S of Mark Salvador. He is currently leading your H classes. It looks like we might have had another car have some issues, and we see a lot of dust over on the exit of turn 1. I think we had a driver go off there. We'll try and get the car number on that in just a moment.
Salvador really got deep, hard into turn 1, and you can see the big gap that's in between there. So we'll have to see, which car when we hear that call. But I tell you what, great deep move braking, and we've got 2 cars coming here, Greg, on the outside of turn 2 right now that have pulled off to the side.
That's it in the paddock. First call to the grid for our Red Group racers. Well, a lot of you are already there. Second call to the grid, I think, actually, for the Red Group racers. Please head to the grid. Red Group racers to the grid, please. So, Brian, we've got a couple of cars off drivers left coming out of turn 2, heading towards turn 3. Looks like they're getting back underway now. Well, maybe not getting underway.
One of them's got we'll see, that's the 901 that's got some heavy left front damage. And then we have another car getting across the racetrack right now as our leaders go by. So,
as we see that car trying to get off the race course as well. And that's actually a great thing there, Brian, because what they've done, we'll likely see the yellow flag be withdrawn over at turn 2 here in just a moment. So they've done a very good job of cleaning the incident up, we shall say.
Yeah.
All right, so we have, Brian, now just about 5 minutes remaining, and at Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. To find out more, visit HankookMotorsports.com.
I will tell you that one of them is the 901 of Michael Kunitz. He was able to get that car pulled off there. I can't make out the number of the other one. I do believe that could be Dwayne Moses. We were talking about in that 64 machine.
Yeah, indeed, and I'm still showing him now as being
he's all the way down in the 16th. So
yeah.
I think that is the 64 there of Dwayne Moses that is pulled off. They're both getting out of their cars now. So again, good sign to see. But this race continues, and we talked about it with that with Mark Salvador going down into turn 1 all the way down. So we'll have to see. It looks like he's dropped back a little bit from that Mamano and Nickett battle. So we'll have to pick them up. But we talked about that coming out of turn 2 and heading up. Let's go ahead and stay right here, Spencer, because that's a little bit further back. And I do believe that is going to be the Lee Lasberg machine right there, along with Lenny Stan. They're coming out of there now. I do believe that is 894. So that's Lenny Stan and Lee Lasberg in the 201. They went down into turn 1, pretty much nose to tail. A little bit of a gap there opening up with Lee Lasberg over Stan as they went over the hill down into turn 4. But they go down into turn 5 right now. It's about a car length. That's been the closest they've been all race long.
Yeah, very, very tight, as you mentioned, starting to close up there.
Got about almost right around 3 minutes left to go in this race here. So,
all right. So if we could jump over, Brian, to Lee Lasberg's green Porsche 911, and then Lenny Stan in the white 911. They are in the 911 Cup class, and as a matter of fact, I think they're going into turn 1 right now. There they are, side by side. This is the battle for second in the 911 Cup class as they make their way out of turn 2 and start to head down into turn 3. The green machine of Lasberg, that's the 201 machine. They are side by side now.
That's Eric Yortsoy.
Oh, that's Yortsoy.
Patrick James.
The other class I'm looking at is actually going into one right now.
All
right, let's look at that. Sorry. This is where the battle for second in class.
And that's got Jordan Simon in a 54 just behind them as well, along with David Nissenbaum. So coming out through there again. So really taking, looks like Nissenbaum taking that, or actually Jordan Simon in that 54 machine, really taking that turn 2 pretty wide right there.
That's right.
Trying to get back in line. That's called getting in line for turn 3. That's looking ahead. So as they start to head down into 5, there you go. There is the Lee Lasberg, then Lenny Stan. Again, that's the closest they've been coming through there. All the way in about a car length and a half now. That's starting to dematerialize a little bit. But I tell you what, that the battle that you just picked up there, Spencer, that is Sam Amano and Jason Nikic. I tell you what, they're actually really super close together coming out of turn 8 and up through the hill. And that is where Sam Amano in that 4, in that 2014 Cayman S, is able to pull away just a little bit, headed down into turn 1.
All right, Brian, next time our leader in that black number 777 997 Porsche comes onto the front straight, he will see our wonderful starter, Mark Rougeau. And great to have Mark here this weekend. Yeah. Mark is a starter for IMSA, for IndyCar as well. And he is manning the starter stand. He's going to give.
He just gave you the thumbs up.
Thank you, Mark. So. He's going to be. He's actually been listening to us down
there. He probably has.
Franklin Prey will get the one to go when he comes onto the front straight, and he's coming out of turn 10 right now. Brian, well, he just came through turn 10. Spencer, there he is. There's Franklin Prey on the front straight. And he gets that one to go, and all the following racers will as well. Now look at this group coming out of turn 10, all in a row.
This is Ryan McBride, Patrick James, and Eric Yortsoy.
Yeah, and so James and Yortsoy, that is the battle. The second and third cars in that group, Brian, that is the battle for the lead in SPC. Is Maghreb is our leader right now in the H class. He's got, I think, 5 cars between he and Mark Salvador is running second in class. So let's watch this battle here between our two SPC Porsche Caymans.
Yeah, Patrick James getting through turn 2 a little bit faster there than Eric Yortsoy, but I tell you what, Yorksoy is not going to go away, and it's going to determine whether or not James wants to make the pass on Ryan McGrath. I tell you what, if he doesn't and he tries to stay in line, he's got to start defending a little bit over Eric Yorksoy. Eric Yorksoy gets through 3 and 4 a lot better than Patrick James.
Yeah, well, I don't think the Boxsters are going to be able to move up to that Porsche 911. We've got Maghreb carrying a little bit better pace here, but that's going to be a bit of an advantage for Patrick James. He can maybe use the draft to hold off, create almost a little bit of a draft train there to hold off Patrick James as our leader. Franklin Prey comes out of turn 10. There he is, the first car of 2, and he's going to take the win both overall and in the I class. Let's look at that SPC battle as Ryan Maghreb, our H class leader, is going to lead the two Boxsters along and taking the win in SPC, or probably not Boxers, but Caymans. Yep. It is Patrick James, your winner. Eric Yortsoy will finish in second. They finish third and fourth overall, but great battle between those two racers as we watch our next set come out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. We've got Sam Amano in his blue Porsche Cayman. He will take second place in the I class with Jason Nikic in the blue Porsche 911. Taking the win in 911 Cup. Now we got Mark Salvador, Terrence Judge. They're going to finish second and third in H, separated by 0.2 of a second, Brian. And then Lee Lasberg, he'll come across the line. He'll finish second in 911 Cup, 9th overall, just ahead of Lenny Stan, a second and a half, separating those two racers at the checkered flag.
Yeah.
All right, and as the remainder of our racers come across the line, let's start running down the final order here. Let's talk about the F class where David Nissenbaum takes the win over Jordan Simon, with Michael Gershon unfortunately only completing the opening lap. In J, Stephen Corrali, our sole racer, and as we mentioned in the H class, Ryan Maghreb, who finished second overall, he will take the win in H with Mark Salvador second, Terrence Judge third, Michael Kaunitz fourth. Then in 911 Cup, Jason Nikic, Lasberg, then Stan, then Nate Dos Santos, Don Anger, Dwayne Moses. And then finally in SPC, we talked about James and Yortsoy. Michael Vietz will finish third, albeit 7 laps down. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We've got one more race here this morning before lunch. And we'll be back with you in just a few moments here from Summit Point Raceway. You're watching the 2024 Rock the Summit presented by the Porsche Club of America Potomac.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing. editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday volunteer dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Racing. It's a 2024 Rock the Summit presented by PCA Potomac with some technical assistance, at least on our broadcast here, by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. PCA Potomac, they're putting on a great event. They don't need anybody's help. They're doing a wonderful job, much like our cone men down there on the grid.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, you're doing a great job as well. Our splitters sending our racers out on track, and, well, hopefully the rest of the grid. It looks like we might have, I think,
one of our
racer.
cars that just didn't get started. It looked like it was the third, supposedly the third
car in
because
line.
our
Everybody else is filtering on through. That car will start at the end. That might have been either Corey Friedman or David Williams. Tell you what, we've got 37 drivers at qualifying times here in this red group, Brian, made up of GT4, GT3, GT7 and 6, also GTA2, GTD2, GTC3, and I think I got them all. GTB1 as well, big GTB1 field, as well as GT1. All right, let's do this. Let's run down the top 20. Starting 20th, driving the number 400 GTC6, Porsche 911.1 Cup car, David Dunnigan. Peter Debusman will start 19th. He's in the number 125 GT4 Club Sport. Then we've got John Coster. He's in the GT6 class. He's driving the number 573 991.1 Cup car. He starts 18th. Ed Dunn starting 17th. He's in the number 98 GTB1 car. That's a 2014 Cayman S. Griffiths Blund will start 16th. He's in the number 087 GTD1 Porsche Cayman. Then we've got Joe Doria in the 636 GTC3 Porsche 996 Cup car. He starts 15th. Scott Bellis will start 14th. Scott's in the number 408 GTC4 Porsche 997.1. Rami Farid will start 13th. Pardon me. He's in the number 35 GTD2 Porsche Cayman. Then we've got Dwayne Moses. Dwayne's in the number 64 GTA2 Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car with Richard White starting 11th today. He's in the GTC 8 class. He's the number 97 Porsche 992 Cup car. Colin Doherty starting 10th. Colin's in the number 9 GTC4 Porsche 997.1 Cup car. Brent Esplund will start 9th. Brent's in the number 185 GTC 6 class 991.1 Cup car. Then we got Ben Wallace. Ben's in the GTA 3 class. He's in a 991.2. That's the 199 car starting 8th. Starting 7th in the number 924. Oh, it's not a Porsche 924 either. It's just the number 924. He's in the GTC 6 class. Jeff Smith is racing a Porsche 991.1 Cup car. Mark Calzaretto, we'll seeing him for the second time this morning. Brian, he's in the number 17 GTC 7 Porsche 991 Cup car. With then Jared Odrick starting 5th. Jared's in the number 10 991.1 Cup car. He's in the GTA 3 class. And, of course, we know Jared, former NFL football player, also in another race organization, national champion in what is known as the GT2 class.
Correct.
Good to see him out here. And actually, we were instructors at the driver school, which he got his competition license. Starting 4th today, driving the number 237 GTA 4 Porsche 992 Cup car. It's David Williams with Corey Friedman scheduled to start 3rd. Corey in the 014 GTA 3. GT3 Cup car, and your front row today. Starting 2nd in the number 207 GTA 4 class 992.2 Cup car, Joel Johnson with Frank Vitello. Your pole sitter today, driving the number 248 GTA 4 class Porsche 992 Cup car. That's your starting field, Brian. As I think, owing to some of the issues that we had at the start of the pace lap, we've got a second pace lap for this field.
Yeah, this is a group here that look, it's going to take them a lap a little bit, but again, as you said, with the Corey Friedman, not coming off of pit road and kind of boggling up the whole entire field getting off. So again, smart to do. We talked about Dwayne Moses real quick, Greg. We talked about Dwayne Moses in the last group. Well, he's actually in this group. So again, his car's in the crossover, left it there, had to get back to the other car. So,
oh man. So So as he was skidding to a stop on the pit lane to get into his other car, Brian, he probably wanted Hawk Performance, a proud partner of PCA Club Racing. They're the manufacturer of race-proven, street-legal performance friction products. Hawk is happy to be a multiple-class contingency sponsor of PCA Club Racing. Visit their website at hawkperformance.com.
Wow, way to jump that right
Oh
in
my
there
God,
with
I
that
am
one.
I am
That's
all
perfect.
about the segue, Brian.
You are all into it.
All about the segue. All right, safety car now, pace car on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter. And that is Frank Vitello in the number 248 machine, the red Porsche 992. And then we've got the white, red, and blue machine to Joel Johnston to his outside as Mark Rougeau looks over the field. Our starter looks over. About halfway down through the field, very well formed up. He throws the green flag, and we are underway once again here at Summit Point Raceway as our racers now in all these beautiful 911 Cup cars through different variations head down into turn one for the first time.
Tell you what, that's a lot of cars coming down.
Yes, it
into
is.
turn one. And I tell you what, looking a little bit further back, once that green flag first started, Eric Liu, I tell you what, he ended up going very far driver's right, almost to pit out to try to get there, as there was so much maneuvering a little bit further back.
Yeah, and so Eric Liu was scheduled to start 22nd here today, and it looks like, as you said, he took to went a little agricultural there to make up some positions. We'll see how things play out at the end of lap one and see how he did there.
Tell you what, the driver I'm going to watch here is that Corey Friedman machine, because he started shotgun on the field here basically and was scheduled to start third, as you read off. We'll see. He's got to work his way all the way back up here within 25 minutes in this race.
And so, we've already seen, Brian, a father and daughter in the field. We got brothers. We had some people going through the dirt there, going through the carousel. We've got both Griff and also Brent Esplun. Griff was the 2023 PCA GTD1 national champion and also holds track records at Sebring, Summit Point, and also New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt. And he is currently sitting ninth as they cross the line to complete lap one.
Yeah. These cars here, a lot of these drivers, they're utilizing that draft, Greg, coming off of turn 5. And one of the cars that we see is that Jared Odrick machine in that Mark Calrosetta. I'll tell you what, they came off of turn 2, and Jared Odrick riding that line, Mark trying to get around him, not really sure which direction to go.
So if we could stay on this camera for a second here, Spencer, you'll notice one car with the headlights on, the orange with black machine. That is the 014 machine of Corey Friedman. He was scheduled to start third.
Right, that's what he said.
And so he started at the very back of the pack, Brian, and we see now as he comes down through the chute, as he comes underneath, I think 3 different cars, he's making up positions as quickly as he can, as we've got one of the fastest cars in the field who started all the way back at the back of 37 machines.
Right, yep. Yeah, again, your third position qualifier, and here comes that Mark Calrosetta. God, I'm going to go talk to him, and I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to go talk to him tonight. And Jared Odrick, again, coming off of turn 10. Mark not sure where Jared is going to go. Jared runs that line, and Mark has to maneuver around him to try to get past that number 10 machine.
All right, we were talking about Eric Liu, Brian, and I think Eric, he may have had a good start. He worked his way up in the 21st position, but the second lap for him, not so wonderful, as he is now dropping through the field, the 154 machine. We're now showing him as coming now onto the pit lane. So it looks like his day comes to an early end, unfortunately for him, as we were following the Friedman machine. Friedman had moved up 6 positions on the first lap, and on the second lap, Brian picks up another 6 positions. He is now up to 25th.
Yeah.
And there he is, headlights on for safety, coming down into turn 5. It's funny. I once ran a race at VIR where the pole sitter, because of a penalty, had to start from the back of a 90-car field, and he literally walked up the entire grid, telling everybody, "Just watch for me. I'll have my headlights on.
Yeah.
I'm coming." And he literally said that to every person on the grid. I can only imagine what Friedman didn't have that opportunity, but I can only imagine he's thinking it in his head right now as he comes through turn 10.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that that 154 machine, and we talked about him at the very beginning, Eric Liu, whether or not he may have received some damage to the underneath of that car when he went through the grass there right at the start, Greg, with all the maneuvering that was going on.
Hey, want to thank and welcome to the chat, Brian, the folks from Craftsman's Auto, of course, Matt Curry from Craftsman. I used to frequent there when it was Curry's Auto Service out in Sterling, Virginia. I want to welcome him, and I know Matt for many years was a great racer in a number of different organizations. So thanks for joining us here. Of course, Craftsman Auto, one of the platinum sponsors of PCA Potomac.
Yeah. We look back up here, your overall leader in that number 207, Joel Johnston, kind of opening up over Frank Vitello. That's going to be about 2 seconds right now. So, again, Johnson opening that up. Just ran the fastest lap of the race right now on lap 4 with that 1:12.276.
All right, Brian, with tires designed for champion and their mission is being the dominant customer-driven provider of racing tires to racing teams domestically and internationally, Hoosier Racing Tire is the largest race tire manufacturer in the world, producing over 1,000 different types of race tires. And if you want to find out more about Hoosier Racing Tire, visit them at HoosierTire.com.
Calzaretta gets around Jared Odrick last time by, coming out of turn 2 up into turn 3. So move Mark Calzaretta in that GT7 class, up into 4th overall, but finally able to make that pass as it took 4 laps to get that done.
All right, here, as we break things down, because we do have many different classes, and as you can tell, Brian, it looks like a Christmas tree in our ticker on the left-hand side of your screen. It's color-coded, each one of those different colors, and you can see the classes there on the left-hand side. Each one of those colors corresponds to a different class. Right now, we were talking about Jared Odrick, who is currently running 5th overall, but he is your leader right now in the GT3 class. And last time we saw Brian, as they crossed the line, he had a 6, and they just crossed the line, actually, and are heading into turn 1. We've got the 2 white Porsche 911s of Odrick and Ben Wallace. They were separated by 0.6 of a second at the line. Corey Friedman running a little bit further behind in 3rd, about 14 seconds back. He just crossed the line. In GTB1, Ed Dunn is currently your leader over Chuck Palmer. Ken Pryor running in 3rd. Del Alray running in 4th. In GTC6, Jeff Smith has opened up now almost a 12-second lead over Brent Esplund, with John Coster running in 3rd. In GTC4, Colin Doherty, your leader over Scott Bells. In GTD2, Rami Farid over Lance Williams. GTA4, Joel Johnson over Frank Vitello, and that's pretty close, about a second, a little bit less than 2 seconds, separating with David Williams in 3rd. And then in GTC3, in another battle of white Porsche 911s, Brian, Joe Doria over Michael Levitas. Yeah. There was about 0.3 separating them. The 6, and this, I'll get this confused 3 times here in this race. The 636 car of Doria and the 36 car of Michael Levitas.
Yeah, try to keep saying that 10 times.
No.
Looks like the 154 Eric Liu's back out on the racetrack came out.
Okay.
Stayed very far driver's right all the way down into turn 1. Let some of the car goes by. Let's pick up this Corey Freeman. I tell you what, he's coming down the front stretch now. Again, you talked about him all 10th. The way, sitting in 10th right now. Again, he's got a long way to go to get up to Jared Odrick and Ben Wallace with about 17 minutes remaining. Tell you what, Greg, he may be able to do that.
All right, yeah, I was saying at this point, Friedman, he is lapping, let's see, the last time by at a 113.3. That is a full second faster than Odrick and Wallace ahead.
Yep.
So it is certainly possible for that class lead there in GTA 3. And it has been a great run for him, as we mentioned, he up to 10th at the end of 6 laps, having started in 37th position. As our leaders now, Brian, starting to catch the back of the pack, Joel Johnson in the red, white, and blue 992 Cup car. He got around Frank Vitello, Dave Williams, the 207 car, now working his way. It's like down in the turn, through turns 1 and 2, and has opened up almost 2.5 seconds on Frank Vitello. and David Williams for the lead in GTA 4.
Yeah, I tell you what, coming up on some backdraft, they had a little bit of problems getting through Chris Karras in that 138 machine as they came out of turn 2, was able to move drivers left, get by him, but that's going to allow everybody else to figure out they got to get around that 138 machine as well.
All right, Brian, the Insurance Office of America, the IOA, is a full-service insurance agency founded in 1988 and one of the fastest-growing independent agencies in the United States. Headquartered in Longwood, Florida, part of the greater Orlando community, IOA has more than 1,000 associates located in over 50 branch offices in the United States and in the UK. Insurance Office of America is honored to be named one of the Insurance Business America magazine's elite agencies of 2018. Visit their website at www.ioausa.com.
You were talking about that Joe Doria and that 636 and Michael Levitas in that 36. I tell you what, Scott Bale's a little bit further ahead of him. That's kind of a little bit of a battle there. That continues to rage on through the rest of this race here. I have a feeling with just under 15 minutes left, getting about 14 and a half minutes. Here comes Corey Freeman. We talked about him. And Greg, our leaders in GT3A, GT3 at GTA3, they're just now coming out of turn 2. They're going to be coming up on a whole host of lap traffic there, so that's going to slow them down. So again, Corey Freeman looks like he may have a shot at running these two leaders down.
Yeah, indeed. And and we've got Joel Johnson also starting to, as he's lapping through traffic, he's going to be coming up on that group pretty soon as well. We'll continue to track that. There's Freeman just coming through turn 3. Let's take a look as he comes down through the chute. There you go, little brush of the brakes. He comes hard under braking and not quite up to the back of that machine ahead. But he is very quickly making little waste of this traffic ahead. Or maybe he's making a lot of waste of them. I don't know.
He's going by them pretty darn quickly.
Pretty quickly. As Frank Vitello is running second overall. Now, Brian, he just crossed the start-finish line. He's heading into turn 1. He's got a lot of open track ahead of him. But he is now fallen almost 5.8 seconds back from Joel Johnson, our leader. Johnson continues to lap at almost a half a second per lap faster than our second place driver overall. And more importantly, that's a battle in class there in GTA 4.
Yeah. A lot of maneuvering trying to get through here for our second place in that GTA 3, Ben Wallace, and that 199. Had to make a couple of evasive moves there, Greg, as he came out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. We'll have to see whether or not he's going to be able to hold off. But Jared Odrick now getting through that traffic. He's starting to open up that lead in that GTA 3 machine.
Brian, Octavio Tequila is made in the town of Tequila, Mexico, 45 minutes north of Guadalajara, and imported by Octavio Tequila into San Diego, California. Specializing in extra-aged reposados, we have a Cristalino reposado that is aged 6 months and filtered to be clear, and an 11-month aged reposado that is super smooth. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at OctavioTequila.com, and you can follow us at Octavio Tequila and Octavio Tequila Racing. There you go, Brian. So forget tires.
Now. I'm thirsty now.
I'm thirsty as well. Forget tires. Okay. All right, look at this battle now coming up to the front of the field, Brian.
It's Corey Freeman and Richard White.
That is it. Now, this is not a battle in class, but Friedman running 8th overall in his GTA 3 Cup car. Richard White in the GTC 8 class car. And I think we may have a new 7th place position overall.
So I tell you what, give Corey Freeman now the 7th position. He is now the next car in front of him is the 199 of Ben Wallace.
There you go. So now battling it out for second in GTA 3, and Wallace was about 5 seconds up the road. So, we'll see here. We've got about 11 and a half minutes remaining in this race, Brian. That is still plenty of time for Freeman to move up out of third position as we watch him now coming through turn 6B.
Yeah, there he goes there. That car just in front of him, that is the 199 of Ben Wallace.
Want to remind everybody, of course, as we get closer to lunch, 2 quick announcements here. Of course, we've got the Taco Mixto food truck Brian, across from the classrooms and across from the grid. And, of course, we've got food options at Shea Summit as well. But this is for the drivers that are going to be taking part in the charity laps directly after our last race of the morning. When the checkered flag is thrown for this last race of the morning, if you are going to be taking part in the charity laps for the Aaron Levitas Foundation, those drivers should be bringing their cars up to the grid immediately after the checkered flag is flown for this last race of the morning. And, Brian, it looks like we've got a lot of dirt and dust there right at the entrance to turn 3. As I think
we had one car put their right rear trying to make that turn as straight as possible.
That's right. And open up that corner has drawn a lot of the brown dirt and dust onto the track surface, made it very, very cloudy.
A lot of late entry, a lot of passing going on, definitely coming out of turn number 10, Greg. Last time by, we were looking at it. They actually went 3 wide around some of our slowers. So Daniel Krantz was in that number 8 machine along with Leslie Schirm in that 172. We had one of the faster cars coming around. They went 3 wide going off of turn 10. Here comes the battle that we've been watching kind of pretty much over on. There goes Jared Odrick down the start-finish line. There is the 199. That is Ben Wallace.
And
the
Friedman's
next car is
there.
Friedman is right on his tail.
And look at this, Brian, as they go down into turn 1. We just had Ben Wallace, I think, make the move on Jared Odrick to move, at least for the time being, into the lead.
Nah, Jared Odrick is all the way there coming out of turn 2. So
okay.
He's a little bit of ahead.
Yeah, just a little bit ahead, but Wallace was right there, and Friedman right behind as they come now into turn 3 and start to make their way through. So there you go as they close things out. So Odrick, he's got about 7-8 car lengths on those two, but now as they head down the hill, Corey Friedman right on the back of the 199 machine, coming under braking in the 5. Look at that, absolutely hounding that car, Brian, as they come in as they come into the carousel. There's Jared Odrick. He's your GTA 3 leader. He is running 5th overall, and then directly behind it is Wallace and Friedman as they are looking to both of them, I'm sure, looking to get up to Odrick. But Wallace at this point, he's got something more important on his hand. That's holding off the second place car. Now, Ben Wallace, in that 2018 Porsche 991 2 car, he is your former F-Stock national champion in PCA Club Racing.
Tell you what, Greg, you could not even put a credit card in between the rear bumper of Ben Wallace and the front bumper of Corey Friedman. There was no way you could put anything in there. That's how close they were as they went down by the start-finish line, headed down into turn 1.
And so Wallace, he's part of that Speedworks New York team, Brian, that we've seen a number of cars here this weekend. The folks that run that team, Nail Paramanen and his brother Junior, grew up in Guyana with their extended family and moved to the United States after a number of years. They've been into PCA Club Racing now for 25 years here, Brian. And they say that Neil is still as sexy as the day he got his comp license.
Well, as soon as they said sexy. You had me.
You had
me at sexy. Right?
There you go. But great to have that entire team here. I think we've had, in the last race group, we had 3 or 4 cars from that group as well. They brought a huge, huge contingent along with them.
So, Greg, we're going to have a new second-place runner right now in our GTA 3 class. That's Corey Friedman, started from the very back of this group. He is now in second in GTA 3 as they head down into turn 1. His next car set his sights on, that's Jared Odrick in that 10.
Yeah, and Odrick is not that very far. As we take a look now as they come down into turn number 3 there, Brian, and we could see where that Friedman machine is really making up a lot of ground on Odrick. He's got a lot of slower traffic that he's got to contend with first before he gets up to him. It looked like Friedman had to really get on the binders with the 2 Porsches directly ahead of him. Yeah. This might allow actually Wallace to make up a little ground on Friedman and Odrick as well, as they have some of this slower traffic coming through. But we can see now where, especially, and this is the very tightest portion of the course here, coming through turn 6B7, where there just isn't a lot of room if you set up mid-track for Friedman to work his way through, he's going to have to use it right here, get a good run coming up the hill.
And we saw, early on in this race where Mark Calzaretta had a problem getting around Jared Odrick too. So he's going to make that. He's going to make that portion. I don't think he's going to make it as wide as I was going to say, because now Corey Freeman has now gotten around Jared Odrick.
Well, there you go. So Friedman now moves into the lead in the GTA 3 class as they cross the stripe, completing lap number 15, starting lap number 16 with just under 6 minutes remaining.
Tell you what, Greg, these Cup cars, they are making this track as wide as possible, trying to make every ounce of getting early entries in, late entries in, backing the corners up, trying to get through these corners to try to make them as straight as possible.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, we just saw there a great shot at the exit of turn 3 where drivers just tried to straighten up the wheels going through the gravel trap at 3. As long as you straighten that wheel up, the track comes back to you. But it's actually almost as fast, if not faster, to drop a couple wheels there in the gravel and be able to get the power down.
And, Greg, I think we may have found out where we probably had the reason why Jared Odrick had to slow down a little bit. It looks like there may have been some side-to-side contact between him and the 708 of Timothy Lynn on the lap before that. So keep an eye on that as this race winds down. Again, just right under 5 minutes left to go in this race, and a pretty good battle right up in front of that GTA 3 battle that was going on early on with Frank Vitale and Mark Calzaretta. Tell you what, they're in a huge battle there with a lot of the cars a little bit further ahead of them, trying to work their way through that lap traffic.
Just got a good laugh, and he's been in the chat quite a bit today. Downforce 65, who I think I know from some of our other announcing gigs that we've done, and he says we will drink no tequila before it's time.
That is correct.
But it's time.
But it's time.
Well, speaking of great things to drink, Brian, let's tell you a little bit about Miller's Oils. They are proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to also work with Racer's Edge, who is their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oils since 1887 and has an extensive product line for every street car or racetrack application. Please contact us at 865-200-4264 or visit us on the web at millersoilsusa.com.
Hey, Greg, as some of these cars start to spread out a little bit, we got one little group that is right there in front of Mark Calzaretta and Frank Vitello in there. Now, Corey Friedman, he's going to come up on this thing. We've got side-by-side going up through turn 3. A lot of hard braking there. That's going to end up bringing that race back to each other.
And look at this being side by side as they come down 2 by 2. And we've said it before. As Friedman, look at Friedman trying to find a way around that machine just ahead of him as he's trying to hold off Odrick and Wallace behind as he was looking to the inside, quickly looked to the outside, tried to find some grip to try and put the power down. We talked about how much grip there is on the outside of turn 1. On the outside of turn 5, Brian, there's very little grip out there because there's a lot of tire clag out there. And it is also the tightest corner on the track to try and get the car rotated, to try and get those rear tires to grip as the rear end hunkers down. It's very, very difficult. As Friedman now, talk about little grip, actually takes 2 wheels into the dirt, driver's right as he comes into our camera view there, Brian. As he has Jared Odrick in that white number 10 machine, trying to hound him there going into turn 1. And talk about needing to be defensive as we're talking about that orange and black machine and then the all white machine directly behind as they're coming now up into turn number 3.
Tell you what a heck of a run that was coming out of turn 10. I know we've been talking about Corey Freeman a lot here in this race, but I tell you what, he has been the man that has been, or the driver that has made the most moves coming through some of this, is having to start in the back. That just makes for great racing action, and he got in there. He's got his sights set now on Mark Calzaretta in that number 17 machine once he gets through this entire pack of cars.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can do that. But again, he's got Jared Odrick right on the gearbox there, Brian. He's right there. When they came down through the chute, though, Odrick ended up with seeing 2 cars ahead of him that Friedman had just passed. Fan out in front of him. He had nowhere to go. But now, once again, Odrick right on the back of Friedman as they come through turn 10. They were the 2 last cars in that group. And look at this as Friedman now gets pinned in between 2 cars. He's going to come right across the nose of Jared Odrick. He's still got a car directly ahead of him as they come under braking. And Odrick now side by side with another machine. He's going to try and split the difference and go around the outside.
That's Mark Calzaretta in there, right in front. So he's trying to battle along with Corey Friedman to try to not give up that position overall on the racetrack.
You know, and we should mention Calzaretta. He's your leader in the GTC 7 class. That is not an in-class battle right now. Friedman and Odrick, they're your top 2 in GTA 3. And then we've got GTC 7, Calzaretta, and then the 2 GT4 leaders ahead of him.
So, Greg, we've just now got 1 to go here. We haven't really talked much about him because he's so far out in front. Joel Johnson in that 207 machine, in that 992 Cup, he is working his last lap just now, headed down into turn 1.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, as he came across the line to start his final lap, we are just now seeing David Williams cross the stripe, almost 17 seconds.
Yeah.
The gap between Johnson and Williams. That is an in-class battle. That's for the lead in GTA 4. But let's watch this battle now in GTA 3. Friedman, as he's coming across the line, and he's sucked right up in the draft behind Mark Calzaretta's GTC 7 machine. Jared Odrick that time lost about 3/4 of a second to Friedman ahead. He's now fallen back. We'll see if he can make up the ground on this very last lap.
Tell you what, that's going to be a struggle because, like I said, Greg, you've got other slower cars in there. Calzaretta's going to come out of turn 2, go very far driver's left, kind of shut the door on Corey Friedman in there. Now they're going to make a way up into turn 3. Calzaretta, he's going to go driver's right as they come down into the chute right here on that slower car. There is Corey Friedman, and then right behind them, there is the Jared Odrick in the
machine,
10.
the white
Here
car.
comes our leader now. He has just now taken the checkered
flag. There you go. So Joel Johnson driving the number 207 Porsche 992 Cup car. He will take the overall win. He wins GT4. And now coming out of turn 10, we've got David Williams. And Williams takes the checkered flag. He finishes second overall, second at GTA 4. Let's look at that battle now coming out of turn 10. And again, we've got Calzaretta, who is running 4th overall. He is your leader in GTC 7. He is going to cross the line. He holds off Corey Friedman. Friedman, though, will take the win in GTA 3. Jared Odrick will finish second in GTA 3. Ben Wallace crosses the line. He'll take the bronze in that same class. Congratulations to them. Taking the win in GTC 8 as he comes down the front straight. Now there he is. That is Ben Wallace. He is your GTA, let's try this again. We had Ben Wallace cross. Jeff Smith, your winner in GTC 6. He finishes 9th overall. Colin Doherty coming across the line. We've got so many white Porsche 911s, Brian. There we go. Colin Doherty in the number 9 Porsche. He will finish 10th overall. He's your winner in GTA 2. As the rest of our racers come across, let me go and we'll break it down here by class. All right, as we mentioned, GTA 4, Johnson, Williams, Vitello. In GTA 2, Colin Doherty, your sole racer in the class. In GT3, Steve Garrison, your sole racer in the class. In GTD 2, Rami Fareed taking the win over Lance Williams. In GTC 3, with 21 seconds at the line, Michael Levitas taking the win in the 36 car over Joe Doria in the 636 car. Eric Elizovic will take third in GTC 3 with Timothy Lynn finishing in 4th. In GTC 4, Dwayne Moses takes the win over Scott Bells. Chip Santos will finish in 3rd. In GTC 6, Jeff Smith is your winner with Brett Esplund finishing 2nd. John Coster finishing in 3rd. Dave Dunnigan finishing in 4th. In GTB1, it is Ed Dunn finishing with the win. Ken Pryor will finish second. And here was a fight, Brian. Del Rey finishing third, margin over Chuck Palmer, who finishes fourth, 0.4 of a second. Then Art Sang finishing in fifth. And then finally, GTD1 winner Peter DeBusman, margin of victory 22 seconds over Griff Asplund. Asplund, though, ran his fastest lap of the race on the final lap. And then Corey Friedman, your winner in GTA 3. And what a run for Friedman, starting 37th on the field and then working up to fifth overall, taking the win over Jared Odrick and Ben Wallace. All right, so Brian,
I was going to say real quick, if you are going to participate in the charity laps, please start making your way to the grid with
now.
your vehicles. So if you want to participate in the charity, please start making your way to the grid. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And that, of course, is for the Aaron Levitas Foundation, our charitable partner here this weekend at Rock the Summit. And we are going to take a break for lunch. It's going to be an extended lunch here today so that we can support Aaron Levitas Foundation. We'll be back here. We're looking at probably right around 2 o'clock Eastern time with 4 more sprint races here today. So for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We've got Spencer Gaynor. We'll see you in about an hour and a half.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday volunteer dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Fitzwater & Dean plc is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires in the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europro's Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Europro's Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Potomac, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater & Dean plc is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold-level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europros Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Europros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Potomac, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater & Dean plc is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, EuroPros Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, EuroPros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, EuroPros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays, and as a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday volunteer dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater and Dean PLC is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater and Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europro's Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Europro's Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday volunteer dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater & Dean plc is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, EuroPros Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, EuroPros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, EuroPros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater and Dean PLC is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater and Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Located located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europro's Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Europros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialists in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Potomac, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater & Dean plc is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europros Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Europros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Potomac, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday volunteer dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater & Dean PLC is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show-and-tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say-yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europro's Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Europros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday volunteer dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater & Dean plc is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europros Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Europros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater & Dean plc is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
The Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europro's Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Europros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is the 2024 edition of Rock the Summit presented by PCA Potomac. And here at Porsche Club of America Club Racing. Brian, we're back from lunch with our third and final sprint race for our silver group. Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, hey, There you go. Sorry about the Kane Tanaka.
Just so you know, Kane
Yeah,
Tanaka,
well, yeah, congratulations. There you
how
go.
that jumps in there. That's the second time we've seen that.
All right,
They're
well,
really wanting us to know.
This is our vintage group, our silver group. It's their third and final sprint race of the weekend. Brian, let's run down the starting order, and then we'll find out about who the new oldest person in the world is. Starting 20th today in the number 52 Porsche 914, running in the VGTO class. It's Justin Jacobs. Jeremy Wensinger will be starting 19th. He's in the number 15 VO Plus Porsche 964. Jeffrey Nieblum in the number 249 VO 1969 vintage Porsche Carrera. He starts 18th. Scott Bresnahan starting 17th in the 09 VO Porsche 911 with Sandy Van Leen. It's been lean racing for him. He's had some mechanical issues all weekend. He's in the VO Plus class in his 1973 Porsche 911. He starts 16th. Nando Silva Pinto will start 15th today. He's in the number 958 VO Plus Porsche 993 with Chip Reichart running in the VU class in his 1967 Porsche 911S starting 14th. Todd Simpson is in the 806 car. He's in his his 1971 Porsche 911T and starts 13th. With Bob Mulligan starting 12th. He's in the number 115 VO Plus Porsche 964 Euro Cup machine. Then we got Dean Drewer. Starts 11th today. He's in his the number 911 1970 Porsche 911T. John Perry's in the number 14 machine. He starts 10th. He's in the VO class with David Dean starting 9th in the number 153 car in his 1969 911. Nader Fortui starts 8th today in the 661 car with Anthony Pagonis in the VGTX 911. He starts 7th. Paul Amico starts 6th today. He's in the number 12 VO Porsche 911 1971 machine. Jose Roque starting 5th. He's in the 776 machine. That is a VGTO machine. Then we got on our top two rows, Jim Scott starting 4th in the VGTO Porsche. He's the number 85 car with Jared Jacobs starting 3rd in the number 53 machine. In your front row today, driving the number 192 VGTX 911, Colin Doherty, and your pole sitter, Brian Weathered in his yellow and black Porsche 914-6 as the green flag is in the air. And Brian, we are once again racing here at Summit Point.
Brian Weathered gets a good jump off of Jake Scott, and we found out today Jake Scott, he's over 80-some years old racing in this car.
86 years old, and not only is he 86 years old, Brian, he is racing the grandchildren of people that he started racing with in PCA Club Racing over 30 years ago.
He came up to make sure that we knew that exact statement. So.
Well, and he's back behind the wheel. And seeing how hard he ran that 1973 Porsche 911 earlier today, I give him credit for doing it. This is his 40th year of racing. He's the CEO of Scott Swimming Pools, Inc.
Tell you what, did not see Sandy Van Leen out there on the racetrack at that 118. I think they're still having some problems with that throttle cable, so pushing that throttle down just a little bit too hard earlier this morning or last night and for this morning's race. Not able to complete both of those races. So we'll have to see. But Brian Weathered gets a great jump as he did earlier this morning for our silver group for their last race of the day. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to hold off. I will tell you that Justin Jacobs is back out there. I did see him take the green flag. He's a little bit further back, started in the very back end of the field. Back of the field. We'll see whether or not he's going to. But I tell you what, Greg, as they come out of turn 10 here, give Colin Doherty. We've seen him a couple times on the racetrack today, and not only in this group, but in our red group as well, having a good run. He is right on that back bumper, Brian Weathered, in that summer 69.
Yeah, and as they cross the line, Brian, to complete lap number 1, about a quarter of a second separating them. And Jim Scott, who we were just talking about a few moments ago, talk about old age and treachery. Jim Scott in the 85 Porsche 911, currently running 3rd overall. He is your leader in VGTO today, with Jared Jacobs coming across the line 4th. He leads the VO class, and we'll have to see how this plays out. We saw where Scott was in a great battle earlier today. Had some issues down in the carousel. We'll see if he can keep that car righted here. As look at this fight coming down through the carousel coming through the chute, the fastest corner at Some Point Raceway for the very first time.
Yeah, that's Justin Jacobs in that 52 trying to get back on the back bumper there, the 159 of Anthony Pagonis. But, you talked about Jim Scott having that spin, down in the carousel, came back, had a great finish there to battle with Jared Jacobs in that number 53 machine towards the end of that morning race. But again, as we pick up coming out of turn 10 right now, again, you still have Colin Doherty right on the back bumper. There you see it right there. Coming back behind Brian Weather. That's the closest any car has been, I think, to Brian Weather since yesterday evening when we ended up having
Justin
Jacobs right on the back bumper.
Yeah, and speaking of Justin Jacobs, as we complete lap number 2, he is now up. He was 10th overall at the completion of lap number 1. He is now up into 8th position and running currently 2nd in the VGTO class to Jim Scott. Should mention Colin Doherty just ran once again quite a bit faster than Brian Weatherid. Only 0.15 of a second now separating our two VGTX racers there at the front of the field.
You know, I tell you what, with Colin Doherty running multiple classes, again, ran in our red group and running in the silver group as well, that's given him more and more track time within this. So able to take this, this 1984, this 9-1, this 911, and be able to hopefully maybe take some of that setup and throw it over there. I know there's a little bit different in those cars, but you could probably take some of that setup in there, tire pressures, different setups. And that car seems to be a heck of a lot faster than it was earlier this morning.
Yeah, he's definitely found himself a lot of pace. Now, just a quick thing to run down the different Porsche Club of America vintage race classes. We've got the V4U and V4O classes. They are for our 4-cylinder machines. V4U for under 2 liters, V4O for over 2 liters. Then we've got VU and VO. That's for 6-cylinder machines. 2.4 liters and under is VU, and over 2.4 liters up to 3.2. That is VO. And then for over 3.2 liters, but no more than 3.6, that's VO plus. And then we get into the cars with the big wings and the Air O'Brien GTU, GTO, and GTX. 3.2 liters and lower, 3.2 to 3.6 liters, and then 3.6 liters and above.
Yep. Tell you what, Greg, where we talked about Jared Jacobs in that number 53 machine, now throw in 776 there of Jose Roque. I tell you what, they're nose to tail now. So where Jared Jacobs had that battle early on this morning with Jim Scott after he had that spin, now he's got a pretty good battle from that 776 machine of Jose Roque. Right now, headed down in turn 5, coming through the carousel. Now you can see it's about a car length and a half between Jacobs and Rogue as they come out of turn 6, headed up into turn 7. Again, that's where Jared Jacobs is able to pull away just a little bit and not let Jose Rogue get up next to him.
All right, here as we will continue to watch these battles throughout the field. Brian, want to talk a little bit about motion control suspension, who've proven to be the evolution of premium motorsport damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that's vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and their efforts, and invite you to lean on their expertise for setup, support, and consultation.
Tell you what, Greg, we saw this earlier on. I'm going to drop back just a little bit further back with Anthony Pagonis and the 14 of John Perry, David Dean. These guys all pretty much right there together again as they head down.
Drewer, Fortuny as well. This is the same foursome that we have seen now for 3 races in a row, starting off yesterday afternoon with our first event broadcast of the weekend.
I sure hope that they're paddock next to each other because they've been together all weekend long on the racetrack. So as we go through out of turn 2 and head down into turn 3, you're going to see that right there. That's going to be Fatui. That's going to be Dreyer. They're going to be side by side going. I've seen a lot of side by side action. Drivers just not wanting to give that up as you go through over the hill and then go through the chute there.
And you see Fortuny in that silver 914 coming right underneath Dean Drewer to take over 11th position overall. And I believe that is Brian for the lead in VU.
Yeah.
So great in-class battle and great pass there as Fortuny takes over the lead in class.
Yeah. Again, great battle all weekend long. When you go down in and you go side by side, in through turn 4, somebody's going to have to give, and Drew Dreyer was the one that had to give on that, had to basically get out of the throttle. If not, that would have been a disaster going through there. I talked about the John Perry machine and the Anthony Pagonis. Again, they come off turn 10 this time, headed down the front stretch now. They were nose to tail coming out of 10, and again, it is John Perry opening up just a little bit. When you get into the braking zone, again, Anthony Pagonis goes driver's right very far. He may make that stick. You're going to see this right here. We'll see whether or not Perry's going to do an over-under Greg, but I think Pagonis is going to be able to hold that position.
Yeah, indeed. Perry was just a little bit too far back to try to come underneath that Gulf liveried Porsche 911, so dropped Perry's green and white Porsche 914 back into 9th position. Again, that was not for a battle in class, Brian, as Perry is currently running 3rd in the VO class behind Jared Jacobs and Paul Amico. Pagonis, though, in that VGTX machine, he is running 3rd in class. Of course, our 2 leaders in that class, Brian, they're running 1st and 2nd overall.
Yeah. Again, when you get to you get to those 2, and it could be that John Perry just knows that car's just not set up correctly a little bit, and it has a little bit of problem because he got on the brakes a lot earlier than Pagonis did when they went down into turn 1. And you can see on your camera now, Pagonis is really open up over John Perry. Now, John Perry's going to fall back into the clutches of the 153 of David Dean as well. So, and again, we've seen these cars over and over and over again all weekend, and Fatui has dropped all the way back behind Dean at this point. So where he was battling earlier on there with that 911 of Dean Drewer, he's fallen back now. He's got to work hard to get back in front of David Dean because they go down into 1.
All right, Brian, and Soul Performance Products has proudly partnered with Porsche Club of America as an official sponsor. Soul specializes in crafting exhaust solutions for the Porsche platform for both street and track use, providing exceptional performance and sound with fair price and quality service, and backed up by the best warranty in the industry. Whether it be headers, customized exhaust tips, performance catback systems with the least amount of drone, or even full race systems engineered for durability, Soul has them readily available and always has your back. To see all they offer, visit soulpp.com.
Greg, looks like we had 4 drivers that didn't make the call for this afternoon race. 249 of Jeffrey Nieblum's, 118, as we talked about, Sandy Van Leen, the 958, Nando Silva Pinto, and the 15 of Jeremy Winsinger did not take the green flag here for this afternoon and final silver sprint race.
All right, just resetting fast lap, Brian. Justin Jacobs, who we mentioned started at the tail end of the field here today in that number 52 VGTO Porsche 914. He turns in at 119.587. Just a little bit off of his fastest lap times from yesterday, but a great run for him as he is working his way up through the field, now running 6th overall.
Yeah, it seems in this class here, pretty much the top 6 or 7 have all spread themselves out. It's not until you get to, and we've been talking about this over and over again, the Pagonis, the Perry, the Dean, and the Fatui, and the Dreyer. That's the group that have been kind of equal all weekend long. Yeah. I mean, that seems to be what we're talking about, but everybody else seems to be so spread out right now that it's been really no other battles. So it seems like those have just gotten all together and said, hey, let's just all battle each other all weekend long. We'll get the most stream time there is.
That's exactly, well, yeah, as you mentioned, so in VU, again, 7/10 or 3/4 of a second separating for Tui and Drewer. We've talked about in VO, that great battle going on right now between John Perry and David Dean. That's the battle for 3rd in VO. And, of course, that great fight that we've been watching in VGTO as well. Now, I should mention, you talked about the drivers that did not make the grid for today's race, Brian. Makes our job a lot easier because they were all VO plus drivers. Oh, wow. And they were all 4 drivers in that. Actually, I take that back. Sandy Van Leen, Nando Silva Pinto, and Jerry Wensinger are all in the VO plus. That gives Bob Mulligan pretty much the class win.
Even on odds-on favorite.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Tell you what, I was watching this battle coming out of turn 10. I know Spencer's got it on there, but headed down into turn 1. David Dean went so far drivers left that you couldn't put a piece of paper between him and the gravel trap as they came off. And we both know, and most of these drivers know as well, when you get to the edge of the rumble strip there is a fall off on the left-hand side.
Yes, there is.
He actually turned the wheel back to the right just as he got to that. So it was a close, and a great reaction to get that car back in line.
Back over.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've seen that time and time again. It's okay to get all the way out there. And you can even get 4 tires on the other side of that rumble strip. But you've got to get it back in right before that white and the red really starts to go back down through there, because if not, you're going to have a big problem. We got one car off the pace here.
Yeah, coming out of turn 10 right now, Brian. And
that's actually, is that Scott? Is that Jim Scott?
That is the 85 machine, indeed. So Jim Scott, who was running up in the top 3 and leading the VGTO class, he is starting to fall off the pace. And he had Justin Jacobs in the red 914 running second in the class directly behind him. There we see going into turn 1, Brian. Justin Jacobs, he is your new VGTO leader.
I'll tell you what, Jim Scott seems to be back on the pace right now because he's going back through. So I'm wondering if he...
Well, I'll tell you. So, Jim,
did he get bored?
Well, no, I don't think so. Well, if you remember, Jim, you mentioned Jim came up into the booth a little bit earlier to talk to us. He was nursing an injury on his right hand, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe the pressure
gets a little bit
behind the
sore
wheel,
in
gets
there,
a little sore, and especially on the straightaway, trying to release some of the tension. There, and again, this is vintage racing. Of course, Porsche Club of America, PCA Potomac, they are going to be giving out trophies at the end of this weekend based on how these racers complete each one of their races. But there's no sense in injuring yourself simply to make up another position here.
Just seemed like when he came off of turn 10, really moved over to driver's right to let those other guys, go. But then seems to be once Justin Jacobs passed him, he was right back on the full song there. So again, dropped a little bit back. You've got Justin Jacobs getting ready to make a pass on Jared Jacobs. I'm wondering if that is a relation. I don't have any notice up here or anything, so I'm sure somebody can go in the chat and tell me if they are or not. But they were side by side as they went down into 1, but it looks like Jared Jacobs looks like he's going to be able to prevail and keep that spot.
All right, looks like we had a brief little hiccup in our timing and scoring system, Brian, just as that pass was getting made. And we see, time stood still for a couple seconds. Welcome to Club Racing, I guess. And I think we've got that back underway as we're now just about halfway through this 30-minute race. We've got now just about 15 minutes remaining here.
Looks like we've got one guy going to take the crossover here, and that's actually going to be the 115 of Bob Mulligan, as you were just talking about.
Oh, there you go.
So it looks like his day and weekend is now going to be done. Looks like he's missed the crossover road to come in the back way, but...
Yeah, so it looks like now all of our VO Plus drivers have retired, and we've got another driver coming down the run from turn 2 to turn 3.
That is Anthony Pagonis in that 159 there. So
and we can see him now pulling off to the crossover road behind our timing ticker there. So Pagonis, who at the stripe was running 3rd in VGTX, looks like his race is now done as well. But let's look now coming down into turn 1, Brian. What a fight here! Is this
Jacobs? Those are
Jacobs,
Jared, and Justin.
Once
again, side by side.
Maybe this is something having to do with family. The way they've been running very close. This is for 3rd overall. Again, Justin Jacobs in the red Porsche 914. Your leader in VGTO, Jared Jacobs. And yes, Brian, I would suspect since one car is numbered 52 and the other is 53.
There is a relationship.
There is probably a relationship there. Jared Jacobs in his 1980 Porsche 911 SC now slots into 4th place overall. He is your leader in VO.
Let's see here. We got a couple things that have come in on both of them. So Jared's from Leesport, Pennsylvania, and it says that his dad is in the number 51. So
okay,
but I don't, that's not a 51. Let's go back down a little bit. Let's go to Justin and let's see what he says. So that's from Midland, Texas. I'm venture to say they are not related.
Maybe not. Well, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe they needed a lot of distance growing up. Who knows?
Been there, done that.
So somebody had to keep them apart.
Well, here comes Jim Scott again. Now he, like I said, he fell back. Now he's having that battle just like we did early on here with Jared Jacobs, and he's going to go side by side with them down into turn 1 right there. There's Justin Jacobs. He's ahead of this battle. Here comes Jim Scott.
Gets the pass done going to the 1.
Yeah.
So moves Scott back up now in the 4th overall. And again, running 2nd now in VGTO to Justin Jacobs.
Yeah.
Brian, Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kaxick has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seat or radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, also sexy, Brian, Stable Energies has you covered.
You had me at sexy.
There we go. All right, Brian, as we've got now just a touch over 12 minutes remaining here in this race.
Tell you what, Greg,
go ahead.
let's pick up this John Perry, Nader Fatui battle again, and I know we've been talking about this pretty much all three races, but that is the battle that is kind of going on, because we were talking about Scott and Jared Jacobs. That has kind of dematerialized. Jim Scott pulled away a little bit.
Yeah.
John Perry and Nader Fatui, again, they've been going at it the whole time, and they're both in VO, right? So that is a pretty good battle there. I believe that is actually going to be the position for the last podium spot. No, one's VO and one's VU.
One's VU, exactly, yeah.
If not, it'd be a great battle for the final podium.
That's right.
In one of those classes.
Yeah, but still great battle between the two Porsche 914s, and so John Perry in a six-cylinder 914,
Yep.
914-6, and so that is why he is in that VO class, and then Nader Fatui in just the smaller 914 four-cylinder machine running in VU. And we saw this during the morning race as well, where the six-cylinder had quite a bit more in the way of legs going down the front straight.
Yeah, just about 11 minutes. 11 minutes coming up on this race right now. So, again, it's anyone's battle right there. As now it looks like our overall leader, Brian Weather, that he's going to come up on the back bumper of the 911. I believe that's the Dean Drewer machine getting ready to come up through there. So that his next one that he's going to get to is David Dean in that 153. Drewer moves over, saw that it was him coming through, let him go.
Right. And, and we saw this morning where Weather had lapped all the way up into, I think, fifth position.
Yeah,
so he's getting pretty close to that today.
Greg, I was going to say, it looks like we've got Jim Scott now on
pit road.
Yeah.
So. That is unfortunate for him. So looks like, although he worked his way back up in the fourth position at this point, and he's pulling into the black flag area there on the pit lane to talk to some of our scrutineers on the pit lane. We'll see. Hopefully he can make it back out on track and at least take the checkered flag. But unfortunately, they're a really nice man. As like I said, came up to talk to us, and he's so enthusiastic about PCA Club Racing and vintage racing as well.
Yeah.
All right, Weathered now making his way out of turn 10, and he is passing. He's passing that 661 machine of Nader Fatui. So Brian Weathered now has lapped up and past 8th position on track. So already working through 8 cars behind him. Yeah.
Yep. Jim Scott back out on the racetrack. So came in, got a little drink of water, and took back off, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I was watching our overall leader, Brian Weather, is coming through, and then John Perry in that 14 machine. Perry came through turn 10 last time by. The whole rear end of that car just got kind of sideways, trying to push and get as much as he can out of that car to try to stay ahead of our overall leader.
All right, Brian, so as we cross 9:11, 9 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in this race group, let's make a call to the grid for our next one. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for our green group racers. Green group racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race starting in a few moments. Green group racers, this is your first call to the grid.
Check back in. Here comes Brian Weather now coming out of turn 10. You can see he's definitely opened up that gap when he went through those other cars. So again, where we saw the battle early on with him and Colin Doherty, that is kind of gone by the wayside now. Doherty's machine kind of settles in. You get these tires, they get hot, and it is getting warmer and warmer as the day goes on. This track, and you and I both know this very well, and so do some of these other races, the track tends to go away really quickly.
It's been now about 8 years since the track was repaved, and certainly as the heat starts to beat down. And it's not the hottest day ever here, Brian, but very few clouds in the sky. And we are seeing where this track temperature, you can see it's only about 80 degrees Fahrenheit right now, ambient air temperature, but the track definitely starts to heat up. That said, not only did not only did Weathered get around Nader Fartui, he also got around John Perry's VO Porsche 914-6, had the green with white striped Porsche 911 of Paul Amico coming up just ahead of him. I think we just had them come through.
Just got by Paul Amico there going down into turn 5. So.
And that was right after Amico had run his fastest lap of the race. Great lap for him on lap number 15. As we're saying, the track is heating up.
Away, certain drivers are getting faster. Right?
Exactly. So Paul turns in a 124.402. Weathered, though, lapping, again, different class. You can't really compare it, but there's Weathered on the front straight, lapping about 3 seconds faster than the driver who's running 6th overall. And right now, Amico running 2nd in the VO class.
Yep. As we get some of them coming through, looks like we're having some of our cars that were in the cutout there. That's the 115. Bob Mulligan being pulled back behind the thing. They'll have to pull him up and then go back and get Anthony Pagonis in that 159 here shortly after this race is over. So.
All right, Brian, and looks like we've got another car coming down the pit lane now.
That is Justin Jacobs in the 152.
Yes, in the Porsche 914, who started again at the very back of the
pack. He's had problems pretty much all weekend
long,
too. I think, last night was a very good race for him. Didn't have any problems. We saw him during warm-ups this morning.
And then this
had
morning's
a problem,
race.
And then this morning's race. So
exactly.
That has continued to be a presence in that machine.
In that beautiful Porsche 914.
Yep.
And so that is definitely unfortunate, Brian, here, as we now have just under 6 minutes remaining. And let's go, and we're going to make another call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for our green group racers. Please start heading to the grid for your final sprint race of the weekend. Green group racers, please head to the grid. Hey, Brian, wanted to welcome, first off, all the great folks that are watching us on YouTube and are taking part in the interaction here in the chat. We've got Colin M., who says he loves the live streaming. Thank you, Colin. And he wish he was able to make the race here this year. So hopefully, Colin, we'll see you next year here at Summit Point for 2025's Rock the Summit.
Mm-hmm. Looking forward to that already, knowing this is almost half over.
That's right.
I was looking at the time frames, or lap times here of Brian Weathered, and it's not like he's just out there going. He has been the most consistent when you look at lap time over lap time in that high 119 areas to low 120s, being consistent every single lap.
Indeed.
Nothing more than 2 or 3 tenths from each other across the board.
Yeah, and so, again, his fastest lap time, a 119.718. Brian has the VGTX track record here, Brian. Set it 2 years ago at this event, a 118.48. So, a little bit more than a second faster than what he's running this weekend. But again, a lot of that has to do with weather conditions, track conditions. This morning, for example, it was a much cooler day, and he ran. Oh, you know what? Let's reset that track record.
Did he beat it this morning?
He absolutely did,
yeah,
Brian.
I figured so.
Turned in a 117.9 this morning.
Yeah, so we got a new track record here. I didn't think that it would be able to be done this afternoon when it gets hot. Most of the track records that we see here or that get set are, mid-morning to early morning runs.
Yeah, so congratulations to Brian. It was about 65 degrees.
Yeah, it was
when
nice.
they went out. It was beautiful when they went out for their first race of the day. And now with the 3.5 minutes, he's got probably for the first time in, since lap 1, he's got some open track ahead of him, Brian.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we talked about Colin Doherty there, early on, back and forth with him. That gap opened up to 4 seconds as we got to the halfway point of this race. Then it was 5 seconds. Now it's almost 8 seconds. So, again, starting to pull away. And like I said, when I look at the lap times across the board, all the way, from top to bottom, he's within tenths of each other on all his lap times. So, again, just setting a nice, consistent pace, not trying to outdo anything in that car, taking care of the equipment, taking care of the tires, taking care of the brakes. As the hotter it gets, that tire degradation just gets to be unbearable. So I know he knows that, he's got to just be consistent as well.
All right, so let's take a look at some of these other classes here. And again, we've got the color-coded ticker on the side of your screen, and you can see how things are starting to get split up a little bit. But you'll notice there with the classes that are marked in blue, that is the VO class. And again, Jared Jacobs in that yellow 1980 vintage Porsche 911 SC, your leader. But looks like Paul Amico and John Perry, they swapped positions. They had swapped a couple laps ago. I think Perry had an issue on that last lap. He ran a 125.7, almost a full second off of what Amico ran on that last lap. And again, some challenges there. Perry dropping back to third in class.
Yeah, Perry 4.5 seconds behind Amico now at this point. So.
Yeah, and earlier we were watching that battle for the lead in VU. Of course, I think Chip Reichert had started off as your leader. Reichert with some issues. He's now running 2 laps down in class. Nader Fortuny and Dean Drewer, who again have been in lockstep almost all weekend long right now, about 5.7 seconds separating those two drivers. And they've got David Dean right there with them. Again, Dean is in the VO class, but is right between those two cars. As now Brian, looks like next time our leader, Brian Weatheritt, comes out of turn 10, spies down the front straight. He's going to see Mark Rougeau, our starter, holding his index finger up in the air. He's not telling him that he's number 1 yet, but he's telling him that he's got 1 lap remaining. He'll then tell him he's number 1 when he takes the checkered flag. And here he comes out of turn 10.
That's actually Jared Jacobs.
You're right. That's Jared
Jacobs
in the 911. You're right. I need new glasses, Brian.
You do.
haven't we been down this road
We've been
before?
down this road.
Yes.
Seems like an echo. So it looks like he's coming out of turn 9 now.
There he is.
Come up the hill. There he is. He's going to come up on one of the slower cars. So he'll probably get around that as they get down into turn 10 and get through there. Going to give him plenty of room for our leader. So he's going to get that one to go, which means that car behind him, which I believe is actually going to be the 776 machine there.
Yeah, that's Jose Roque, who opened up a path for him coming through turn 10. Yeah. And Brian Weatheritt took it. So Weatheritt now working his final lap of the weekend, his final circuit of beautiful 10-turn, 2-mile Summit Point Raceway.
With that pass of Jose Roque, I tell you what, that means Brian Weathers lapped everybody up to the 4th place.
Up to Jared Jacobs in that beautiful yellow Porsche, Porsche 911. Yeah, so that is a heck of a run now for the driver of the 69. And, we were talking about Weatheritt earlier in that car, and you need to see this car up close. This is his 15th year of racing in actually, I'm sorry, that's Nader Fortuny is in his 15th year. Let's try this again. He has been racing now for 40 years. Has been racing since 1984. Got started. This should be right up your alley. 125 shifter karts.
Okay.
And he's got to be psycho. He races motorcycles too.
Oh,
but absolutely wonderful. Here he said he got interested in it in 1973 when he went to Road America, and we talked about this yesterday. He crewed for Brian Redmond when Brian Redmond was running Formula 5000s, but today it's his day. Brian Weatheritt takes the checkered flag, runs the table this weekend.
Took the sweep.
Exactly there, and takes the VGTX win. All 3 races. Colin Doherty will finish second as he comes across the line, 8 seconds in arrears. Jared Jacobs now in his yellow Porsche 911. We'll see him in a few moments.
A lot of tiptoeing going on through there.
Yeah.
Hey, here comes this John Perry, Nathan Fortuny. Fortuny battle again. Perry gets off the corner a little bit better, but it seemed like everybody was tiptoeing through there, Greg.
Through that final corner.
If they were something maybe let down or something, but it seems that they were going pretty slow through turn 10 where you Don't expect
Well,
to see
we
them like
we
that.
might be seeing again a dearth of grip
Yeah.
over there as some of our last racers cross the line. Here comes out of turn 10, the Porsche of Jacobs, I believe, in that 53 machine. So Jacobs taking the win in VO, finishing third overall. We've had a number of other drivers now, based on whether it lapping them, have already now completed their races a lap down. So let's go, and we'll run down the finishing order here, break things down by class. And we'll start with VGTX, with Brian Weatherhead taking the win over Colin Doherty. Unfortunately, Anthony Pagonis, we saw him pull over the driver of the 159 car, only completing 10 laps. In VU, Nader Fartui takes the win over Dean Dreyer. Chip Reichert will finish 2 laps down. In VO, Jared Jacobs, besides finishing third overall, he takes the win in class. Paul Amico finishing second ahead of John Perry, with Perry taking the bronze. David Dean will finish fourth, and then Todd Simpson will finish in fifth. Jose Roque takes the win today in VGTO. Not a difficult run for Jose today, as he finished 4 laps up on Jim Scott and 6 laps up on Justin Jacobs, who we saw retire a little bit earlier. And then Bob Mulligan, I'm sure it's no consolation to him, as he had some mechanical issues partway through the race, but our sole racer to take the green flag here in VO+. All right, so as our racers come down the pit lane, and we now have 3 races remaining. Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next race. Attention to the paddock. Final call to the grid for our green group racers. Please head to the grid. Green group racers, this is your final call. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments here from Summit Point Raceway, where you are watching the 2025 Rock the Summit presented by PCA Potomac. We'll be right back.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event. Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Potomac, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday volunteer dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. Apparently, it's not 2025, Brian. It's 2024.
Thought we moved ahead. I wanted to see how I was doing.
All right, we've got our beautiful Porsche Macan pace car there, and stickered up, Brian, with everything from the Aaron Levitas Foundation there on the sides of the car, bringing the field down into turn one. We've got our green group up now, primarily spec Boxsters. Let's run down the starting order. I'm going to give you the top 20 out of the 34 drivers we had setting time. Don't know how she's in the text or in the YouTube chat, putting stuff in there, and also on track, but starting 20th in the number 229 Boxster, or probably the 229 Porsche 944 is Alex Farragut. Jeffrey Muller is starting 19th. Jeffrey's in the number 124 Porsche Boxster. Mark Francis starting 18th in the number 91 Boxster. Sam Halabi starting 17th. Sam's in the number 145 Porsche Boxster, with Chip Henderson in the SP3 Porsche 951 starting 16th today. It's the 341 car. Jared Rodehaver is starting 15th. He's driving the number 0 Porsche Boxster, with Peter Kaufman starting 14th. Also in a Boxster, he's driving the number 671 machine. Daniel Rubel starting 13th. He's in the number 771 Boxster, with Jordan Applebaum in the 107 machine. He starts 12th. William Calcagno starting 14th. Let's try that again. William Calcagno starting 11th. He's in the number 56 Boxster. Ryan Farragut's in a Boxster. Ryan's in the number 291 machine, starting in 10th. Lawson Wilder starting 9th in the 116 Boxster, with Steven Wilson in his Porsche 951 starting 8th. That's a 251 car in the SP3 class. Kevin Aberrant starting 7th in the 409 Porsche Boxster, with Tamer Albega in the number 165 Boxster starting 6th. Starting 5th in the 611 Boxster is Hunt McMahon, with Alex Awe starting 4th in the number 79 Boxster. Robbie Wilson will start 3rd today. He's your pole sitter in spec Boxster in the 029 car, and your front row. Mark Calazaretta starting in 2nd in the number 155 SP3 Porsche 968, and your pole sitter and winner from race 1 today, Ken Agina, in his SP3 Porsche 944 S2, the number 5 car, starts on the pole. Brian, as we get ready for the start.
Tell you what, Greg, watching them come out of turn 10 now, going to start heading down the front stretch. Going to watch for that starter here, getting that green flag halfway down through the pit out. Here we go. We are getting ready to green, and there is the green flag right there. It is going to be Ken Agina, Mark Calazaretta. They're going to go side by side all the way down, a little bit further back. Hunt McMahon in that 611 I tell you what, he went far driver's right, almost got two wheels in the ground.
I was going to say, we did see some puffs of dirt come up through the air, Brian, as they went down there. Oh, and we see more as one of our drivers pops the curbing on the inside. It was actually right behind Mark Francis, as we could see how tight it got there down at turn 1 for the very first time. We know that this track, Brian, it's 3 cars wide. You can fit 3. We've got drivers trying to do 4 or maybe 3.5 going into the dirt drivers left and the dirt drivers right. They all continue, however, as they come through turn 3 and now already heading and leading the field down into turn 1, Kenagina in that black and orange number 5.
Tell you what, these guys, this is their second and final race of the weekend, Greg. It's an all-out full sprint. They're going to drive hard for the full 30 minutes.
And, you know, as they're getting all bottled up at the slowest corner of the course, Brian, turn 5, which normally on a good day is about 45 miles an hour. They're slowing down, it looks like almost about 20 to try and negotiate that, as we have cars once again trying to run wide, try to get a good run and get the power down, trying to straighten out what we consider to be the longest straightaway on the course, Brian, from turn 6 all the way up to turn 10 as our leaders make their way out of turn 10. And our leader here to complete lap number 1 is actually Mark Calzaretta in that Gulf liveried Porsche 968. That's how we started this race this morning, Brian, with Kenagina running in second. Agina then taking over the lead about 3 laps in, and he never looked back.
Yep. Still battling 3 wide back further on the end, but you're right. Calzaretta, he has definitely pulled away from Kenagina in that number 5 machine. A little bit further back, again, we've got that battle going on right now with Alex Ou and Ryan Farragut in that 291. So again, that battle is going to continue to escalate through this last 30-minute event for them for the weekend. You see all different kinds of various lines coming out of turns 1 and turns 2. The optimal line is to let the car drift out wide there and get a line in. And as you come into turn 3, kind of go right straight at the entry of the turn. But we have seen various of lines throughout the entire weekend with all these cars trying to get the best outcome they can to try to set themselves up to get through 3 and up over the hill.
All right, Brian, and as they come down through the carousel now, finally all straightened out here. Oh, as we've got a car that goes off coming out of turn number 8 and heading up the hill, went right by our camera. We'll try and get the number on that car in just a moment as the rest of the field continues to filter through and still even 2 wide coming through turn 10. Brian should mention, as our leaders have crossed the line, actually our leaders now coming into turn 2, Robbie Wilson leading that very large spec Boxster class. And Robbie Wilson, our 2015, 2019, and 2020 944 Cup national champion. He's got 7 PCA track records in spec Boxster, and he's looking, I'm sure, to gain a national championship because he finished 2023 in second place in spec Boxster.
Definitely wants to take that one step forward and get as much as he can out of this. And I think that, what we saw there coming out of turn 8, headed up into turn 9, I think that may have been just somebody going just 2 wides off or maybe did continue that spin, so we'll have to see. But definitely a lot of dirt that they put down there.
All right, we did get word that driver has gotten back underway. We were listening for our corner worker down at the turn 9 flag station to get directly above our camera, Brian.
Yeah, right.
And much like we didn't see the number of the car, they didn't see it either.
There was so much dust and dirt; it's kind of hard to pick that up. And then all of a sudden, they complete that 360 and just keep on going.
Yeah, we'll try and pick it up here. Let's see.
Our overall leader, Mark Calzaretta, starting to open up a little bit over Kenagina, and it's now 2 seconds there. I think, Greg, once we get to the point where they start to work themselves back into some lap traffic, pretty much when they get to this halfway, I think that's where you're going to see Kenagina go through.
All right, Brian, I've done my research, and I feel fairly confident that it was, and I feel sorry here, Ryan Farragut in the number 291 Porsche Boxster, who fell all the way back from 6th to 24th position on that last lap. So I think that's who we saw go off over at turn 8 by our turn 9 camera. And Farragut, though, already on a bit of a recovery run, moving that car up, making up 2 positions on the superseding lap, now up in the 22nd.
Yeah. Yep, it was. I'm getting it. It was 291 orange. So definitely we got that one right. So yeah, he's definitely going to make a move. It's Greg's doing handstands up in here now that he got that one right.
Doing my happy dance. I got it right for once. Just because I've called every yellow Porsche incorrectly today.
or
Thankfully.
a white one.
Yeah, or a white. Well, yeah. All right, coming across the line now, Brian, completing lap number 4, Mark Calzaretta and Kenagina. Calzaretta, I think he's got something to prove after our earlier races. He is now reset fast lap again, turns in a 122.335. That said, Kenagina comes across the line directly behind him, turns in a 122.250. So, they're not giving a quarter here and not really getting away from one another at this point.
I tell you what, the battle on the racetrack here is going to be for that second place in SPB. I tell you what, the stock boxer there with the Hunt McMahon and Alex Ooh in that 79. I'm telling you what, those guys, they were separated by less than 2/100ths of a second.
Oh my!
As they went by, almost 2/10 at this point. But when they went by, Alex got a great run out of turn 10 to be able to close that gap. When they went up into turn 3 that time, you can see him now just going out of your screen there in 5. I tell you what, he's going to have to work hard. But your leader is Robbie Wilson in that 029 in the SPB class. So.
Yeah, and Wilson's now opened up almost a 5-second advantage over, again, a very large SPB field.
Right.
As we look a little bit further back in the pack, Brian, take a look here, and we'll try and pick out these cars. We've got the black Boxster of Jordan Applebaum. We talked a little bit earlier about that car and the provenance of the 107 car. As well as William Calcagno. They're running 7th and 8th in spec Boxster. Again, Applebaum in a flat black car with white numbers. Calcagno with a blue and silver 997 probably 1999 Boxster. And last time they crossed the finish line here to complete lap number 5, they were separated by 0.3 of a second. They're heading into turn 1 now. And if we take a look, they are this pair right here, the 2 black Boxsters, one with the silver roof, one with the black roof. Now, and again, only separated by about a quarter of a car length.
Yeah, coming out of turn 2, it seems like that's opened up a little bit with Jordan Applebaum and the 56 William Calcagno, yeah. So Jordan Applebaum getting through turn 2 a little bit better than Calcagno as they go, because he kind of opened that up a little bit. Greg, I did hear a word that we had the 216 there that had spun. I'm not sure which turn that was. I didn't catch which turn.
Okay.
Sadir Calera, but it looks like that driver was able to continue with no problem. So
all right.
I think may have just gone 2 wheels off.
And so Sadir now finds himself in 19th position, again, in a very large Boxster field here. So Bill Calcagno, Brian, he's done karting, he's done AER, he's done Lemons. This is his 12th year racing. I think I can relate to him. He's a software engineer out of Silver Spring, Maryland. And I love, we always ask our racers when they submit information to us, he goes, what are your major racing accomplishments? And Bill, his answer is, I've survived.
That's actually a pretty good accomplishment right there.
I would agree.
As they go by the start-finish line, head down into turn 1 again. Still, Jordan Applebaum holding him off. William Calcagno, I tell you what, in that 56 machine, he gets a great run, getting a real good push off of turn 10. Applebaum seems to have a little bit more straight line speed there, able to get in front of him and stay in front of him as they go around.
All right, Brian, Trailux is proud to be a sponsor of PCA and thank PCA for their support over the years. Trailux trailers set the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer enclosed or open to tow your Porsche, Trailux should be your first and only choice. Trailux sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies club racing spirit.
Pretty good, I like to use the word gaggle. Pretty good little gaggle going through turn 5 and turn 6 there. Kind of everybody just trying to get through. Now we're going to go a little bit too wide there. Coming out of 6. Again, not a high percentage pass that you want to be making there because it doesn't set you back up on line And the one that's on the driver's left of those two wides, unless that other driver can get underneath and they let you in, you can almost shut the door on that person and cause a little bit. But it looks like they were able to work that out pretty quickly.
Yeah, and we'll try and get the numbers there. It's a little bit further back in the Boxster field, but I think that's Peter Kaufman, Dan Rubel, Sam Halabi, and maybe Jared Rodaver that are in that group as they come now. Look at this as they're coming down the front straight, almost in flight formation here. A little bit of a diamond,
exactly,
Brian. And and indeed, it's Kaufman, Rubel, Halabi, as well as Jared Rodaver, and I think Kurt Leda as well back there. That is the battle. That is the battle for 9th in Spec Boxster. It goes from 9th all the way back to 13th.
Yeah, I tell you what, Kaufman and Rubel, they're starting to pull away a little bit from that dime, and it looks like we got one car that may have slowed down there.
Yeah, it looked like we had one of our Boxsters go around there down at turn 1.
Was that the 99?
I think that might have been Miji Song.
Yeah, I think she may have gone around there. Yeah, that was definitely Miji Song, but continue because she just went up over turn 3 and head on down. So just a slight little turnaround. Wanted to see the entire scenery, not just the racetrack. So.
And getting word, Brian, we may have. I'm looking at I'm trying to check some of our corner station conditions, whether or not we have another yellow flag. 'Cause it sounded like we may still have a car off course somewhere. We'll try and get a verification of that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The only one I would think of, and we're going to get that call now.
And it sounds as though it is down in the bottom half of the course, Brian, down in the carousel area. And we'll try and get the number on that car here momentarily. I think it may be the 707
kind of what I was thinking.
Dan Judge. They're the white 1999 Boxster, as he is showing as being the only Spec Boxster that's not on the lead lap.
Yeah. I'm not seeing it anywhere from our turn 4 camera, so it's not really sure where it would be. So it's definitely outside of our camera range, but they're working to get him, see if he can't go over there and get that picked up.
Or at least see if he's in a safe position there.
As Greg, our overall leaders now are coming up out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. Spencer, let's pick that up because they're going to be coming up there. There they go, right there. That is Mark Calzaretta and Kenagina. And I tell you what, Kenagina has closed the gap to Mark Calzaretta right on the curbing there.
I mean, literally right underneath the wing of the 968 ahead of him there. And again, this is the SP3 class for the front-engined large displacement 4-cylinder motors. And again, the Kenagina and Calzaretta. Gina was our winner in race number 1 today, was able to, after a slow-ish start, work his way back around Calzaretta. And we'll see how things play out here as we still have a lot of time, Brian, over 16 minutes remaining here in this race.
Yeah. Trying to hear some calls coming over the radio. But again, we talked about this, Calzaretta and Gina starting to come up on some of this lap traffic, Greg, and we talked about that's where we saw it earlier on in the race before between Calzaretta and Agina. They are actually nose to tail. Now there's another car in between them, but I think Agina is going to be able to make quick work of that race car there and get around and get right back on the back bumper there of Mark Calzaretta as they come out of turn 2 and head up into turn 3. There you go. You can see they made quick work of that other machine there and was able to continue. We'll have to see whether or not Agina's going to be able to roll him in as they get down into turn 4. Coming through the chute, there they are now. And I tell you what, Greg,
there you go.
He's dropped back about a car length and a half than he was from the last time. But again, now they've got some clean air and some clean traffic.
Yeah, and and we are seeing where Calzaretta is taking that car, opening up turn 4, coming down through the chute, and taking the car all the way driver's left to carry as much speed down the hill. Basically, anywhere he can open up an advantage here on Agina. Of course, Agina, a former national champion. But Calzaretta, this is very interesting, Brian, because this goes back about 10 years now. This car that Calzaretta is racing, was previously owned and raced by C.J. Wilson. Wilson, former baseball player for the Texas Rangers, got into pro racing, like I said, about 10, 12 years ago, and I believe has moved on since then. The car, though, it's not called C.J. He calls it Natasha.
Natasha. Oh.
Natasha, the Porsche 968, exactly. Beautiful, beautiful car.
As our overall leaders, we picked them back up. That's opened up to almost 1.7 seconds. So you can see where that traffic, Greg, has really gotten to Kenagina, not able to get through quite like Mark Calzaretta did. Hunt McMahon and Robbie Wilson, again, 23 seconds, 24 seconds back behind them. That's third and four, but that's the actual battle there for the overall lead in the SPB. Did pretty good 13-second lead from first to second there.
Hey, we've got not Summit, but it looks like, and I need my glasses, Brian, Pummit in the chat saying
Permit, P-U-R-R-M-I-T.
That okay. Well, it's a whole bunch of letters that look almost identical from about 25 feet, which is where I'm standing for my monitor. Saying let's go 107, and that's the Jordan Applebaum car, and so Applebaum now is sitting lucky 13th. In Spec Boxster. And Brian, we've got a car off in the gravel trap over at turn 10. This is undoubtedly going to bring out a full course caution.
I want to see. Is that the Applebaum machine?
And you know what? Permit helped me bring out the announcer's curse, Brian.
Yeah.
That is indeed Jordan Applebaum sitting very deep in the gravel trap at turn 10. You just saw it there in our view. And he is buried very deep. He's not going to be able to get that car out.
That's a tough position where he is, too. I mean, it's right outside the camera view. You can't see it on the camera, but that is definitely not a place that you want to be. They may be able to get in there and pull it from behind and pull him out as a hot toe, but, we'll have to see. But I tell you what, I'm going to go back to this battle here. Alex Au and Hunt McMahon, they are fourth and fifth overall, but that is your second place
in SPB.
And I tell you what, it is 0.2 of a second.
And in our first race of the day, Brian, it was Alex Au hunting down Hunt McMahon. McMahon fell back behind Au, so Au took second in Spec Boxster. The tables have been reversed; they've been flipped here in race number 2. And again, in very, very close proximity there. McMahon in the silver, green, and black Boxster, and then Alex Au in that multicolored machine. I think silver and black and red as we see them now heading down towards turn 5.
He's got the Partridge Family livery on there.
Yeah.
Every panel's a different color.
Yeah, and there you go. Here with Alex Au following the green machine of McMahon through turn 5, and they're starting to come up on some slower 924 or 924 traffic.
I tell you what, you're going to have that standing yellow down there in turn 10 while they do that hot pull, Greg, to pull that Jordan Applebaum machine out. So guys are going to have to take an eye looking at that and basically concentrate. Definitely don't want to try to start making that pass before you get down there. So.
And there you can see, Brian, and our great emergency services team here with Porsche Club of America, without having to go to a full course caution. They are pulling that machine right out of the gravel trap. Going to be a couple laps down and maybe a couple pounds of gravel heavier. But it looks like Jordan Applebaum should be able to continue. We have the local caution at turn 10 while they're doing that, and hopefully very soon we'll be able to go back green flag racing.
Yeah, completely.
All around the course.
Yep. At least he's definitely going to make weight with that. So.
All right, we're getting word now from one of our corner stations, Frank Osborne, who is running in the ME1 class. That is the 313 machine, currently running 25th overall. That's a 2004 Boxster, starting to smoke just a bit. Started to smoke a lot.
I think that was brake light.
Yeah, that was brake light. That was a different car. Osborne, he's in an orange Boxster, and they're saying that car's starting to smoke quite a bit more as this race is continuing on.
Yeah.
So we'll continue to watch that as our corner workers will, and we'll see what happens. But Brian, we talked during the last race about as the temperatures were raising, and as this track was probably becoming a little bit more slick, a lot of drivers starting to lock up brakes going into turn 5.
There's our overall leaders right now, Greg, going down in through the chute, hitting in turn 5. They are in a mess of traffic right now. Calzaretta's holding off Agena, but I tell you what, Agena is able to get right back on that back bumper when he gets around one of those cars when Calzaretta gets stuck in behind some. We'll have to see. As you can see, the corner workers letting the drivers know that's ahead of them that, hey, the faster cars are coming up on you. You need to let them go, but you've got to be able to be consistent and hold your line.
Hey, Brian, just got great news from the folks over at the Aaron Levitas Foundation that the foundation now, their drive for donations has risen now. They are at $52,000. That is now 70% of their goal with 86 registered bidders for the silent auction. And if you're here at the track here at Summit Point, or we've been putting up the QR code so that if you're at home or you're watching on YouTube, you can sign up for the silent auction as well. Bidding closes at 7 p.m. this evening, and after this race is over, we'll have that QR code up again if you want to make a donation or if you want to submit entries for that silent auction.
Tell you what, I know I'm going down there right as soon as we're done. That's the first place I'm going to go because I know that they've got some pretty good stuff down there. I'm definitely going to go put my name in some stuff.
And Michael Levitas, we got for the Aaron Levitas Foundation, Michael Levitas, who's here racing this weekend, he has put out a challenge. He needs 5 people to donate $5,000. He wants five people to donate $5,000 to the foundation here this weekend, and he needs 4 more to do it. So open up your, open up your checkbooks, open up your, your credit card, your Apple wallets at this point, I guess, Brian. And see yourself to make a donation to the Aaron Levitas Foundation.
Tell you what, let's look down at turn 1, and there is a huge gaggle of cars right there, Greg, and they are coming down through turn 1, and I believe that is our. We talked about this car earlier on. That is that pink machine there with the devil's teeth in the front. I guess that's what you would call it.
The dragon
teeth. I tell you what, let through there. That is a. That I tell you what, that is a gaggle that just went through there, and everyone was able to make it out of turn 1 and turn 2. But I tell you what, they were 3 wide there right at the beginning of entry of turn 1.
Yeah, and that's Tamara Albega, currently running 5th in Spec Boxster. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for our Blue Group racers. Please start heading to the grid. You're going to be on track in about 15 minutes. Blue Group racers, please start heading to the grid for your final sprint race of the weekend.
Yeah, Tamara in that 165, it went down into turn 1, and I tell you what, it had a whole host of cars behind that driver through there, was able to get through, like I said. We're still, within that group, we're still going 2, almost 3 wide.
Oh my gosh.
Coming out of turn 8, so it's really lasted the whole entire lap. The first car in that group is that Sadir Kalara. That's the leader of that first entire group coming through there.
Yep, there we go. We see that Boxster come through turn 1 now. All right. Here, Brian, as we've got just over 6 minutes remaining, quickly we'll break things down by class. Chris Fay, your leader in ME1 as Frank Osborne trying to fight those oiling issues. And Brian, I wasn't going to say anything about, they're always fastest before, Osborne just ran his fastest lap of the race, so we'll just leave it at that for right now. In SP3, and our overall leader, Mark Calzaretto with Ken Agena running in second. Still, those 2 drivers, as they're coming through turn 3 now, they are still locked nose to tail. There they go, heading down into the chute. The car's just heading off into the distance. There's one of them. And there's the other is just ahead in turn 5 as they're dealing with traffic. Steve Wilson running 3rd in SP3. In SP2, David Mann is your leader. He's got about a 4-second advantage over David Bidler. Alex Farragut just a little bit further back from there. In SPB, Spec Boxster, it is Robbie Wilson now opening up a pretty substantial lead over Hunt McMahon. And when I say substantial, 25 seconds. Alex Awe now falling about 2.5 seconds back from there. And then finally in SP1, Mark Walters, our sole racer in the class.
There's our individual in the chat talking about gaggle of cars. But it's a good thing I didn't say argy bargy, because that would have really been a really big thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we could have geese around here. I don't know what you would call a gaggle of
Porsches,
that, or a gaggle of deer, which is what I almost literally ran into this morning here at Summit Point at 6:30 in the morning.
Yep.
All right, and Brian, we're starting to see now as we just watched at the front of the field, Calzaretta and Agena going into turn 1, and Agena taking to the dirt over the apex of turn 1, again, trying to find every little bit of speed that he can to get back up to Calzaretta, as he's now fallen about 1.2 seconds back. And that is probably a good 10 feet further back than he was on the previous lap.
Tell you what, we were talking about this driver earlier on in that spin, in that 291 of Brian Farragut. Had that spin early on, was able to, like you said, Greg, come back, worked his way all the way back up to 13th overall. Again, probably not going to be the finish he wants in that SPB, as he's in 10th sitting right now in SPP. But I tell you what, really setting down some pretty consistent times since that spin. So good thing that spin did not hurt, because it's starting to pick up a little bit of speed. And again, this is a group here, again, the second race of the day, Greg. Again, we're getting down to the end with just right around close to 3 minutes left to go in this race right here. Our leaders now going through turns 1, getting ready to come out of turn 2, and it's about less than half a car length as they come out. This is where you really have to start taking care of the equipment, as we're going to come out and go side by side.
All right, Brian, and real quick here, as the next time our leaders, whether it be Calzaretta or Agena, come across the start-finish line, one of them will be our leader starting the final lap of the race. They're going down into turn 5 now, but before they start that last lap, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for our blue group racers. Please start heading to the grid now. Your race is next. Blue group racers, please head to the grid. This is your second call.
Yeah, I tell you what, last time by out of turn 2 and head up into turn 3, Agena really had a great run on Calzaretta. But I tell you what, Calzaretta worked his way through that carousel, Greg, opened up about 2.5 car lengths. So you're right. As soon as they come down out of turn 10, here they come now. They're going to be coming down. They're going to be getting that one to go.
All right, here we go. Is Mark Ruja, our starter. He's holding out his index finger, letting him know 1 lap remaining. Only 2 miles and 10 turns for Ken Agena if he wants to run the table here this weekend. And those racers, Brian, they're coming up on some slower traffic as well. Under braking into turn 1, separated by maybe 3/4 of a car length. And as we saw Agena get a little bit deeper on the brakes, he was able to carry speed to the apex, but out and past the apex, Brian, that is where Calzaretta, because he was able to get the power down a little bit earlier, was able to open up a little bit more ground as they come into turn 3. They've got one of their spec Boxsters brethren just ahead of them.
That's the 56 machine there.
And that's William Calcagno in the 56 car, currently running 9th overall, and Calcagno running 7th at spec Boxster. Let's take a look here as they come through the carousel. And wow, look at this, because neither of our Porsche drivers were able to get past Calcagno until they came out of 6A going into 6B. That has once again brought Agena right up to the back of the number 155 car.
This is where Calzaretta has been the most dominant, coming out of turn 8 up under the hill underneath the bridge here. So we're going to see whether or not he's going to be able to hold it. Here they come out of turn 10. It's about a car length and a half. I don't believe Agena is going to be able to get to him, but he's going to try to pull the slipstream, just not going to be able to do it.
All right,
as they start to head down.
And as they come to the line, Brian, it almost looks like one car crossing the stripe.
Yeah.
Mark Calzaretta wins race number 2 and takes the win in SP3. Ken Agena will finish second in SP3, second overall. And we've got the rest of the field. Now let's take a look in Spec Boxster. We should have Robbie Williams, great singer, Robbie Wilson coming out of turn 10 now in the 029 machine. And he is going to take the win in Spec Boxster. Congratulations to him. And a little bit further back in the field, we saw Chip Henderson in the SP3 class. Great run for Chip there as he finishes 4th behind the 215 of Wilson. And I love looking at that 924 because it's got it's basically, it looks like an old P51 Mustang with the shark's mouth on the side of the car, Brian. And of course, Chip is here racing this weekend with his son Connor, and he was telling us, Chip was telling us how he and Connor both ran the 2023 Cannonball Run. I'm sure they did it well. Obviously, they didn't have Burt Reynolds there with them, but great run for him. And we'll see Chip tomorrow, I think, during the endurance races. And just as this race was coming to an end, Brian, I think on the very last lap, maybe ran out of fuel. Drivers left out of turn 3, just before turn 3. We could see that car there sitting dead stick.
I think that may be the 0 car. That may be Jared Roadheaver there, I believe.
Possible. And again, this was after taking the checkered flag. Yeah, I think Roadhaver there in the 0 machine. Yeah, and we're getting word that they're going to need a flat tow, basically a rope tow back to the paddock.
Yep.
All right, let's quickly, Brian, break things down here by class with ME1, Chris Fay taking the win over Frank Osborne. In SP2, John Biedler taking the win over David Mann, and then Alex Farragut finishing in 3rd. In SPB, Spec Boxster, Robbie Wilson with the win, Hunt McMahon 2nd, and margin between McMahon and Alex Awe as they were fighting for 2nd in Spec Boxster, Brian, 28/100ths of a second, with Lawson Wilder finishing in 3rd. Mark Walters was our sole SP1 racer. And finally, as we mentioned in SP3, Mark Calzaretto with a win over Canagina, Steve Wilson finishing 3rd, Chip Henderson finishing in 4th. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Before we do, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention to the paddock. Blue Group Racers, this is your final call to the grid. Blue Group Racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with more action from Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 Rock the Summit presented by PCA Potomac. We'll be right back.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Potomac, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday volunteer dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater & Dean plc is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes and models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europro's Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Europros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Fitzwater and Dean PLC is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater and Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europro's Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Europros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
I never bought new, I always bought.
Fitzwater & Dean PLC is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, EuroPros Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, EuroPros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, EuroPros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It's a 2024 PCA Potomac Rock the Summit. And with our coverage here today on YouTube, brought to you in part by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, we want to thank them for their technical assistance here this weekend. Brian, we've got our Blue Group racers heading out on track now for their second race of the weekend. The IHF and J classes, also SPC 911 Cup. And let's go and run down the starting order. We had 19 drivers set qualifying times here this weekend. Let's run them down. Stephen Corrali in the number 55 Porsche Cayman starting 19th. Starting 18th, Michael Gershon in the 179 Boxster starting 17th. In the number 458 SPC Cayman, Michael Vietz. Starting 16th is Dwayne Moses in the number 64 911 SC with Michael Kaunitz starting 15th. Michael's in the number 901 Porsche 996 911. Michael Enger starting 14th today in the number 50 Porsche 911 with Nate Dos Santos starting 13th. Nate's in the number 08 Porsche 911 Carrera. Then we got Jordan Simon. He's starting 12th. He's in the number 54 Boxster S in the F class with David Nissenbaum, also in a Boxster S, starting 11th in the number 06 car. Lenny Stan is starting 10th in number 894 Porsche 911 with Lee Lasberg starting 9th. He is also in a Porsche 911. Then Mark Salvador starting 7th. He's in the 667 Porsche Boxster. Jason Nikic in his Porsche 911 starting in 6th. Sam Amano starting 5th. He's in the number 4 Porsche Cayman with Eric Yortsoy starting in 4th. He's in the number 321 Porsche Cayman. Patrick James will start 3rd. He's in the number 41 SPC Porsche Cayman. He's your pole sitter in that class with Ryan Magreb starting in on the outside of the front row. He's in his Porsche 997 car. He's your H-class pole sitter. And Franklin Prey, he's your I-class pole sitter in a Porsche 997, the number 77 car on the inside of the front row, leading the field now through turn number 10 as Mark Rougeau, our starter, looks over the field. And let's take a look. He sees him. And green flag is in the air, Brian, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point with the PCA Potomac.
Tell you what, Franklin Prey getting another great start as he heads down into turn 1 from that start-finish line. Once that green flag waved, he's opened up by about 2 car lengths now over. It looks like that's going to be Eric Yortsoy in that 321.
Yeah, in that SPC Porsche Cayman comes around from the outside. Good start for him as he gets around Ryan McGrath and Patrick James as well as they come out of turn 2 and make their way into turn 3. Already a big gap there up front. We've got one car that's a little bit off the pace, Brian, coming through turn 3. I think that might have been the 59 machine of Terrence Judge in his 1990 Porsche 962 C2 as they start to make their way down through the chute and into turn 5.
Yeah. Remember, this is a group where we had a little bit with Michael Kunitz in that 901. Had an incident early on. I don't believe he took the green flag here, and I don't believe Stefan Kerley also took the green flag here. We'll wait to see from them to come back by, but I don't believe I saw those vehicles out there when they were coming up on their pace lap. But we'll see. I may have missed them as I was looking down here at the time of the scoring.
Well, this group in particular, Brian, had a lot of attrition. We had at the end of our race this morning, Donald Anger, who did not finish the race, Michael Kaunitz, as you mentioned, Dwayne Moses, Michael Vitz, Gershon, and Corrali, all non-finishers here this morning. Let's take a look as we have one lap complete. Franklin Prey crosses the line as your leader with Eric Yortsoy second, Patrick James third. McGrath falls back in the 4th position with Sam Amano 5th. And indeed, Brian, you got it. Only 2 racers not taking the green. Michael Kaunitz in the number 901 Porsche 996 and Stephen Crowley in his Cayman S.
Yeah. Pretty much getting single file here early on. And this group also did the same thing earlier in their first race of the day. They all got single file, and then it wasn't until about halfway when they really started to battle, and that's when we started to see the attrition kind of filter through the entire field where drivers were pulling off behind the paddock or having an incident here and there. So maybe they all got together and just kind of say, let's say single file here, and then we'll figure it out from there. But early on, Franklin Prey in that 997 has really started to pull away over Eric Yortsoy and Patrick James in that 41. Ryan McGrath sitting in 3rd, or sitting in 4th overall, your H leader right now. Sam Amano sitting in 5th. He is 2nd in in the I class to Franklin Prey in that 777.
All right, as we have the field now making their way through turn 10 and grabbing a little whiff of gravel there, Brian. Mark Salvador in the number 667 orange Porsche Boxster, as he is currently running 3rd in the H class. He's right behind Terrence Judge, and I think probably more than anything, he came through turn 10 somewhat unsighted because he had the nose of his Cayman there right up against, that's a Boxster right up against the back of the 964 of Judge, and we mentioned Judge had some issues at the start. Here is we've got a couple drivers that are having there's a little patch of dirt.
Yeah.
Drivers right coming out of turn 2, and a lot of our drivers are finding that as they're trying to straighten up the wheel awfully early to make a straight run down to turn 3. A little bit further ahead of turn 3, though, Brian, great run here in turn 5.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you talked about that real quick. Coming out of turn 2, it's as I said this before, a lot of unorthodox lines going through here today, and guys just trying to get far over to driver's right to try to set up turn 3 coming out of there, and they're hitting that dirt patch.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you got a pretty good battle there coming out of turn 5. Seems like you got 4 or 5 cars right there. Again, still staying nose to tail, coming up through there, coming out of 8 and going through. And I believe that is probably going to be the Terrence Judge, Mark Salvador, who we saw make a great move earlier on in the first race today. And then you got Jason Kinnick and then Donald Anger in that number 50 machine.
All right, Brian, jumping to the inside. It is the 667 of Mark Salvador looking for a way by the white Porsche 911. The 964 of Terrence Judge, and as they come down into turn number 1, there it is, the orange with the black nose of Salvador. His Boxster now move him up into 6th overall, and more importantly, he moves into 2nd in the H stock class here, Brian.
Greg, we have one car that went off driver's left through down towards the skid pad. Looks like they're going to go down there and turn around. They're going to make a comeback through there out of turn 1.
Spencer, we can go over to turn 1 for a second. Actually, it looks like it's
right now.
just now rejoining. There we go.
Yeah. Again, knew they weren't going to make that turn, and so decided to take through there. So it looks like Lenny Stan in that 894 machine in that 911.
Yeah, in the 911 Cup class, he was running 4th at the time of that off. Again, ran a little bit deep. Good heads-up racing for him to take that little access road, which bends to the left a little bit. A lot of drivers, they kind of get a little freaked out when the brakes don't work, and they end up going straight off into the gravel trap. He did a great job of recovering that car and able to continue with this race. We'll have to see is whether he can actually continue on, or maybe that car does have some issues that you wouldn't want to continue to push after for more laps. All right, a little bit now coming out of turn 10. And this, Brian, it's white on white on white. We've got Terrence Judge, Don Anger, who did make it out today in the number 50 car. He is your leader, I believe, in the 911 Cup class, running 9th overall. David Nissenbaum in his white Porsche Boxster, just behind, very closely behind Nissenbaum. I believe your F-class leader, running 10th overall.
Yeah. Pretty good battle when they came out of turn 10, as you were talking about it. Coming down the front stretch again, Donald Anger trying to stay right there with him, drop back just a little bit. You can see as they come down the chute, you can see that's about 2.5, 3 car length gap right now. But I tell you what, he's going to make that up here momentarily. And again, we were talking about, you talking about the 894 Lenny Stan. He was kind of on the outside there, driver's left. They were too wide there for a minute. Realized he wasn't going to make the corner. Was able to slow the car down when he got to that access road there. As you go back into there, really had it slowed down. Made the turnaround and came back out. But knew he wasn't going to make the corner because he probably couldn't see the corner.
Right.
Because when you have another car right there next to you, it's tough to see that entry.
Yeah, and it is something as we watch them coming down the front straight here and heading towards start finish. Brian, this is it's a part of racing that you don't normally see in anything other than, in club racing, we see in the Spec Miata class at another organization all the time, where they spend entire races literally inches off of one another, nose to tail. But in most cases, in most GT car racing, that's not something you're going to see. As we see a great battle coming down and through turn 1, Brian. And it is Lee Lasberg, it's Eugen Basha, and I believe Dwayne Moses as well. We're watching them as they're coming into turn 3 now. And I'll tell you, I absolutely love this car by Eugene Basha. It is the number 23, the pink number 23. Brian, and for those of you that are up on Porsche history, it is using the livery, I think what used to be known as the truffle sniffer from Zuffenhausen, the car that was designed originally by Anatoly Lapid and used different cuts of pork.
Right.
It was on the Porsche 917-20 back all the way in 1971. But absolutely iconic livery, and great to see it there. And of course, Basha, he is running that same number. He's running the number 23 on the car. And oddly enough, he calls his car Piggy.
Yeah, there you go, right? So, You know, Greg, one of the drivers I've been watching here for the last couple of laps here is that number 4, Sam Amano, and the 667 there of Mark Salvador. Now, Mark Salvador really gets deep into the brake zone of turn 1. Coming out of turn 2, he gets so deep in there and hard on the brakes that the car almost really slows down too much. So
Really?
he has zero momentum, and that's where Sam Amano is able to pull away.
Well, and you know, and that's one of the things that we saw, I think, when we were watching that great race with Kenagina and Calzacano, that yes, you would maybe want to try and outbrake somebody into a traditional hard braking corner, threshold braking corner like turn 1 here at Summit. But if you bring that and you compress that braking zone too much, yes, you might pick up some ground going into the corner, but you're inevitably going to lose speed because it takes you, one, you lose much more momentum, and you also, it takes longer for you to be able to come back to full throttle past the apex. So you may gain at one end, you lose it on the other end of the corner.
Yeah. And that's kind of what we talk about, you know, when we talk to these racers, and sometimes, you know, you get in there and when you put the helmet on, right, you lose all that aspect of it. And it's like, you know, you go in, it's like, I know I got to back the corner up to get off the corner, and ends up not doing it. We got a really good battle here headed down into turn 1. That's what I was talking about earlier. Mark Salvador, Jason Kinnick, Terrence Judge, Donald Anger, now throw in David Nissenbaum in that 06 machine. So again, they are actually, Nissenbaum's a couple seconds behind, but Donald Anger and Terrence Judge, they're starting to close the gap on Mamano, Salvador, and Nickett.
Yeah, indeed. And as they're doing that, Brian, of course, Terrence Judge in the H-Stock class, he definitely wants to get up to Salvador, as Salvador currently running second in the class. Judge is running in third. Donald Anger right behind. He is still your leader in the 911 Cup class. So we watch this, and what a great fight here, Brian, as they're all heading down into turn 5.
Well, I think Jason Nickett is the leader in the 911 Cup class. Then you've got Donald Anger. So
yes,
Jason,
you are. I'm sorry.
Jason in that blue number 27. But that's a battle right there that Donald Anger's not very far behind.
No.
Because he's in that, you know, he's only a tenth behind Terrence Judge, which is really only less than 4 tenths behind 27 of Jason Nickett in that, as they're coming out of turn 8 now. The last car there is the Donald Anger machine. So, again, there's a car in between him and Jason for that overall lead in that 911. A lot of back and forth here as they come out of turn 10. Again, you can see Mamano trying to stay in front of Jason Kickett and Mark Salvador. Now, guys, we're going to go 3 wide down into turn 1, which we talked about this earlier on. Salvador is able to make that car stick going through there. We'll see if he's going to be able to hold on to it.
Yeah, we'll see, because as we said, you know, you go deep there, you end up having to run wide in order to get the car rotated, but he makes it work, Brian, and is able to hold on to the position coming out of turn 1, as he was able to come across the nose of Nikic and put the 27 car behind him.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, so what does that do? That moves that 27 back a little bit, and then you've got Terrence Judge, Donald Anger in that 50 machine. That's moving him a little bit closer.
Yeah, and you know, the one thing that we've noticed about Salvador, and it's not just in this race, Brian, but we saw it this morning as well, he's not afraid to bring that car all the way down the driver's right to the point where he's almost dropping wheels into the pavement. We saw that this morning when he actually did do that on the start, but he's able to get that car rotated, and I think what you're seeing also is maybe a little bit of an intimidation factor, you know, because we did see where Nikic maybe gave a little additional, gave basically some quarter and allowed Salvador. They made that work.
Right.
Let's put it that way.
Right.
He did not push the effort there too far as they come down across the start-finish line once again. But this battle here with 5 cars added every single corner, and we see once again Salvador coming down deep on the inside where he's going to pick up another position.
Yeah, Jason Nickick's going to be the odd man out here, Greg. I tell you what, we're going to have a new leader in this 911 Cup class here, because I do believe coming out of turn 2, and you'll be able to see it here, I believe Donald Anger is going to get ahead of that 27 machine. Actually did not get it. That is actually the 59 of Terrence Judge that got in front of him. So, again, those two are still nose to tail in that 911, and that is for the battle for the lead right there.
So we've got 2 great fights in 2 classes, Brian, both in the H-Stock class and also in the 911 Cup class, and they are all just bottled up. right there together, and they've been there for the last couple of races. And again, these are 30-minute sprint races here this afternoon, and we've got, as you can see there on our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen, a little bit more than half this race to go.
Yeah. You get with that battle there that, like I said, Donald Anger can get right up to the back of the 27 there, but he just can't make that pass. And when they get down into turn 5, that hard left-hander, it's where he tends to lose a little bit. So doesn't have the drive off coming off of 5 in through 6, what we call A and B,
right?
To get through there. So he loses that momentum, which, again, you want to be on the gas from the minute you enter into turn 6A. All the way through, really, until you get to turn 10. I mean, that's really the next thing you're going to do.
So Brian, as we've been watching that same group, I'd like to track down Eric Yortsoy and Patrick James. Yortsoy in the white and blue Cayman, the 321 car. Patrick James in the green Cayman, the number 41 machine. They're running second and third overall, but that is the battle for the lead in SPC.
Looks like I think they're probably going to be getting ready to come up. I think this is them coming up out of turn 8.
Yeah, I believe
you're
right.
To see. Yes, that is them right there. There goes Eric Yortsoy, and there is Patrick James. So, again, this afternoon we've got battles in several different classes around the racetrack. Here we go. We're going to catch them coming out of turn 10 down by the start-finish line here now. There it is. There's Eric Yortsoy. There's Patrick James. And the lead right now, Greg, is 0.4 of a second between them. Not only, I guess, that we were talking about, you've got that battle there as they head out of turn 1, headed up into turn 2. It opens up to about 3 car lengths, which is about that 0.4 lead. So Patrick James not able to really close the deal, but hanging right there with Eric Yortsoy to make him, whether or not he can make a mistake, where he can capitalize on that and pull back up behind him. Still got plenty enough time. There's roughly around 14 minutes left to go, so plenty of laps left to go in this race. Heading through turn 5, going to pick them up, coming through the carousel now. They're going to have a slower vehicle there that's going to be in front of them that they will run up on probably by the time they get to turn 10. They're a little bit quicker through the carousel. We'll pick up that car number when they come up past turn 10 and come down by us by the tower here. But looks like they probably going to meet them down at turn 1.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Brian, during our morning race, Patrick James had the measure of Yortsoy and took, well, it's the measure. He crossed the stripe 0.18 of a second ahead of Yortsoy today. Should mention that Ryan McGrath, who took the H-Stock win, finished second overall. James third overall, Yortsoy third. And, we basically have flipped those 3 on their head, as Yortsoy currently running second overall with James second and Maghreb running 4th overall. Maghreb still your leader in age with about 11 seconds on Mark Salvador, who is running second in that class. We've seen Salvador in that other group.
Yeah, and Salvador's trying to hold off and defend, again, not for class, but he's trying to hold off the 4th, Sam Mamano, which Mamano's going to give up a position to Jason Nickick in that 27 machine. So move Mamano back all the way to 7th overall. And then you also got Terrence Judge and Donald Anger in that battle as well, although Anger seems to be falling off the pace right there. He's about another 0.3 behind Terrence Judge. So while those 4 were battling on, you've got Salvador, Nickick. They have started to pull away from that battle, and Mamano dropping back in between himself and Terrence Judge.
Right, and as you can see on the ticker on the left-hand side of your screen, we've got the green numbers there. That is for our iStock class. Franklin Prey, our overall leader, leading that class. Mamano, the only other driver in class, but he's got 5 other racers between he and the leader in class.
Plenty of room, but as as we talked about earlier on, when this group was out earlier this morning, they only ran really 25 minutes, I believe, instead of the 30 minutes this morning.
Again,
so,
we had a lot of attrition. We also had some time under full course caution with that group as well.
Yeah. So again, these guys are going to go a little bit longer in this 30-minute race, but they will. Again, you got to take care of your equipment here. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, and Brian, we have I think still a local caution down at turn 5 or have they withdrawn that? Sounds like we just had a car. They've withdrawn the local caution, but we had a car go around there.
Looks like that was a 64 of Dwayne Moses. So Dwayne having a really rough day in that car from earlier on, and he's actually going to run in the next race as well. So
that's right, because in the previous race, he pulled the car over early and then had to run about a half a mile to get to the grid for the next race. He's got more exercise in today than I have, that's for sure. And
that's what I'm being told. It's 894. I'm being told Lenny Stan again.
Oh, wow.
So again, Lenny Stan having a problem.
Because I was going to say, if indeed was Dwayne Moses, Brian, if he had one bad weekend, probably wouldn't be so bad. He tells us that he's lost count. That makes two of us. But he's raced over 200 race weekends with over 500 race starts between Porsche Club of America, between SCCA, NASA, AER, and World Racing League. And he said he's raced primarily Porsches, but a lot of German machinery, Audi, BMWs, and something not non-German like Aston Martin.
Right. You know, I tell you what, we pick up this battle here again, going back down in turn one, Greg. Mark Salvador's kind of separated himself from Sam Amano, Terrence Judge, and Donald Enger. Jason Nickick's fallen all the way back to ninth overall. So Donald Enger's leading that 9/11 Cup battle right now. It's still a 10th, still early on, long way to go. But, it looks like that battle is continuing to kind of, rear its ugly head for Jason in that 27, because he was leading that entire group earlier on.
That's
when they all first started to get together. As
we watch him come down through the chute and into turn 5. Oh, and I think that was Enger and Nikic side by side, the white and the blue 911s, Brian, and looked as though Enger had to take some evasive action as he was down there on the inside.
Yeah, I want to see it. That may actually have been Terrence Judge, too, because they were both going in there. But I think you're right. That may have been the 50 machine. We'll have to see. We'll get the call here.
Oh, yeah, it actually sounds as though it was Judge and Enger. Not Enger and Nikic.
Yeah.
And in doing that, Brian, and that complication there has allowed Jason Nikic to go back into the lead now in 9/11 Cup as he's gone around Don Enger as they go down now into turn number 1. And looks like though that's the blue 27 car getting around the 50. Of Enger.
Yeah, I think that contact was between Terrence Judge, because he's dropped back, all the way back. He's now back into 14th. I think that was the thing there between Terrence Judge and the 50 of Donald Enger. So you're right.
All right, Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for our red group drivers. Please head to the grid now. This is your first call. Red group drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And just a reminder to everyone that if you want to take part in the silent auction tonight here at Summit Point for the Aaron Levitas Foundation, you need to get your bids in by 7 p.m. And we've got great musical guests here this evening, Brian. At Summit Point, we've got the Carolyn Everly Band, and they are an award-winning bluegrass artist. That'll be over at the event tent. And, of course, we've got the Craftsman Auto Care Happy Hour here, both starting at 5 p.m. And at the Happy Hour podium, we will have our award ceremony scheduled to start at 5:30. I think that might be pushed just a little bit based on the fact that we're running a little bit late in the afternoon here.
Well, anytime we throw the checkered flag at the end of an event, it's always happy hour, right? So.
You got it. And of course, I'm looking forward to the barbecue dinner tonight provided by Decision Tech and Radial Tire Company. That is over at the event tent. Drivers and volunteers are, of course, welcome. It is free for them. And for others, as long as you, if you go over to our race HQ tent in the center of the paddock, you can purchase a dinner ticket there. So again, it's for drivers and volunteers. Everybody else, buy your way in to what has been pitched as an amazing barbecue dinner from Decision Tech and Radial Tire Company.
Tell you what, Greg, I'd love to see a lot of drivers come over there. I know you and I will be there, so we're going to go over there, and Spencer may hang out, although Spencer's trying to get through the day here. But, you know, we're going to go out. Come over and talk to us. You know, tell us about your car. Tell us about, you know, your driving. I know we've got a lot of bios, but we don't really know a whole lot of people by face, right? So we want to be able to put those together. Let's talk some motorsports. Greg, I'm going to pick up this battle, Spencer. Let's go down into turn 1 here, and this is for the 911 Cup. I believe this is Jason Nickick and Donald Anger. I tell you what, they were side by side coming out of turn 10. I'm noticing Donald Anger trying to straighten up turn 1 as much as possible, making that left hand turn,
diamonding it off,
trying to diamond the corner. That does hurt the car a little bit, but it seems like he's getting a little bit better drive off than he was earlier on.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if he's able to make that stick here, really for the last 5 minutes of this race. But I've noticed him really making that left, as you know, as we see other cars do in other classes, and then really trying to shoot off.
Yeah, and we see he actually made up a little bit of ground as they come down into turn 5 now. Oh, well, we kind of missed them going through turn 5. A little cloud of dust. There they are. The third and fourth cars coming through, and I think what we're seeing there, Brian, from the white Anger car, the number 50 car, is he's trying to square off some of those corners. He's maybe having some challenges, one with sweepers, but also getting that car rotated.
Yeah,
so he's making some adjustments. Yeah.
Entry could be either a little. I think the way it looks like, the way he's entering in, that car may be really getting loose on entry, and so he's really trying to back it up and straighten it up as best he can.
Exactly. As they come out of turn 10, and he's got some very good straight line speed. We see now where the blue 911 of Nikic moves a bit to the inside to try and defend. They're going to be the second group through. And here as they come into turn 1 again, Nikic doing a very good job at defending, and looked like Anger got a nice run out of there this time.
Yeah.
Not enough to get around, however. He's still going to slot right back in behind the blue number 27.
Yeah. Tell you what, good battle up above that as well with, I believe that's going to be Ryan McGrath, and actually that's going to be Sam Mamano and David Nussbaum. Looks like Mamano's going to drop in behind that battle. So where Mamano was up there in front of this battle, he's dropped all the way back to 8th. So looking at timing, he dropped 6 seconds on time, so not a good lap.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for our Red Group racers. Please head to the grid. Your sprint race is next. Red Group racers, this is your second call to the grid.
Again, as we get 3 minutes remaining here in this race, in their last, sprint race of the day for the blue group. They're going to try to make the most of it. As it looks like we're going down into turn 1 here. It looks like we're going to try to go too wide again. There's Salvador ahead of this group. So it looks like the car that has fallen off there, that looked like maybe one of the lapped cars there.
Yeah, I believe that. I think that might have been the 08 of Dos Santos that they just cleared.
That is correct.
All right, yep. So they just did that. And big difference that time, Brian, as they went down into turn 1, is that we saw Anger on the inside that time with Nikic in the blue car on the outside, almost swapping slots from where they had been the previous 3 laps or so.
Yeah.
And, that might not be a horrible idea given how we've seen the Anger car handle lately. If Nikic were to drive and force the white car down to the inside. But not going to be much more time to figure those things out, Brian, because we're getting word now that the next time, and we haven't shown him here because he's opened up almost a 12-second lead on the rest of the field, but the next time Franklin Prey in the number 777 Porsche 997 comes down the front straight, he's going to get the 1-to-go signal.
I think he's just now coming up out of turn 8. coming up underneath turn 9. So he's going to get that one to go board along with
There he
everybody
is.
else behind him. So
And there he is with that black with the Martini, classic
Yep.
Martini racing stripes on the center of the car here as he comes down the front straight.
gives a wave to our flagger, notifying him that, yep, I know I got one to go.
That's right. Your number one, Franklin.
You know, we talked earlier on about that Eric Yortsoy and Patrick James battle. That's kind of opened up quite a bit, right? That's opened up by about 15, 16 car lengths. So that battle's kind of gone away a little bit. I think the closest battle we have for position in class is that 9/11 Cup race.
Indeed.
That's kind of going on. We're going to pick them back up because I tell you what, that has been a battle pretty much all race long. At one point we had 4 cars involved, and actually we had 5. We had Salvador, again, he's not in that class, but you know, he's in the age group. But you had Salvador, you had Nikic, you had Edgar at that point. You also had Judge in there, Terrence Judge, who really has only completed 14 laps, so he's pulled off and ended his afternoon and his weekend.
All right, coming out of turn 10 now. That is our overall leader, Franklin Prey.
Coming out of turn 10 right now, I believe.
There he is. Coming onto the front straight, right into our view. And for the second time today, Franklin Prey will take the win in iStock in his 997 Porsche 2010 edition. And he takes the win in the iStock class. Congratulations to him. Ryan Magreb is in the lead in H, but this time, as opposed to finishing second, he's going to be behind that battle, which we mentioned had opened up a little bit between Yortsoy and James. But Brian, I think that has actually closed down a little bit. But they cross the line, and Yortsoy takes the win. Margin of victory, 55/100ths of a second.
Yeah, that closed down a lot. Because it was longer. It was bigger than that.
It was about a second and a
went
half on the last lap
Yeah.
before the last lap started. So James wins the first race for SPC. Yortsoy second. Let's jump now back over to this battle for the lead in 9/11 Cup between Jason Nikic and Enger as they're coming out of turn 8 and underneath the bridge. They are the second and third cars in line. And for the moment, it looks as though Jason Nikic in the blue 27, he's got the measure. And as they come to the stripe, it is Jason Nikic taking the win for the second race today in 9/11 Cup. And this afternoon, finishing second will be Don Enger. And a great finish for him because Enger did not finish this morning's race. And so great job there. Podium for Enger. I think finishing third in 9/11 Cup, Nate Dos Santos in the number 08 machine. All right, let's go, and we'll run down our finishing order here. Before I do, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid, though. Red Group Racers, this is your final call to the grid. Red Group Racers, please head to the grid. This is your final call. All right, let's take a look here. And taking the win in iStock, Franklin Prey in the number 777. Sam Amano finishing in second. In H-Stock, Ryan Magreb taking the win by 13 seconds over Mark Salvador. Terrence Judge, as you mentioned, Brian, only completing 14 laps, finishing 8 laps down. In F-Stock, it's David Nissenbaum taking the win, 7 seconds the margin over Jordan Simon. Michael Gershon only completes 2 laps. In SPC, it's Eric Yortsoy taking the win, half a second, 55/100ths over Patrick James. Michael Vietz only completes 8 laps. And then finally, in 9/11 Cup, Jason Nikic takes the win over Don Enger. Margin of victory, 22/100ths of a second. Eugene Basha and Miss Piggy takes third in the number 23 car. Lee Lasberg will finish fourth, and Lenny Stan will finish in fifth. All right, we're going to take a quick break and just one more race to go here today. We've got lots of more racing action tomorrow. 2 endurance races, 2 90-minute endurance races tomorrow. And we want you to join us, of course, as we're going to be starting at 8:25 a.m. tomorrow. But first, we'll be back in just a few moments with our last sprint race of the day, Brian, here at the 2024 Rock the Summit from Summit Point Raceway.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is our last sprint race of the day. It's our red group, and, well, we'll just say it. It's our fastest group, Brian. Yep. Here we had 37 drivers set qualifying times. I'm going to give you the top 20, starting 20th, driving the number 400 GTC6. And most of these are, by the way, GT3 Cup cars of some year and fashion. We've got David Dunnigan in the number 400 machine. Starting 19th in the 573 car, it's John Coster. Ed Dunn starts 18th today. He's in the number 898 machine. He's in a Porsche Cayman S. Then we've got Rami Farid. He's in the number 35 machine. He starts 17th, also in a Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Peter Debusman will start 16th. He's in the number 125 machine, with Joe Doria starting 15th. He's in the 636. Scott Bellis will start 14th today. He's in the number 408 car, with Michael Levitas starting 13th. He's in the number 36 machine. Then we've got Brent Asplund. He starts 12th today in the 185 car, with Dwayne Moses making another run here this afternoon. Dwayne's in the number 64 machine, starting 11th. Colin Doherty will start 10th today. He's in the number 9 machine, with Jeff Smith in the number 924 car, and oddly enough, not a Porsche 924. He's in a 991.1 Cup car. Then we've got Richard White starting 8th. He's in the number 97 machine. Ben Wallace in the number 199 car starts 7th. Jared Odrick will start 6th. He's in the number 10 machine, with Corey Friedman starting 5th. He's in the 014. Then we've got Mark Calzaretta out for another run today, and instead of a Porsche 968, he's in a 911 Cup car. He starts 4th. Frank Vitello will start 3rd on the field in the number 248 machine, and your front row is a round turn 10 for the start. David Williams will start 2nd in the 237 machine. Joel Johnson in the 207 machine is your pole sitter. And as Mark Rougeau looks over the field, he throws the green flag, Brian, and we are once again sprint racing here at Summit Point Raceway.
Actually, Greg, we've got Joel Johnson and now throw in Corey Friedman. They moved him up to the front here. So Corey Friedman was actually on the pole. And, Greg, we've got some heavy brake lockup going down into turn one. Looks like everybody's going to get through there, going through. But I do believe this is going to be, because he's got his lights on, that's the 014 of Corey Friedman. He's going to take the early lead over Joel Johnston in those two machines right there. But it does look like everybody's going to get through. But there was a lot of battling going on coming out of going down into turn one, coming out of turn two.
That's right. And, of course, Friedman finished fifth during this morning's race, having started from the very back of the field, Brian. And so, without a doubt, he was, I believe, one of the fastest drivers on track earlier today. Ran a 1:12.153 in his GTA 3 machine. And I'll check the timing on that. About 2 seconds off the track record that he currently holds.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get up to Joel Johnson here in this morning's race, but I tell you what, starting out in front right now, we'll see what that car's made of as they come out of turn number 10 now, head down the front stretch for the very first time under green flag conditions. And I'll tell you what, Freeman's open up by about a car length and a half, call it 0.4 of a second over Joel Johnson, but a really good battle is going on halfway back through all the way the rest of the field.
And Brian, as they're all coming down into turn one, just got a good friend of ours, Mike Kelly, says, how about them awesome corner workers down at Station 1 today? These guys are keeping them busy. Look at this field as they come down the front. How quick these Porsche 911 Cup cars are. Oh, my gosh.
We may have had one car that went 2 wheels off or maybe even 4 wheels off down there in turn one. I see some dirt and smoke. We're going to get that call right now.
And that was the number 9 machine, Brian, that ran a little wide. That was Colin Doherty in the white 997.1 Cup car. Currently, he was running 10th at the time and running in the GTA 2 class. And I believe he was leading GTA 2 at the time he went off.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, it looks like we got some other calls going down in there as well. Looks like we may have. Looks like we've got something with the 636, Joe Doria.
Yeah, well, I believe they ran a little wide coming out of turn 3. Brian took a big load of gravel. Did continue.
Yep.
But nobody escapes us, Brian.
Tell you what, Greg, let's go back a little bit further. We talked about this battle early on this morning, too, with the 10 of Jared Odrick and the 17th of Mark Calzaretta. Calzaretta, again, fighting hard to get in front of Jared Odrick. Difference in class, but those two cars are almost evenly matched. And then once Calzaretta was able to get in front of Odrick earlier in the, later on in that race, Odrick was able to fight back as they got into some heavy lap traffic.
Indeed.
And what is Calzaretta being able to stay ahead of him for overall position and picking up the win there in that group?
Yes, and you can see there, as you look at our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen, Odrick and Calzaretta, they've got different colored numbers to the left of their names. Jared in the GTA 3 class, Calzaretta running in GTC 7, whereas Odrick has a 991.1 Cup car, Calzaretta is in a 991, slightly newer .2 car.
Good battle as well. Sorry to cut you off there. Good battle also coming out between Frank Vitello and David Williams. That 237 machine and the 248 as they go barreling down into turn one. They're about 4.5 seconds behind our leader, but those two have been kind of nose to tail. Actually, last time by, David Williams really closed the gap.
He did.
Almost, 0.2 of a second faster than Frank Vitello.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And as they were making their way down to turn 3, so that battle between those two racers is the battle for second in GTA 4 behind Joel Johnson. Johnson running second overall, and it's got about a 4-second advantage right now over Vitello and Williams. But those two cars, as you mentioned, Williams knocking off almost 0.2 of a second that last time through. And we see them we can see how tightly they're running here as they come through the carousel.
Looks like we got a couple cars that did not take the green flag here. That's the 36, Michael Levitas, the 024 of John Ganone, and the 138 of Chris Karras did not take the green flag today. So their weekend of racing, unless they're saving it for the Enduro tomorrow.
It's possible, but Karras had some mechanical issues during the morning race today, so not a big surprise. Eric Liu, I believe, did make it out, and Eric
he's
Liu
back out, yeah.
is running 21st right now. He also had some mechanical issues this morning, so good to see that they got that car repaired and back underway.
Yeah, on and off pit road pretty much all day, all morning long when they went out. But, we think that may have been a product of right there at the start. Remember, he went all the way over to far driver's right, picked up some of that grass in there right before you get to pit out. So, but the car seems to be doing well. He's just now going by the start-finish line. Got a little bit of a gap between him and the next car, so the car seems to be running a little bit better. Just went his personal best so far early on in this race on lap 4. This is the type of group, Greg, where we get cars on pretty much every single corner of the racetrack. There is no downtime between there, so it's kind of really, you talk about trying to follow the action. It's kind of hard as our overall leaders now come out of 10, putting a lap on. It looks like that's going to be the 16 machine. That's going to be Chip Santos.
Brian, I used to always tell everybody about the experience that I had working at Sebring International Raceway on the calling a race from trackside on the outside of turn number 3, because I had cars coming towards me at turn 3. I had cars behind me going into the tower turn, and then I had cars to the left of me going down the Flying Fortress Straight, and it was just one, it was invigorating, but it was literally mind-boggling. It's like my brain was shaking around in my head. We have that exact same experience right now as we're sitting high atop the tower here at Summit Point, and we've got these beautiful Porsche 911 Cup cars, GT3 Cup cars. They are in front of us, they are behind us, they are beside us, and just all of these V6 screams all the way around. It is really invigorating here, Brian. And talk about invigorating is we just had a couple of drivers go side by side through turn 1. Wow, what a move there. As I think we had the green and black GTD1 machine of DeBusman and Griffith Splund go through. And we've got some drivers that are so close in proximity right now, Brian. In GTC 6, John Coster in the multicolored number 573 machine with David Dunnigan very close behind in a white GT3 Cup car as well. And we can see them now, this whole group, about 7 cars deep, all coming through the carousel together here. And it's just amazing to watch, especially how these drivers are all trying to manage the extreme amount of horsepower at the rear end of these cars as they come through that very tight section of the course.
Yeah, and Greg, we've got a second place change here in the GTA 4 category with David Williams now ahead of Frank Vitello. He was 2 seconds faster that last lap, and I have a feeling that is because Frank Vitello hit on some of the lap traffic as they were coming up out of turn 8 and heading up into turn 9. And basically what happened is David Williams got a good clean run off the corner and didn't hit any of that traffic because they were already gone by the time he got to that turn. So 2 seconds faster made up a big difference right there as our overall leaders are now going to come. But here, going by the start-finish line now, Corey Friedman in that 014. Here comes Joel Johnson. He's your leader in GTA 4. And then you've got to go back a little bit further before you get to David Williams, crossing the start-finish line now, headed down into turn 1, getting ready to come into your home view there. And then you've got Frank Vitello there.
Right into your living room.
Yeah, coming right into your living room or wherever it is you're watching, into your trailer, into your, who knows, it may be sitting on your couch.
All right, Brian, I want to try and pick up, if we can, battle 19th and 20th overall. This is, we've got 2 drivers in the GTD1 class. These are for our Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport machines. DeBusman in the green and black, number 125. Griffith Splund in the black and orange 087 car.
I believe they're coming out of turn 10 now. I believe this is them coming right by us right here. There's the 125. There's the 087. So they're headed down into turn 1. They're going to be the 3rd and 4th car that's going to come down into your picture when we get down in there. There you go. There's your first 2 cars. Here comes DeBusman. Here comes the 87 there. That's what's going through there right now. So
yeah, and a great battle directly ahead of him, John Coster with David Dunnigan in GTC 6. That's the battle for 3rd in that class, and both of those groups very tightly packed now as they come into turn 3.
Yeah. The busman really got through turn 1 and turn 2, kind of opened that up. So where it was 0.3 of a second at the line, that's probably opened up now probably to about 8-9 of a second. Again, nothing short of something that can't be overcome, but I tell you what, was able to get a good run off the corner and able to help propel him to open up that gap from that 0.3. Here they come now, coming through turn 6, as we call it. As they come through there, you can see the whole pack kind of shortens up together, and they get nose to tail, but then the power of the other cars in front of them, and that is actually John Coster and David Dunnigan, they pull away a little bit.
Yeah, and so Griff is spun, and of course we've got both Griff out there today and also Brent. Griff, who is currently running second in GTD1, he is your 2023 GTD1 national champion, and so I'm sure it's a little tough for him running in second position. He also has the GTD1 track record here at Summit Point, as well as Sebring and New Jersey Motorsports Park as well, and the Esplun. So we've got Griff. Brent is his father.
Yep. Okay. Griff, I tell you what, he ended up going into the center of the racetrack, going into turn 1, and that actually helped the busman pull away even further, Greg, because they're getting stuck in there a little bit from the braking zone. They're able to go a little bit deeper than the two cars in front of them of Coster and Dunnigan. We talked about the Jared Odrick and the Mark Calzaretta. I tell you what, Greg, it's continuing on in this race. So Calzaretta is going to try to go driver's left to get around Odrick. Odrick's going to run the regular line. I'm not sure how much time Calzaretta has on this racetrack. I know Odrick has a ton of time here, so he kind of knows how to get into turn 1 a little bit better than Calzaretta, and coming out of turn 2 and headed up over turn 3. There you go. There you see it. Good pickup there, Spencer. Odrick's able to open that up by about a car length and a half.
And Brian, in another organization, I think we both last year saw the defensive race, I think the definitive defensive race, Jared Odrick on a former national champion here. And Odrick, in just his second year of racing, just put on a clinic on how to race Summit Point. So we'll see how things play out and whether Calzaretta can find a way through.
Go back to that battle we were watching earlier on in that GTD1 battle there, Greg. We talking about Peter DeBusman. DeBusman's able, again, he's got the two cars in front of him with Dunnigan and Coster. He's able to close down on Dunnigan.
And look at this, Brian. For a moment there, 3 wide as they get bottled up going down into turn 1. Oh my gosh, what a fight there. And I think that was
that's Odrick
exactly, Calzaretta, and I think Ben Wallace was following him as well. And interestingly enough, Wallace, I'm sure, is saying, please, Mr. Calzaretta, get around Jared Odrick,
right.
Because Ben Wallace is running second in the GTA 3 Class 2 Odrick, and he'd love to not have that out-of-class car, Calzaretta, sitting right between them.
Yeah. Comes Corey Friedman in that 014 machine, that GT3 Cup car, and again, he's leading our GTA 3 and overall, headed down into turn 1. But again, Greg, he's going to come up on that Coster, Dunnigan, DeBusman battle there as well. He's going to end up having some heavy traffic to get through out of turn 1 and up into turn 2.
Hey, Brian, of course, I want to remind everybody here at Summit Point Raceway that once the action ends on track, it doesn't end in the paddock. We've got Small Fortune Racing presenting to us the Carolyn Everly Band, an award-winning bluegrass artist. They'll be at the event tent, scheduled to start about 20 minutes after racing concludes here tonight. We also have the Craftsman Auto Care Happy Hour. Everybody is welcome over at the event tent, starting right about the same time. And then about a half hour later, we've got our awards ceremony. So you can stand and you can congratulate all these fine racers here this weekend.
Yeah, such fantastic racing going on all day long, not only just in this class, but with every single class. Again, we've got Corey Friedman, our overall leader. I tell you what, Greg, Joel Johnson's starting to close that gap a little bit. It is now under 2 seconds And again, Corey Freeman having trouble getting through the lap traffic, going side by side down in there with turn 1. I believe that's Peter DeBusman right there that he just put the lap on, but what that is allowing to do, and again, totally different two classes. Joel Jameson leading our GTA 4 battle over David Williams and then Frank Vitello. But again, Friedman having trouble getting through that traffic where Joel Johnson is not as we're getting to the halfway point. And Greg, we have a car off in the gravel in turn 10 right there.
Yeah, we'll try to get a number on that machine right there. And once again, kind of buried deep in the gravel. Oh, he's trying to move it. It is the 179.
Is it 179 or 199? I can't see which one it is. Let's take a look. We'll wait and see here. That may be Ben Wallace. That is Ben Wallace because he is starting to go down the chart here.
Indeed.
Down the thing. So that is the 199 of Ben Wallace, and I don't believe that thing is going to move, Craig.
No. And we did see, Brian, where the great emergency services teams here at Summit Point Raceway and PCA Potomac, they were able to pull a car out of there while staying with just a local caution over at turn 10. We'll see if that is indeed the case again, and we are getting word Race Control is deploying those vehicles now. And big, as you said, a gaggle of cars just as they got past the incident, Brian, spreading out too wide there.
Well, you got some of them really slowing down to get through the incident there with that car there, and then you've got some of them trying to not get into the, trying to, make
not
that
give
pass.
Up,
right?
Yeah, trying not to give up any speed.
Right, and then once they get past that car, they got to really get back on the throttle to get back into it. And what that's done is that's compressed everybody in that group, to really just, get gaggled up. That's the new word of the day.
Gaggled up?
That's it. They're going to gaggle it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a very fine line there, Brian, because, of course, with a local caution there, it is a directive for the drivers to slow somewhat and also to be safe that there's an incident ahead. But, as that very quick corner comes onto the long straightaway, you have to be able to, judge how much slower do you get in order to ensure that you can carry speed down and don't get leapfrogged going into turn 1.
And I tell you what, Greg, let's take a look at this and see how much this gap closes down. Corey Friedman came into that incident zone there, got behind the 186 of Mike Beers, great name, by the way, got behind Mike Beers and basically came to almost a complete stop.
He did.
We still got guys going too wide through that zone there as well. That's the 248 machine. So again, that's something that's a little bit trying to get past that group there to try to get back in to the next competitor that he's racing on the racetrack. But Corey Freeman ended up getting hung up behind Mike Beers, and that allowed Joel Johnson, because he didn't have anybody there, to be able to close that gap.
Wow, Brian, to talk about not giving any quarters, we had 4 drivers all come through 2 by 2, side by side through turn number 1, and I think getting some short shrift there. Colin Doherty in the number 9 machine getting pushed to the inside a little bit, had to take a little bit of evasive action, put 2 wheels in the dirt as they now continue on.
Yeah. Looks like we've got Ben Wallace out of that turn 10. Here comes the overall leader there. Ben Wallace is now going to be able to pull back onto the racetrack here. Right now, he's got room to do it. He's got to get over and get going really quickly. You got a couple cars coming off of turn 10. I think that's going to be the Mike Beers in the 186 with a couple cars behind him as well. So you got the 636 there and the 35 that are right there. That is, I believe, actually going to be a spot. That is actually not a battle for position on the racetrack. That is, they are actually putting him a lap down, going around him. So that is actually Joe Doria and Ramey Feard. So again, looks like our Ben Wallace is now out of the gravel trap and starting to continue his lap again. So again, now we can get back to full racing there coming out of turn 10. So we'll have to see here, and we've got a couple things going down on there in turn 5. A lot of brake lockup going through there. That way, it looks like we may have gotten a call there. Greg, you may be getting that. I know we had some side-to-side contact.
Yeah, a couple, as some of these racers are trying to get continuing on their race, trying to get through some slower traffic. It has been getting very, very tight down at the bottom of the course, going especially down into turn 5. We've been getting some calls about it. These drivers, they're trying to push the issue as we watch these racers come through turn 10, Brian, still side by side. Wow. I'd love to be the trailing car in this group as they come down onto the front straight. Let's take a look as they come across the start-finish line, and look at the speed these racers are carrying, Brian. This is somewhat amazing.
Yeah. Tell you what, when you look at these times here, in the 112 brackets, basically, right? I mean, that's just flat getting it around this racetrack in these cars. And I tell you what, these things are set up for these type of cars, right? I mean, this is really what they want to go through there. But you're right, Greg, and you start to get some of these cars that are up front starting to go through some of this lap traffic. It does get very, very tight, and you start putting 2 and 3 wide Porsches there. They just don't work.
No.
Right? Something's got to give quickly.
Well, 2 of them work. Usually 3.
2 of them work. Well, sometimes 2 of them doesn't even work. But
I'll tell you, Corey Freeman, our overall leader, he's getting very close, Brian, to the track record that he had set back in 2018, where he turned in essentially a 111 flat, a 111.046. He's about 7/10 off that right now. But again, very, very warm temperatures. And no, he did not reset it this morning, as he basically had nothing but traffic ahead of him.
I was gonna say, he battled from really 34th all the way back
to
all the way
5th,
up through there. On lap 3, he went a 111.7 here. So this afternoon. So again, we're in the 82-degree weather right now. But this track, as we all know, this track changes when it gets super hot. You get down into turn 5 after a long day of racing. The track starts to build up a little bit, and you end up starting to get marbles moving around more and more and more. Now, these cars here, they take an unorthodox, and I say that unorthodox line because they're trying to straighten that corner out as much as possible, almost making it a complete 90-degree turn to try to get in there. So that where it bubbles up and where it kind of the tire moves up, that's going to move outward. So it's probably going to have just a little bit better grip going through there. But as this race goes on, these cars, being the larger cars there, they start to lose as they start to get really, really loose.
And I think also a lot of it, Brian, is, typically when you have a number of cars and a number of classes that are all on the same type of rubber over the course of the weekend, we talk about tracks getting rubbered in and getting more grip because of the amount of rubber that's been laid down. And we haven't had a lot of precipitation here in the last couple days. Right. But in PCA Club Racing, there are a number of classes that run on spec hand-cooked tires. Right. We've got Toyo tires. We've got Michelin tires, and they're not necessarily all compatible. Mm-hmm. And so you find here that where the drivers, they don't have the positive effects of having a track rubbered in. Right. What they actually find is the negative effects of having more rubber down on the track, because it's not necessarily compatible with the compounds that they're running.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, if we can, Spencer, let's go ahead and pick up down into turn 1. Let's go back to that GT1D battle. That now Griff Asplund and Peter DeBusman. I tell you what, Asplund's gotten around Peter DeBusman this time, coming through out of turn number 10 and headed down into turn 1. Actually, when they come up out of turn 2, you're going to see them right there. They're actually going to be side by side as they go over the hill.
And Brian, one of them gets loose and actually spins around right in front of a lot of traffic.
That's from behind them. Yeah, that's not either one of them. They've already gotten through that. But yes, you're right. That car, a complete spin right there in front of entire traffic, and it looks like everybody got around it.
All right, we'll get the number on that car here in just a moment, as they did manage to go and continue on, and it appears that was. Well, we know it was a white car. Our flaggers are still trying to get the number on it. And it was the 154 machine,
Eric
apparently.
Liu.
Eric Liu, who again had issues this morning, and thankfully, because there were 5 cars that were coming up behind him as he created essentially an 80% track blockage, Brian, and they all managed to avoid.
They all worked away, and none of the other ones that were there, neither one of them even went off the racetrack.
No.
They stayed right there as he went through. He has continued. He just went by the start-finish line. He's your first car coming into your screen there, heading down in turn 1. So a great job.
As if he was invisible.
Yeah, right?
But Brian, the white Porsche 911, we will henceforth call it Casper the Ghost.
That's it. Yes. I have to be honest with you. There were some big eyes underneath all of those helmets in those 5 cars behind. So. Yeah, Greg, as this race continues, as we've talked about it pretty much all race long, as we start to get into lap traffic, this track is getting shorter and shorter, smaller and smaller. And when I say smaller and smaller, I'm talking about width, not from the 2 miles. But yes, most definitely it is getting shorter and shorter side to side here, because there is just literally no room to move when you've got cars trying to make that pass.
Well, and Brian, I think we've been hearing now Lance Williams and I think Eric Elizovic, the number 65 GTD2 Club Sport machine of Williams and Elizovic's 911 GT3 Cup car. They've been a little close together coming through turn 3, 2 laps in a row. Once, maybe the brushing of doors.
Maybe.
The second time there was a third car there that had to take evasive action because they were a little bit close. Yeah. So we'll continue to watch that and listen to the flag that, but some very interesting calls coming out of turn 3 of late.
Got one car pulled off down in the pit road. I'll try to see if I can't get a number of that. It looks like that may be the 97, I believe. That is the 97. If I'm not mistaken.
I believe it's either the 97 or the 67.
Yeah. I see Richard White in a 97. I don't see a 67.
And a matter of fact, here we go. Richard White is now dropping down through the order.
Yeah.
So indeed, the red and blue 992 Cup car, they're going to drop down through the order. He had been running as high as 7th position, and now, of course, is sitting all the way down in, he's going to fall below 19th at this point as he's on the pit lane, and most everybody else is driving right on by him.
Yep. Again, that's a product of we've got to really start taking care of the equipment to finish this race. We've got just under 3 minutes remaining, and this is where these tires start to fall off a lot. Our overall leader, Corey Friedman's, within 2 seconds slower than what he was before. Joel Johnson's 3 seconds slower than his fastest lap. David Williams is the one been kind of consistent in that 113 bracket. We've got some of those, especially in that GTD1, based off some of the tradition with Peter DeBusman and Griff Asplund. I tell you what, they're going faster as the race goes on.
Yeah.
So again, they're getting some drag, getting some draft from some of those cars. Which here comes this GTD1 battle right now going by the start-finish line. And I tell you what, Greg, they have not been more than a car length apart since the start of this race.
So we'll check here as time is running down if Griff Asplund is going to make the move and jump and leapfrog Peter DeBusman as we've got that battle for the lead in GTD1. Here, as we can see here, now, Brian, about 1:40 remaining on the clock, so we'll probably see here as our overall leader works his way around the track. I think the next time, it's Corey Friedman. The next time he comes onto the front straight, he's going to get that 1 to go signal. So very little time and very little distance if Griff Asplund's going to make a move on the 125 machine.
Yeah. Especially if the... especially if the 014 Corey Friedman gets up to them. The last time by, he was catching them as they were continuing to battle. So we're going to have to see whether or not, they're going to actually get that last lap, because if he passes them before,
it'll be over.
Yeah, here they come out of turn 10. So it does look like they're going to get at least another lap out of here, because I think Friedman is back there and coming out of turn 10 now. So
Yeah, our overall leader now, Friedman, is the third car in the line here. You can see from the headlights ablazing. He doesn't need to push the issue as these cars ahead to go and make some last lap paces.
Yeah.
As Friedman has about 5 seconds on Joel Johnson, and again, that's not even a battle in class. As Johnson now, who's running second overall, has worked his way clear. He's got a pretty huge margin on his next closest GTA 4 competitor, David Williams. They had been running very close early on, but now 22 seconds separate the two GTA 4 racers running second and third overall. So we'll continue to watch this GTD1 battle between the two Caymans, the two club sports. And again, I don't think we're going to see Friedman get up to them. So they should be able to get in
one more lap.
Their 24th lap.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
All right, and they are, well, we'll see, Brian, because they're coming out of turn 10 right now, and Friedman is directly behind them, and he is gaining ground. But Friedman, he's going to take the checker, but more importantly for our GTD1 drivers, they've got one final lap to go.
Yeah, he actually slowed way down, too, right when he got to them to allow them to have that lap when he took that checker flag. So everybody behind him is going to take it. So that GTD1 battle, that's going to come down to the end.
All right, so we're going to follow those two racers around here as they come out of turn 2, heading into turn 3. They are on the last lap now. They are going to be the last two racers to take the checkered flag. This is the closest race that we have on track. We'll check in with our other classes here in just a moment as they come through the high-speed chute, turn 4, and under braking into turn number 5. Asplund not able to make up any ground there, Brian, on the DeBusman machine as they go into turn 5 and through turn 6. Matter of fact, DeBusman looks like he gets a little bit of an advantage coming through the big sweeping turn number 6B. And as they come up the hill and underneath the bridge here in just a moment, we apologize, one of our cameras went down here on the last lap, but now coming out of turn number 10, there they are. That is the battle for the lead in GTD1. And as they come onto the front straight and towards the finish line, Brian, taking the win in race number 2, it is going to be Peter DeBusman, driver of the number 125 GTD1 GT4 Club Sport. Griff Asplund in his GT4 Club Sport will finish in second. So, all right, let's go and we'll run down the finishing order here. Let's start off with our overall winner and the GTA 3 class. Corey Friedman taking the win. Jared Odrick finishing second. And Ben Wallace finishing 3 laps down in third. As we just saw in GTD1, Peter DeBusman takes the win over Griff Asplund. Finishing with the win in GTC4, Dwayne Moses over Scott Bells. Chip Santos finishes 2 laps down in third. Single racers in GTA 2 and GTA 3. In GTA 2, it's Colin Doherty. In GTA 3, it's Steve Garrison. In GTC 3, Joe Doria takes the win by 18 seconds over Timothy Lynn. Eric Elzovic will finish in third. Single racer in GT1, that's Leslie Schrem in the 996 GT2 car. In GTC 6, Jeff Smith takes the win over Brett Asplund. John Coster third, and David Dunnigan finishing, unfortunately, 11 laps down in fourth. In GTC 8, our sole racer is Richard White, where in GTB1, Ed Dunn takes the win, margin of victory 16 seconds over Ken Pryor. But more importantly, Ken Pryor, 0.4 of a second is the margin between he in second and Del Alray in third. And I think they were almost that close this morning as well, Brian. It was also a very close race. Chuck Palmer will finish just off the podium in fourth. In GTC 7, our sole racer in the class, Mark Calzaretta, in the number 17 machine. And then let's move over to GTD2, where Rami Farid takes the win. Lance Williams finishes in second. And then finally in GTA 4, Joel Johnson, your winner. David Williams second. And Frank Vitello finishing in third. All right, as we wrap things up here this afternoon with the sprint racing component of Rock the Summit 2024, Spencer, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, show everybody what we've got coming up. And tomorrow, it's Enduro Day. We start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning with two 90-minute Enduros. We'll actually be starting the stream at 9:25, so we hope that you will join us. And if you haven't done so already, please go ahead, give us a thumbs up. It helps the algorithm. More people will find out about PCA Club Racing if you do that. And, of course, we want to thank you all for joining us here today. Again, for everybody here at the track, coming up this afternoon, we're going to have the Carolyn Everly Band over at the event tent starting just a few minutes, along with the Craftsman's Auto Care Happy Hour. And then, of course, the Happy Hour over at the Happy Hour podium, Brian. There are going to be a lot of happy people for the award ceremony coming up. And for drivers and volunteers, Decision Tech and Radial Tire Company are putting on tonight's barbecue dinner. If you are not a racer or a volunteer, you can purchase tickets to tonight's dinner over at the Race HQ tent. And, of course, the Aaron Levitas Foundation, the silent auction will be closing at 7 p.m. this evening. So we've still got a lot of time, Brian, 2 hours. If you want to put in a bid for one of the many items here in the silent auction, you can do that here at the track. We're going to be putting up the QR code in just a few moments that if you're at home, you can either bid or you can make a donation to the Aaron Levitas Foundation. We would greatly appreciate it. All right, so for Brian Donati, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you tomorrow for day number 3 of the 2024 Rock the Summit here from Summit Point Racing, or Summit Point Raceway and PCA Potomac. Have a great evening, everybody.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club Race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission.
Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2024, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
With almost 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion, and he wants to share it with you. Creating meals using what's on hand, Paul uses old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul inspires you to create variations of the dishes he creates, pushing you to see the endless possibilities when you put your own twist on ingredients and flavors in the pan. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations. So come join along on this culinary voyage. Paul posts new episodes on Saturdays and is a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who are making this event possible.
Craftsman's Auto Care is the newest offering from the legendary Matt Curry and his team from Curry's Auto Service. Comprised of ASE certified master technicians with an average of 30 years experience, Craftsman doesn't just raise but sets the bar in auto care, delivering the highest level of workmanship and customer satisfaction. With state-of-the-art facilities featuring the industry's newest and best technology, Craftsman's Auto Care services all makes of models including hybrid, HEV, and electric vehicles. They skillfully and expertly resolve the most difficult automotive repair challenges and back their work with the area's only 36-month, 36,000-mile warranty featuring digital car care inspections and show and tell service. Craftsman's Auto Care is the best team in the industry, delivering unparalleled quality with a say yes philosophy that exemplifies Matt Curry's unbridled passion for excellence. With 7 convenient Northern Virginia locations to serve you, visit them today and experience the art and science of auto care at its best. Book an appointment online at craftsmansautocare.com or call them at 833-CRAFTS-1. Craftsman's Auto Care welcomes all racers and thanks all event volunteers for this year's Rock the Summit 2024.
Fitzwater and Dean PLC is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater and Dean are proud to be the inaugural gold level sponsor directly supporting the launch of live streaming for PCA Club Racing, a first in the nation, at this year's Rock the Summit 2024. We want to thank all of the racers, crew, their families, volunteers, and spectators, both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from anywhere in the world.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires in the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2024. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success.
Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europros Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2024, Europros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.